You ready to eat some food? Are you hungry? Come on. Come on, I got your food. Inside. Let me carry these boxes through here. Okay. I got these two. Two more. Ugh. I forgot today was Tuesday. And that all the yarn was supposed to be here on Tuesday. Where's the place for the dog bowl to be? Right in the Okay. All this is yarn, so let's figure this out. And then start balling all of it. Oh shit, my phone's gonna die. Yay, it's perfect. Hi, Heather! Okay, I gotta make it over to my beds. Okay, we got our itemization paper, a marker for which to itemize with. All right. Let's put something on the boob tube. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. My watch just told me I was near my laptop. Oh my god, that's funny. I saw this thumbnail earlier with this picture of Ruby Rose, and I thought it was an AI image. Why isn't that charging? I saw this image of Ruby Rose, and I was like, oh, that's an AI image of, like, Katy Perry on a man's body. There it goes. Good chocolate on my fucking tongue. Good job, Heather. Okay. I'm doing so good. My dreads, I've had them since 2010, 2011. Today is so exciting. I got all my yarn. I've got 4 boxes here to unbox. And last night I projected my next projects, my next rug project. So as soon as I get this yarn unboxed and all of the yarn balls balled and put into balls and then put away, once I make sure everything is come in the mail and stuff, everything is good, I'm going to start on a new project. So maybe tomorrow I'll be doing the yarn, the project. I might not be able to get to it tonight, but I'm so excited. Been waiting. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but I ordered from Yarn Inspirations. I've told the story a couple times, but I ordered from the warehouse, Yarn Inspirations warehouse, and my order for 3 days, it just said order placed. Nothing changed. I was like, what the fuck? That's weird. So I was like, I'm going to see if there's any issues with them having issues. So I looked in Facebook. There was a group, a yarn people group, that said Yarn Inspirations was having horrible issues, backed up for months. They haven't gotten their orders. They've been waiting for months and months and months. They got part of their order and like it was all wrong. It wasn't any of the right stuff. Anyway, I decided immediately that was not going to happen to me, and I was going to be delusional in the fact that my yarn was going to come to me when it told me that it was going to be delivered on when I placed the order. Like, you know, you have placed the order, it says estimated shipping date or whatever. It had told me September or April. Oh fuck. It told me April 8th. But it wasn't April 8th, obviously. They were backed up. I even emailed them and they actually got back to me, even though these women say that they never get back to them on the email. They got back to me after like 5 or 6 days, which is still a while, but they still got back to me. And they said, actually, looking in the thing now, it seems like your order has shipped. I think that's when my order actually got shipped, is when they saw that, because like they read my email and then they shipped my order. So I'm really glad that I emailed them and I didn't just sit on my hands about it. Pretty exciting. All right, it's time for Candace Owens. Yay, it just started.
Episode for you. All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. I have an episode for you. I really have an episode for you. You should just be sitting down and watching this with somebody because your jaw is just going to be on the ground.
Watching it with you.
I've been saying that it is just not possible that everyone that Erica Kirk has involved with the Turning Point USA via Turning Point Faith seems to have a connection to trafficking, right? They all seem to be working in the industry charitably, of course. They're rescuing people. I just find that to be impossible, and I also find it to be increasingly problematic. So, like I said, I have a story today about another one of these pastors she's very close with, and it's going to throw you for a loop. And in my personal view, Erica just not
Oh my God.
adjacent to allegations of trafficking her entire life, and life is actually just not that complicated. Least of all for someone who constantly discusses her deep relationship with the Lord.
Burgundy.
So,
Oops.
a battle bun kind of Tuesday, so welcome back to Camp. The Lord. Least of all for someone who constantly discusses her deep relationship with the Lord.
Burgundy.
A battle bun kind of Tuesday, so welcome back to campus.
I'll just sit over here on the ground. Frosty green. Frosty green. Pumpkin.
Turning Point Faith was the infiltration. How many times have you
Pumpkin. There should be 3 pumpkins, so there's 1 pumpkin.
Big sea change.
1 pumpkin.
Putting it, I left the organization. Charlie had just
Jade.
Erica, a young woman who presented herself as
1 jade.
Prayer for the Lord. I feel like I blinked and suddenly
Hunter green,
which was once fully committed to free markets and capitalism,
Hunter green
became all about the church. But whose church? Who is
royal blue?
To which, regarding which Erica's always.
I'm so proud of myself. I organized this by different colors.
Says Jesus.
So whenever I was gonna look for a color, all I have to do is find red, pink, orange, yellow, and then which shade of each one. So proud of myself for this.
Go to turningpointusa.com.
What was that last one? Royal blue?
She explicitly said in that speech, which was not written by her.
Coffee.
It was written by Blake Neff. I quote, Charlie witnesses for his Lord, witnessed
Petal
for
pink.
his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And then during the memorial, same deal, she similarly said, and I quote, one moment Charlie was doing
Claret.
what he loved, he blinked, and
Dark
he
red.
saw his Savior in heaven. Now, that could be because Erica's not writing her own speeches, I'm told.
Soft navy.
Erica didn't eulogize her own husband. Maybe that's why it felt a little
Soft
personal.
navy.
Lake Neff came in with a heavy assist. That's unimaginable to me. Similarly, Justin Strike
Spring
did not write
green.
the memorial. I'm told.
Spring green.
Broader point, though, for me, is that whenever I
Orchid.
hear Erica discussing the Lord, as she typically says, it makes my skin crawl. I
Orchid.
feel when I'm speaking about God with other people. There's something about the manner in which she
Light
says it that makes
sage.
my skin crawl. Just like many of the troubled pastors
Light
that
sage.
she has decided to partner with and to work with, despite the
Jade.
public
The second
accusation
jade is here.
which brings us to some shocking
Jade.
news for you today. Because for
Last
months,
one
I've
down.
been quietly working on my Egyptian plane timeline. Started with one plane, then I realized there was 2 planes, 3 planes, 4 planes. Never paying attention to the noise, right? I rather early realized a bizarre pattern that appeared to me at first, at second, and at third glance. I went, why do I feel like I'm looking at trafficking of some description? I don't know if it's drugs or weapons. This seems to me to be a very interesting pattern.
One down.
Into the United States, with
That's number 2.
That's what
These are the 2 big ones. The other 2 boxes are small.
Very quickly. I told you I was very good at pattern recognition. Do not sleep on me when it comes to putting together.
All right.
Gifted. Well, I was just sort of noticing how
Holy shit.
planes, foremost, were stopping over in states and
This is a shit show.
Okay. More crucially, after Mikey McCoy becomes the chief of
Medium purple.
January of 2024.
2 medium purple.
Luckily,
1,
his
2.
schedule is beginning to mirror these Egyptian planes. Now, prior to Mikey McCoy's appointment,
Don't leave it open.
Further, 2020, actually begins. These
Sienna brown. 1 sienna.
These events more broad.
And
But
2 siennas. Spell out.
Again, it seems like Sterling Charlie is doing a lot in Kansas, in
2 siennas.
in Missouri. See with these planes, I couldn't say definitively that I felt like
I didn't order this one.
my instincts, and my instincts only
This must have been a
when Eric
find out about that one.
Wrong reaction, or rather, no reaction,
Turquoise.
or even mild interest in a foreign.
2 these turquoise
planes,
yeah,
that departed just before
1,
and just
2
was assassination. It's like she didn't know how to play the parts of a human being, right?
2 turquoise.
Even if it turns out to be nothing, you should want to know more about those foreign planes. Like, you should be calling Joe Kent, right? Be like, oh, you know, like, who is on these planes? Actually, just make sure, rule that out. No.
2 hot red.
Egyptian plane.
1,
Egyptian planes. Anyway, after I was working through this spreadsheet, even more last week, we were contacted by someone
2 gold.
Afraid for his life.
Yay, 2 gold. I have all of them now.
Ruth, for Curly. Now, I wasn't sure if it was being melodramatic. We get a lot of emails, we get a lot of people that reach out.
Denim. Blue.
Have a very
2 denim.
story. And sometimes they have that much to add or to share. But after speaking to him and then saying, let me just read through your email more thoroughly, I am certain he's not being dramatic, like at all, actually.
2 more pumpkins. Yay, 2 more pumpkins.
Recall, you should know that
all of them are here.
Specific
Coffee or something. What's this one? Oatmeal.
Done. What I'm going to tell you more.
2 oatmeal.
Turning Point Faith affiliated pastor named Victor Marx was interested in owning one of to purchase his company. Now, like many of the affiliated pastors, Turning Point Faith, he also happens to be a
minty green.
Should know, running for governor of Colorado.
2 minty green.
To run for governor of Colorado at a Charlie Kirk memorial event in Denver.
Pale yellow.
A couple of days.
Pale yellow.
He said
He
felt in that
pale yellow.
assassination that God was calling him to run. Okay. I also while he teaches an online educational course for Turning Point Faith entitled Freedom from Pornography.
Lemon. 2 lemons.
Son was at one point Charlie Kirk's assistant, quote, spent much time with Erica and their first baby girl, quote. We've been unable to confirm.
Shocking pink.
I certainly being Charlie's assistant.
2 shocking pink. Still got a lot to go.
More crucially, you should know that he's not lying about his relationship. Right? That's not it's like one of the very first people see Erica in the day following assassination, comforting her. But from home, we have established it is normal. Private moment, seeing your friends after.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for like the last 30 seconds.
Named Victor Marx.
Okay.
Was interested in owning, wanted to purchase his company. Now, like many of the affiliated pastors with Turning Point Faith, he also happens to be a Marine veteran.
Oh my gosh. Look at the size of this ball of yarn.
Governor of Colorado.
This is black. I got 2 of these, maybe 3 of these black ones. Black is like
days.
You need a lot of it.
Charlie was assassinated. He said
black.
That he felt in
We
that
got
moment,
2 black.
wait the assassination, that God was calling him to run.
And then
I also see kind of
Heather Gray already
he
got that on.
online educational course for Turning Point Faith and
2 black.
freedom from pornography. He
That's so
ultimately,
jarring.
his 20-year-old son was
And then
one
we
point
got
assistant.
baby pink.
Quote, spent much time with Erica and their first baby girl.
Baby.
Now we've been able
Light
to
gray.
confirm that he was Charlie's assistant. I certainly don't remember him being Charlie's assistant. But
Light gray. Okay.
Word
Black ones are done.
And more crucially, you should know that he's not lying about his relationship with Erica, at the very least, right? Because that Pastor Victor Marx and his wife Eileen Marx were one of the very first people to go see, read Erica in the days following the assassination, comforting her. With cameras rolling, of course, because as we have established, it is perfect to record these intimate, private moments of you grieving and seeing your friends after your husband was brutally assassinated by work, right? You see your friend less than 48 hours later, make sure the camera.
Really hope this is everything.
Your grief. And then, not only should they see the first time you hug your friend and see them, someone should just be like recording for Instagram. Then someone should upload it to Instagram, as Victor Marx did, and put some, impassioned music behind it.
Got all those.
I'm going to show you that. I'm going to
all
show
those.
You that beautiful hug captured and shared with
Kirk and there's quite a bit missing still. We'll see. Maybe this will be it. We have Aruba.
It says the moment
1 Aruba.
sees Eileen for the first time. After Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Perfect pink.
Okay. If you're interested in that.
2 perfect pinks.
Oh, Held. By Natalie Grant. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Could you imagine it, though? Could you imagine not letting people capture that? None of this is normal. This was a grief marketing campaign. But I digress. First, I should point out, you may have also noted that Erica has her phone in her hand, the one that she allegedly did not turn on for weeks after Charlie died. But I digress again. Because I'm going to show you another photo this time.
Blue.
Erica being comforted by her dear friend Victor Marx in the building that she lives in. Again, we are like 72 hours after Charlie's death. She is in her own personal space. For some reason, they just felt like photography was welcomed.
Light periwinkle.
Is that weird? Yes, of course it's weird. If somebody came at me in a moment of grief with a periwinkle, pictures of me crying after I got out of a car to see them, I would hit someone. I think that's a more normal reaction. Like, how dare you? How dare you be so invasive as to capture me in this moment of weakness
It
and
should be
confusion?
too pretty in
They
pinks.
wanted it captured.
Pretty in
with art and
pinks.
that's what Erica wanted. I sensed that.
Too pretty in
There's
pinks.
more
Okay,
that you should
so
know.
the only thing I am missing is
In fact,
bright
like
yellow.
all of the pastors that I come across that are affiliated with,
But I
Turning
feel
Point
like I
Faith,
might have gotten it and I forgot to mark
you
it.
should know that his real name is Vaughn Victor Kennedy. Well, he says it's
Yay,
Vaughn.
it's all here.
Says it's Vo, with no N at the end.
Okay.
We'll say Vaughn Victor Kennedy.
So I don't
Now,
know
by
if
the
you can
time
see this.
he had lived 17 homes and attended 14
So
and theft.
I guess I better get to work.
He tells the story. That he
Are you seriously wanting to go outside? No, I'm stuck back here. Mom's stuck.
He refers to
Oh
as
no,
Mr.
Mom's stuck.
But his stepfather's real
Yeah, I
name
see your collar
was
there, but we're gonna have
Royce
to just chill.
Dean Kennedy. And
They
his
sent me
served in the army
a
and
ball of yarn I did
did
not order.
intelligence. And thereafter,
So they
he
did
ran
mess
an
up, but they
international
gave me
drug
something.
smuggling ring out of Jamaica.
So I got a free ball of yarn instead of them fucking my order up. How cool is that?
1987 for
Yeah, I'm a squatter. I've got like $1,000 worth of yarn at my feet. Definitely a squatter.
So charges which included money laundering, aiding,
Douchebag!
he was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Okay? Victor's brother, Mike Kennedy, who would go on to become an attorney, also pled guilty as the co-conspirator in that drug trafficking ring. He took a plea deal, so he served a year and a day in exchange for testifying against his stepfather, Royce. What about his biological dad? Victor Marx's biological dad was apparently cut from the same cloth. His name was Karl Marx. Okay? And he was a pimp, drug dealer, and also a world famous arts expert who spent time in a mental hospital for his homicidal tendencies. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, maybe Victor had angelic parents who kept him safe from all his dysfunction.
I need a bag.
But you would be wrong. Now, unfortunately, his grandfather, his dad died, killed his grandmother before he turned the gun on himself and committed suicide in public. Victor killed him at the age of 7. But to be clear, Victor is very open about that story. Yes, he is with every story. Some people don't believe his stories, other people judge. And he makes it clear that his stepfather made him do it in a moment of terrifying abuse. And I will let you hear Victor in his own words tell that story. Take a listen.
When I walked in, there was another fella in this little wooden house. There was a hole cut through the wood floor. You don't run.
Right
You
through the
don't tell.
damn
There's
skew.
no way.
Of course.
You don't have any control of your life, so you just do. And I hear them discussing, and this guy says, I don't want to do this anymore. I thought this is the day he's just going to kill me. And I heard my stepfather tell him, oh, it's okay. When that guy kind of relaxed, my stepfather punched him, bam, knocked him unconscious, drug him to the hole in the floor, sat him up on his knees, handcuffed him, and then he pulled out a pistol. And he said, come here, boy, you're going to shoot this man. I was standing behind him, and he placed the pistol in my hand. I was just like, I can't. My stepfather, he put one hand on my wrist, and he put his finger over my trigger finger. And then he pushed, and I pulled, and I shot the guy in his head, and it killed him. You know, he slumped over. He wiped his hand on the blood on the wood floor, and he slapped it in my face and mouth, like they do when you kill your first deer. That's your first kill.
Now, to be clear, the part that you didn't hear is he says that his dad invited his family to abuse him, and then they do it, so he killed him. But then, right after the story, when he slaps him in the face, he says that's the last time his stepfather ever abused him. So that ended the abuse from his stepfather. Now, in case you're wondering what happened to the body of that guy, Victor says that they put it under the house. They ever went somewhere, dug it up, put it in a backyard somewhere. But 40 years later, he had a guilty conscience about it. Obviously, he was an adult, and he walked into a police station and told the police they had killed this guy and kind of buried him in the backyard. But that particular police officer was like, "Oh, it's okay. You know, it's going time." Again, some people struggle to believe some of his stories. I'm not here to judge his stories. I'm just going to tell you what he says. I think it would be fair for us to suggest that growing up in this particular environment, Victor Marx might have learned a thing or two about moving illegal product across borders. Is that a fair assessment, right? Kids, you grow up, you see what your parents do, you might learn a thing or two. Well, I'll tell you what happens next. At the age of 18, Victor joined the Marine Corps. To be clear, he only served for 2 years during peacetime, stateside, no deployments before he was discharged. But this is a crucial period because that is when he says he found Jesus Christ, and he was stationed at Camp Pendleton, California, and began attending the nearby Calvary. Now, obviously, personal favorite. That happened in 1986. 2 years later, in 1988, he married his wife, Eileen. You just saw Erica hugging. Eileen, Brining Marks. They would go on to have 5 kids and grandkids. In 2003, he and his brother, who got that light sentence, who was out of prison, now began All Things Possible Ministries. Hey, that's it. They were saved, of course. Calvary Chapel, as we have shown you in the past, has a long history of these sorts of characters going on to become pastors, getting involved. So the fact that he got his story started with faith with Calvary Chapel, this makes sense to me. It wasn't all peaches, I'll say that. In 2023, there are so many stories I could tell you, but I'm just trying to limit some of them. In 2003, Eileen, his wife's brother, Kenneth, for some reason, his brother-in-law tried to shoot him on his own property. Fortunately, Victor made it out okay, but Eileen's brother would go on to kill his own girlfriend, for which I believe he is currently awaiting trial. Okay, a lot going on in this family. So how is Victor as a husband and a father? You might be wondering as well. He openly admits that he punches holes in the walls of his house about once a year. And
His name
tells
Kenneth?
his wife since
His name is Kenneth, right? Isn't that like on brand for Kenny?
over. He also openly states that he himself struggles with suicidal and homicidal tendencies. Tell me, what does that mean when you struggle with homicidal tendencies? What does that actually mean? Did I mention that he's running for the governor of Colorado? Good luck, Colorado! See you never if this man wins. Anyway, so what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and September 10th? I am going to tell you because Victor, stepdaddy, was allegedly interested in trafficking, particularly arms, over to Haiti. And he contacted a man named Corby Hall to get this done. Now, Corby, I'm going to read you his statement, and so you know exactly who he is. And it starts with I, Corby Hall, am the inventor, the founder, and the sole owner of Fold AR, a uniquely positioned firearms development company that specializes in producing the most compact rifles that have ever been created. By way of my patented technology, Fold AR manufactures and sells full capability rifles that remain fully assembled and deployable from a standard sized backpack within seconds. Now I'm going to show you that product that he makes, and I will also tell you that he created this after a school shooting. He became passionate. He wanted to help school resource officers be able to have AR that they could keep in backpacks, deploy them if necessary, but that would be unassuming if you were.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was for.
This passionate product.
Definitely wasn't designed with
AR.
Israelis in mind.
Watch this AR action. Not go away because we're going to take a brief before I tell you this true story. It's so insane. I feel like I'm making it up, but I'm not making it up. We'll be right back after a quick break. All right, you guys, right now, gold is giving people a second chance, not because anything is wrong, but because markets move in cycles. Prices surge, they pause, they reset. When they do, smart investors pay attention. That's exactly what's happening right now. Gold pulled back after a strong run, and historically, moments like this don't last very long because the reasons to own gold still have not changed. Uncertainty is still here, inflation hasn't disappeared, and paper assets, well, they can shift overnight. Gold is different because it's tangible, it's proven, and it has stood the test of time. That's why I continue to buy gold and why I recommend that you at least take a serious look. My partners at Goldco make it simple. They are highly trusted with thousands of 5-star reviews, and right now they're offering a 10% bonus in free gold on qualified orders. Understand this: when momentum returns, prices can move quickly. You don't want to be sitting on the sidelines wishing that you had acted sooner. So head to CandiceLikesGold.com for details. Again, that's CandiceLikesGold.
Oh, I know this is tickling me.
Also have to tell you guys about Amy Skincare. You know I love them. A lot of people are starting to look for more natural skincare options, especially ingredients like tallow. But not all tallow products are the same. Some can feel heavy, greasy, or they just sit on your skin without actually helping it. What makes Mimi Skincare's Sunshine Tallow Cream and their Buzzing Tallow Balm different is that their tallow closely mirrors your skin's natural lipids. It means that it absorbs more effectively and actually supports your skin barrier instead of just coating your skin. Amy pairs this ancestral ingredient with clean, modern formulation standards and purposeful botanicals so that your skin feels nourished, protected, and comfortable, not weighed down. It's a natural approach, but it's done thoughtfully, gentle, effective, and designed to support your skin the way that it's meant to function. So if you've been curious about tallow or you're looking for a more natural skincare alternative that actually works, this is a smart place to start. You can find it at nimiskincare.com. And if you want to try it, you can use my code Candice10 at checkout for a discount. Again, that's NIMI skincare.com. Okay, so I am going to read this in the words that were written by Corby Hall. So this is going to be in first person, and he's presenting here just a timeline of the factual events regarding Victor Marx. Again, Erica's dear friend, right? Somebody you want to see immediately after action home after the person been assassinated. I would say that's a dear friend. He writes that on or about December 1st, 2023, at the request of Victor Marx, Melody, my then girlfriend, who earned her place as COO of Fold AR, and myself drove from Texas to Colorado Springs to provide a demo of the Fold AR to Mr. Marx. Melody had followed Mr. Marx on social media for many years and noted that he was seeking the ultimate compact weapons system to use on quote unquote high risk missions. During our demo at his home base gun range, Mr. Marx approached me separately and asked if I would make a signature series rifle for him. He went on to tell me that he was exploring this as well with other much larger manufacturers, but that the Fold AR is, quote, the only one that makes sense. After the demo, Mr. and Mrs. Marx invited Melody and I into their house, and he proclaimed that he felt the hand of God on us and stated that he was told by God that an abundance was headed our way.
Okay.
During the living room meeting, Mrs. Marx identified a very unique connection between Melody and I.
I know what
She-
colors I'm gonna need
I
for
would
these
get married.
projects.
We responded that we would eventually get married, but that it was not a priority for either of us. From this point, Mr. and Mrs. Marx
Green,
began
light
asking
green,
personal
red.
English questions.
Different
The
shades.
responses led into how the Fold AR came into existence, resulting in me explaining the story of how, at 16 years old, I was briefly falsely identified as a person of interest in the Columbine massacre in 1999 by certain investigative agents. Once this was revealed, Mr. and Mrs. Marx went into another room for a few minutes. When they returned, Mr. Marx and Mrs. Marx affirmed that she had had a dream and a vision the night before, that they would be a part of a greater mission to protect children. And with the revealing of the story, it became obvious that the mission would be to help us to get the Fold AR on the backs of school resource officers around the country. Melody and I were in agreement with the Marxist conclusion that God was doing something significant, as the coincidences were too powerful to ignore. Mr. Marx then performed what he described as a retooling prayer on both Melody and myself, which is a whole different topic. Worth further discussion separately. Now, he did send that retooling prayer over to me, and I do want to let you know that Victor Marx is effectively what he does is he pretends that he is going to summon and then extract information from demons that are inside of you. I don't know how he became qualified to do that. He tells you that he needs you to kneel in a circle. This he says the patterns actually parallel practice in occult ritual frameworks. He confronts the demons in these prayer setups, and he demands that the demons tell them the truth about what God is trying to tell him. So he commands the demons to tell them what God wants. I can't think of some months, sorry, following our initial meeting with the Marxes, we released the Victor Marx signature series rifle at the SHOT Show in 2024. The Marx participated in the release, attending our show booth for several hours each of the 4 days of the show. On January
Oh, I'm missing
24th,
bread too, aren't I?
Victor Marx
Yep,
married
I'm missing
Katy
bread.
and I in his hotel room with several of our industry friends present. Some months later, Mr. Marx went on Sebastian Gorka's America First show with Melody to discuss the Fold AR and Victor's mission to put a Fold AR on the back of every school resource officer in America. While their All Things Possible Ministries did purchase 5 Fold AR weapon systems for Lindale High School in Texas, no further participation from their ministries was ever made or offered without explanation. In the late fall of 2024, Mr. Marx flew into the airport in Henderson, Texas. He toured the Fold AR facilities. During this time, Mr. Marx stated to me that he needed 50 rifles for a mission to Haiti, where he would drop off and leave firearms. I responded that it would constitute illegal exporting to do that, so I couldn't help him. And I advised him to not do it with any other firearms as well. I also asked him the question of what good dropping off a bunch of firearms would do in Haiti anyways, with no material response offered by Mr. Marx. In October of 2024, Mr. Marx invited me again to his house in Colorado Springs, requesting that I bring a 1,000-yard capable rifle with a scope and a scope camera mounted. I then built the rifle and drove to his house to deliver it. Once I arrived, Mr. Marx explained that he was trying to protect an orphanage in Haiti and that the team was already packing their gear to leave shortly. This must be like Haitian angels or something. Well, it's a theme. Visions from God, godly visions. This is what God wants you to do in your life. It's giving Erica Kirk. Gotta say it. Giving Erica Kirk. And the angels. There's angels that are involved. So now he needs the guns for the angels. I'll read that last line. Once I arrived, Mr. Marx explained that he was trying to protect an orphanage in Haiti and that the team was already here to leave shortly thereafter. He stated to me that long-range rifle and camera would be used to blow the head off of someone if they attempted to scale the fence of the orphanage. Then the video would be used as propaganda to deter further attempts by gangs around the area. As I usually do, I questioned his strategy and its moral implications, offering a different solution: simply use a watermelon. I stated that I would not leave the rifle with him if he was going to kill some random person with it. He eventually responded in slightly but noticeably annoyed agreement. He then explained that his team was actually going to capture or execute Jimmy Barbecue, the top gang leader of Haiti at the time. Assuming that this would be the last that I would have to redirect Mr. Marx to the fleeting concept of what would
Katy, stop.
Why don't you just go have a meeting with the guy and talk? I then departed and left the long-range configured Fold AR rifle with him. Now, I'll have you know that Victor Marx does make it to Haiti. Pause here so you can see a news clip. This meeting, going out to the orphanages, who's going to blow the head off of Jimmy, but this amazing thing happened. He actually was able to evangelize. It was an opportunity to evangelize some of these gangsters. Take a listen to this news on CBN News.
The FAA has banned U.S. flights to Haiti after 3 planes were hit by gunfire over Port-au-Prince this week. At the center of the chaos in Haiti's capital is the leader of a deadly group of gangs. Visit from the American mission. That gang leader is now pledging to protect orphanages and Christian workers. CBN's Catherine has this exclusive. Port-au-Prince feels like a war zone. Gangs control the majority of the city and want more. Even so, missionary Victor Marx is still investing in ways to ease the suffering.
The reason I'm here in Haiti doing all this high-risk missionary stuff is a while back we was commented there was a request about an orphanage that was under imminent threat. Many consider the most notorious gang in Haiti. The most of 400. It broke my heart to think about somebody's worth and this gang attack to take control over that area.
While the orphanage was saved, a desperate population remains. Some say gang leader Jimmy Barbecue Cherezier is Haiti's most dangerous man. He faces sanctions from the U.S. and the United Nations. Entering his territory uninvited is all but suicidal. Yet when he offered an interview, Marx and his team quickly accepted.
He's truly fighting for reformation and some level of better equality, at least of opportunity. And he doesn't make himself out to be a saint, but yet, prayed with him. We got to pray with him. Hear his pardon for vision. Pray fill him with your spirit, God. Give him eyes and heart. Increase his capacity for love.
That's just a beautiful story. Beautiful, beautiful story. Anyway, let's fast forward to 2025, right? So they're in conversation about this company. Now, in the first quarter, and I'm again reading in first person here, in the first quarter of 2025, Mr. Marx had offered to help find an investor for Fold AR. After all, he knew that we were just barely skimming by financially. Yeah, in 2005, he and his wife are trying to sell this company, cash grabs. They're willing to make this deal with Victor Marx on essentially two conditions. The first is that the guns are going to be used for school resource officers. They wanted school security to be the primary and permanent mission. The second is that they wanted to have enough money, that they agreed to sell the company, that it would be enough money that they would no longer have to work. So those were pretty simple two conditions that they had. He tells us that as the stress of this had built up on my wife and I drove to Mr. Marx's house to discuss about personal and business-related matters. When I arrived late at night, Mr. Marx Chaz and he met me at the hotel. We were both wearing different vests. We sat down and Mr. Marx's table. Lightly rejected his offer, rising and it would be a thing to me in the environment. As continued to release seeking deliverance from pronouns and he appeared to respect my reaction, although later he would reveal his underlying reaction. Mr. Yandel stayed at the hotel that night in a room down the hall from me. Mr. Marx had a bodyguard near me, and all were wearing bulletproof vests at all times. I thought nothing of it, as Mr. Marx represented to me that they were just breaking in the vests, and I proceeded to train his bodyguard on how to deploy the Fold AR. I spent 3 days with Mr. Marx where we discussed all sorts of topics from biblical prophecy and times, underground.
Wow, it's exact.
Rich
Perfect.
salvation,
This one. Same exact.
an investor for the business.
75.
As part of this, Mr. Marx revealed
Nailed it.
that he was discussing the acquisition with Sig Sauer and their top shooter, Daniel Horner, who Mr. Marx stated had received and tested and had given the thumbs up for Sig's involvement. He further stated that his improvements were only involved in two value valuation, including the content. Then he stated that he personally wanted to purchase $50. Now, while I did present some challenges to his proposal, I did not initially accept or reject it. I let him continue to try to sell it. At this point, I wanted to see if it was pulling the band. As he talked further, supposed that he assumed that I was bored. As we were walking his truck around his property discussing this, he then stated that the IDF needed my guns. I responded, "Oh yeah, that would be great. They have 3,700 schools." And I turned to him. As he stopped walking, he stated, "No, they need 50,000 guns for operations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria."
Called that one, didn't I?
Sheesh. I dead stared him in the eyes, waiting for his response as he waited for mine. After telling his bodyguard to step back a few paces, his response to me was, "Do you know that I could whoop your ass right here and there's nothing that you could do about it?" I remained motionless, staring him in the eyes with no response while he was getting fidgety. After about 15 seconds, he starts walking again and he says, "That's why I'm never going to engage in scripture with you," which followed prior discussions where I had challenged his plans and his doctrine using scripture in the most respectful and tempered way. During that walk, I eventually reaffirmed to him that I would not be accepting an investor or a buyer who would not fully commit to the obvious mission of protecting children in schools. While at Mr. Marx's residence, he showed me a structure that was being built behind his house, which included a large underground bunker and a front-facing firearm port built into the concrete structure and an indoor shooting range. He stated that the intention of the complex would be used for spiritual retooling of traumatized officers who worked child sex trafficking cases in partnership with local, state, and federal agencies. It was going to be exclusively funded by donors. Days after I left his residence, we continued our conversations in a different tone. He continued on telling me that there is no longer a need for fold AR in schools. He cited some school shooting data statistics in error. I kept responding that despite any error in those stats, temporary statistics don't matter, while dormant sleeper cells are the issue. It eventually became clear to Mr. Marx that a deal was not going to happen. At the end, Mr. Marx asked me if we were still friends. I responded, yes, we can still be friends, but I no longer consider you mine or Melody's spiritual mentor, and I am requesting that you don't contact her anymore. You can discuss anything directly with me. That same day, Mr. Marx sent a group message to my wife and I, the couple that he had married just a year prior, and after a bunch of rambling about how much he's helped us, he stated that I am demonically influenced because I refused a retooling prayer. So what happens thereafter is he explains that actually he pursued his wife, and I'm talking about Victor Marx, and his wife and him are separated in this moment because he does not want to do a business deal. And I will say this is allegedly, for the IMF to send 50,000 weapons overseas, but this has caused friction. And now I'm going to tell you guys about a mysterious transaction that took place in this Prologue, June 6th, 2024. Corby met with a buyer, person who wanted to purchase just one of his full cars. And it was a Texas deputy with us. Purchased with the serial number 02735. Fast forward now. That Texas deputy contacted him, and he told him that the gun was stolen at a gas station in Midland, Texas. He said that he had accidentally left the car doors, windows down. Someone grabbed the backpack with the full AR inside of it. That Texas deputy and claimed that he reported it to local police. That was it. Follow up. No one contacted Corby, nothing, just a missing gun. We're going to fast forward again to September 10th, 2025, the morning of Charlie Kirk's assassination at 9:33 a.m. Central. So again, this is a full year, 2 months later after this gun went missing, and Corby receives an email from the ATF. They're conducting a trace on that exact gun. Now, you might be like me, you might not know what that means. What is an ATF trace on a gun? Why did they do that? What does it mean? Well, the ATF is, of course, the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms. Trace what means that they are seeking to identify the first retail purchase of a firearm that they have determined is involved in a crime. So when we say to the morning on the assassination, he reached out to Corby. He said, this gun is involved in a crime, and you are the artillery, and we'd like you to send it to 24 hours to respond to this. What he did, and seriously, nothing followed. He felt very weird about it, given the eventual assassination of Charlie Kirk, everything that was surrounding the gun, no gun, magic bullets that went through. So what he did was he decided to reach back out to the person he sold the gun to, the Texas deputy sheriff guy. And he picked up the phone and he said, no, ATF never contacted me, the person who the gun was sold to. The deputy also told him that he had checked some system that he has available and he has access to, and that gun is somehow not even reported as missing. Again, there's been no follow-up on that, and he forwarded me the email from the ATF. It's real. I found it. He's not making it up. All of it is saying your conversations that he's had His testimony to him, part was when he created this folder PR. Just as Florida's timing of that ATF trace is indeed odd. Precise. Into things out there peacefully gone. It's already quite interesting. Now, why am I telling you all this? Why am I sharing the story? Well, because they have spent months trying to dissuade you with this idea that something bigger could be going on, right? I've been telling you that something's not right, specifically with Turning Point Faith. Background, history, the Calvary Chapel, Rob McCoy type characters, their utterly bizarre commitment to Israel. Israel first and foremost and always, their backgrounds, their shady backgrounds, their connections to the military. And now we have a stunning example before us, a person who is willing to testify about Victor Marx and his experience Victor Marx and what we find to do for Israel. A legend. Our governments, they should know this, as taking the many times before. These groups, these system, to the Middle East in particular, getting these sorts of weapons in the arms from is exactly what we originally wanted to do. Haiti, to get these sorts of weapons together, that would let them from. And you should know that this is a tutorial. And I was telling you that they go with me and they were trying to spend so crazy. Trafficking, global trafficking. Yeah, it sounds pretty good up to the world for years. Recently, by the way, in case I'm just saying this to further impress you how real this is, Trump accidentally admitted that we sent arms to protesters in Iran. That's our favorite move. Remember, they were saying it was a conspiracy. The Iranian government was saying these protesters are not real. They are working on behalf of Israel, and they are trying to, from the inside out, collapse the nation, essentially color revolution, which we do all over the world.
Crazy how fucking nail it.
And government said, "Oh no,
it's really
this was
randomly
just a
good at
normal
things that I can't
uprising.
explain.
People were feeling." Well, yeah. Then Trump accidentally, and it's quite stunning, admitted it.
Yes, my yarn collection is huge. I just got all this yarn in the mail. I have like I need it for the rug making. It goes through it very fast. So I was fortunate to be able to start out strong on very little money because I got 40% off plus that honey extension for your browser. I had my laptop, so I was able to order it and use like the actual browser. And the honey browser gave me like an additional $60 off the total. I ended up paying like 60% off in total, I think.
So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that.
I paid $200, just under $200 for all this yarn, and this yarn is valued at $480, I think. Something like that.
Oh.
I'm really making the numbers up because I can't remember.
Could you imagine if Iran, the Iranian government said, we had sent all of these guns to American protesters. We had sent all of these guns so they could have an uprising against their government. It's on camera, like they just came right out on the front lawn. And we're a little upset because they said it was going to happen. Said if we just try to get these arms over, someone was going to intervene and take all these guns and these weapons. Not happy about it. That was supposed to go to, the voters. They could, have an uprising against their government. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Could you imagine if the shoe was on the other foot? Nothing they are telling us is real about what goes on in the Middle East. Now that Trump has made that admission, my question is how? What was the plan?
Jill's gonna fall back there. I just know it.
That when we are
Know it.
putting illegal arms, when we are arming people in another government, under another government, in another nation. How does the military do that? I'd love to hear more. What was the lead up to that? How did you get weapons into Iran? I have an idea of how that works. It's been done before. I want to introduce you guys to this story about Marx again, so that you can be removed from this media illusion that it is crazy to think that pastors and churches and your government and multiple nations could all be involved in a trafficking ring. Because, like I said at the top of the show, it's just not possible. And everyone around America is so committed to traffic charitably, you know, rescuing people in high risk situations. Victor Marx says he dealt with the Taliban, he dealt with ISIS. So, like the American government, is that what we're talking about? Is this like CIA contracting work? Was this what happens? Pay attention to this, because I have said from the beginning, since I was betrayed, I have been looking at this now for 7 months. It's very obvious to me that these pastors claim to be evangelizing these people that work in the USA. Well, I used to be an arms trafficker dealer, and then I found God. Wow, there's a lot of that going around here at Turning Point. I used to do that. I found God. What a perfect cover. Perfect cover to continually say that you are committed to God and you're committed to the Lord.
And it's funny because we all know this is going on. How many people know how hypocritical
I am happy.
their, religious leaders are, their parents who are religious? Like, there's an entire generation of kids who are like devil worshippers because they hate religion so much because of what they have seen with their own eyes. They're hypocritical parents who say one thing and then behind closed doors do another, or they're pastors who say one thing in public and then molest people in the background. These things are all open secrets or whatever. So, like, are we really surprised that they're involved in trafficking organizations and like things like that? Really? I don't understand why it's so far-fetched what she's saying, and why people are so I don't know why people are so gullible to believe the propaganda machines that are trying to slander Candace or Tucker for the things that they're saying. If you listen to Candace and Tucker long enough, you can make up your mind and decide why you don't like them. There are things I don't like about her. That I really don't like about her. She does not really care about just the truth. But this Charlie Kirk investigation, she's on a tangent, and I'm going to pay attention to it because I want to see what she says. Just like I'm listening
Every single
to
thing
people,
Turning Point
other people say things.
Done, how long it's been going on, because my
Which one is this, Clara?
suspicion.
Yep.
When I think of the timeline, 2018, is it just
See the
way
difference?
too perfect?
Okay, this one's more
Lines up.
purple.
When Epstein went
That one's
down,
more red. This is
and
going to
it
be
seems like there
perfect.
was
These
this
colors are going to go together perfect for my son's car.
and
I'm really excited about this.
suddenly people just got into
I'm going to be able to blend all the colors that I've got going on.
deep down suspicion
It's going to be cool.
is that we are looking at maybe
So excited to
Epstein
start
not
this car for
having
him.
gone down, actually. Maybe
All the prep
Epstein
work
just
I have to do, though.
the Epstein world just re-emerging somewhere else, because you don't something that global and that big doesn't just go down overnight. Doesn't just go down with one man. It gets a new head. That's what happens. So
Where's my white?
I cannot even process people who are still out here pretending.
I also have to fix
some perfect
the
That's all the wrong friends.
my
Stop
fuck up
that, because it's dumb. And
when
it's
I
not
messed
dumb.
up.
Why you should stop doing that.
Can't get plugged
We
in
will
because my jewel's
take a
plugged
quick
in.
break
I
and
fucked
be
up
right
really
back.
bad, and I didn't flip my image
You are a parent, you know exactly
for
what
this
it means.
Romeo and Juliet book I'm gonna make,
Sniffle,
and
cough,
so I have to
just
basically
weird voice. I've learned that winter health isn't about reacting.
do
it's
it all
about
over
being
again.
prepared. That's why beekeepers
I need really
is
Sharpie
often especially this time of year. I'm especially
I also need more light.
propolis.
I wish I had light.
If you've not yet heard of propolis, it's this natural immune supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds.
Of course, it's
It's
almost
been
dead.
used for centuries to help support immunity, to soothe throats, and to keep
We're pretty high on that.
free from all chemicals and no fake sugars. A lot of friendly bird spray. The mist is so soft and gentle, kids will actually use it. Today, Beekeepers Natural is giving my viewers an exclusive offer. If you head to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace and enter code Candace at checkout, you'll get 20% off your order. Again, that's
There you go.
beekeepernaturals.com/Candace and enter code Candace at checkout to receive 20% off your order. Their products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. Also, want to remind you guys about American financing because between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it is easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you are already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you should know that you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American financing, but maybe hesitated because you didn't want to give up that low mortgage rate that you're currently enjoying. Well, that's exactly the reason American finance upfront. I see people in the chat saying that arms were used to kill civilians in broad daylight. I mean, I get it, guys. You don't even. It is so clear to me what is happening in this world, and we are not the good guys. We are not the good guys. Be very wary of these sorts of pastors, is what I would say. And Colorado, I mentioned he's running for governor. Did I mention he's running for governor? He's got a very checkered background, admits to being brain damaged, and has been caught lying extensively. Kind of like Eric, maybe he has a bad memory like Eric. It's never a bar to entry. It's like they just welcome this Turning Point USA. Like, oh, Greg Laurie, yeah, is accused of trafficking. Church, Harvest Church is being accused of trafficking people from Romania. Just incredible how this just keeps happening to the very godly woman that Charlie married. Isn't it just so weird? It's like just none of my friends can't, none of them can say that they have this many people around them that have been accused of trafficking, whether it's arms, children. I just 0% of my friends. Amazing. All right, top comments from yesterday's episode. Big Dog Sound One writes, leaving the Daily Wire is like leaving Scientology. I promise you, it is so much worse than anything you have seen on TV. It's just like, no, yeah, way worse. Way worse. It is a beyond cult. Beyond cult, I would say. They just can't get on that leave. You just can't leave if you're like intact. They're gonna have to destroy you with us being against us. Well, I'm against you. I'm against Israel. I'm against everything they're doing. So at least I will die with my soul intact. Big Dog writes, I was watching this at the gym. I look over and the girl on the treadmill next to me had it on too. I love this. I respond. I said, ask her on a date. What is the follow up? J Dog. Gotta ask her on a date soon. For today's episode, oops, I have completely this out of these documents. These documents. Give me just 1 second. Oh, I'm like way X'd out here. Where? New? Again, wrong spots. Okay. I do not know why, but my entire thing just reset. What episode number are we right now?
Did it again.
I can do that. That works. Thank you. I'll just read them from the front. Okay, I actually see that. Okay. Comments from today's episode. BC writes, I practically broke my brain learning the ins and outs of the details of Russiagate to debunk and argue with the left about it. Now I wonder what the point was when Trump is now just doing everything that the Russiagate and Moria comms Monty. That is very Russiagate, which is ridiculous. I actually personally now view things in terms of theology. I'm like, yep, that's a Christian nation. That it's a Christian nation. Stop trying to tell me that I should hate them when we are allied with Baal worshippers in the Middle East. Bitsy Figurino writes, I used to read the book of Revelation and wonder how it was possible that the Antichrist could deceive so many Christians despite openly mocking God and impersonating Christ. I don't wonder anymore. My loyalty is to the Lord Jesus Christ.
No, I'm good at
That's
this.
exactly what I just said. And that's exactly what it should be. They've done such a good job of making us see, oh, you're this nation, so you should root for this team. It's like everyone's rooting for Christians and now slaughter everywhere. Something. And just pretty gas things. They are suffering too, right? To serving the idea, and people are committing suicide when they come out because they are being sent to just mass murder children. I mean, it's unbelievable. People have testified to the fact of how it disrupts them mentally and how they can hear the children screaming. Unbelievable. Sheets writes, nowhere else do you get skepticism. Some other scholars I support it on the book club. Chaos, amazing, a great follow-up is weird scenes and fascinated by the secret founding. That's what we're writing right now. This is fascinating. God bless you and keep it community. Thank you so much. The son of Guppy writes, just got home, grab my phone, chances on Shabbat Shalom. Auntie Pelican writes, many of these born again churches have people like this who backs slide only to think of the word will be better than over. There are the ones that scream loudest about how priests are so tired.
None of these people actually believe in the Bible or God at all. They just know that they can manipulate a lot of people if they put the fucking face on them. And they wear, you know, the Christian skin suit.
We'll be talking about a book club this week, Order of Zion, right? And we are supposed to be serving Israel, and we're supposed to be serving only whoever the leader of Israel is in the Likud party, the furthest to the right, which would be Bibi Netanyahu, and anybody that's in our way needs to go. And the Catholic Church has historically always stood in the way of this fringe Zionist belief that the world belongs to them and that they're
Less America,
like magic, killed, lied to, screw over. It's all for me because they're just chosen.
Let's do the other direction for a little bit.
Dan Sully writes, so grateful that you are leading the charge in the spaces is completely corrupt. Jimmy Yorkers read your Trump response and loves it, as did I. God bless you, stay new, racist king. Absolute permission. Dean writes, I have officially become the gay best friend that my wife always wanted. I just taught myself calling her, telling her battle bun is engaged. She didn't respond, just made some like a female from the was gone.
I need to turn the heat on, it's cold. I need to turn the dehumidifier on, it's raining out.
Together. It's always a bright spot in my bed. Wonder Woman writes, Marines only allow a minimum 4-year listening. 2 years is not possible. Our things to find heavy. Why was he let go? Interesting. I didn't know that. I do not know much about the military. There was somebody who did a very deep dive on it. Since we were preparing this, what was it?
It's crazy trying to use muscles that I don't ever use. I got to keep doing it this direction from now on. Use this muscle while I have the. I'm forced to.
Was already looking into Victor Marx. Had been looking into Victor Marx for months.
It'll take me twice as long to do it, but it will build my muscles up.
And on Facebook, or it can be as a deep dive into Victor Marx. We don't possibly have the time to uncover all the things that he has said. Friend of his committed suicide, teenager, and the cops brought him over and questioned him. They made him look at the brain splatter on the wall. I mean, it just never ends. And there have been interviews where people have very heavily suggested that Victor Marx is just, in fact, a compulsive liar. Lies about everything, lies about his life, his former life. So you could be onto something. I will leave that to the people that are in the military, but it is a 2-year service for sure. We did look into that, and hopefully there will be a lot more. I am planning on having for the fall response. Also, we're doing the best to try sleeping out 2 weeks. Yeah, we're gonna respond. Assassination could be adjacent. We don't know if that gun has anything to do with it, and it sure is an interesting time. We're going to disappear, and there's not going to look back. What crimes associated? We'll find out as we're nosy, and we're not going away. We're going to continue to prod the narrative regarding what happened and what did not happen on September 10th. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Johnny Somali is up for his trial tomorrow on April 15th, and this is the sentencing date. So today we're going to track his history of failure and how no matter what happens tomorrow, he may end up failing hard and being punished even harder. Of course, as a legal mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So we're looking back at this history that's been going on for now almost 2 years involving the criminal trial and the process with Johnny Somali, and how his entire process and the way he's gone about this trial and how this trial has proceeded has been a complete fail for Johnny Somali. Now, of course, Ramsey Khalid Ismail's sentencing is tomorrow morning, April 15th in Korea. That'll be the evening for those in the United States. And we can see this history on how he's completely failed over the course of his trial and continued to dig himself deeper by failing to show genuine remorse, by failing to plead guilty when he could have pled guilty much earlier, by failing to actually compensate the victims. All of these things have dug himself deeper and deeper and deeper. And today we're going to get into some extra facts, which I haven't talked about before, on how even in the best case scenario for RKI, even if he gets the lightest possible sentence, there are options for the prosecution to seek harsher punishment. So let's start with this history so we all are on the same page of where this started. This started back in November 11th of 2024. And that's when he was first indicted for the 7-Eleven ramen prank, which is the first criminal charge for business obstruction. Now, this is very important because this particular district takes crimes very, very seriously. And by getting this first one on the map, by getting the first charge in, they were able to place a travel ban on Johnny Somali and keep him from leaving. That was critical to this case, as most streamers that are nuisance streamers get away with crimes because they're able to leave the country. And this is the important thing that stopped him in Korea versus other streamers. Of course, although Johnny Somali likes to say it's just about the ramen and, that's all, no, there was much, much more. Then he was indicted on December 4th for dead fish harassment. And this is not just for carrying a dead fish, as he likes to portray it, but actually going up, harassing people, getting in their face with it, and being extremely, extremely annoying to all of those folks as they're trying to go about their day. That was the second criminal charge on December 4th. Then we had a third charge pile on in February 5th of 2025, where he was indicted for subway music and harassment, which is his third criminal charge. And at this point, we already knew the case was going to be unprecedented because having a single criminal charge merged in is super rare in Korea. But when we saw two get merged in for a total of 3 criminal charges, we knew at that point this was going to be a wild case. And even further, all of these charges that were merged in were right before his trial date. So it seemed like the Korean system was just needling him at every single turn with an additional charge right before his next trial. And we saw this continue on February 26th of 2025, where he was indicted for his bus harassment, which was the 4th criminal charge. Now, once again, Johnny Somali likes to talk just about, oh, it's the dead fish in the ramen. Or these things piled on and on and on. And these are things that obstructed business. They stopped the operations of the bus, of the subway. These are serious penalties in Korea. And honestly, he should have known from the get-go that he was not going to get out of these scenarios. Then we have his indictment on March 25th, the first very serious crime, one that came with mandatory prison sentence. There's no fine option for this crime, and that is his deepfake with Jungmann. Now, I'm not going to show that particular deepfake. It's a little graphic, but it involved Hank Yu, who you see kind of down there, making out with Korean streamer Jungmann, half naked. That was his 5th criminal charge. Now, beyond that, April 29th, we get hit
one color that I don't have.
with Bong Bong, which was extremely, once again, offensive to her, painting her as his girlfriend, saying that they engaged in sexual relations. Very, very horrible for her and taken very seriously by the Korean system. We also had looked at world business obstruction. Now, this was particularly heinous because these sexual messages played in Korean in front of
For
children.
you, I'm gonna need gold. I got that. I'm gonna need purple.
It's a racism problem. What? Where I gotta go? It's racism. I'm black. You want me to go? I go. Whatever.
And Johnny Somali knowingly kept playing these things after being told by his chat they were sexual, after being, told that, hey, you should not do this in front of children. He was warned by staff to stop. They told him through Google Translate, please stop this. He refused to stop, kept playing sexual TTS, monkey noises, everything else, lying and saying it's a ringtone. He proceeded to try to run away from security while screaming and saying he was autistic and bipolar, etc., and trying to get away with things. Of course, that didn't fly. And Local World eventually came through, that being his sixth and seventh criminal charges. And then we had the final criminal charge come up on July 22nd, 2025, for another harassment charge for a total of 8 criminal charges. This is something that observers that know the Korean system, that have experienced the Korean system, have really never seen this many charges over the course of almost a year getting piled in there. And that's not where the trial stopped, because there was more to the trial. In fact, we had a lot of delays. We had other incidences that pushed the trial back until we really got to February 26, was with an absolute bombshell coming down where the prosecution rejected Somali's attempted settlement with Yuman and kept the deepfake charge standing. He wanted to get that mitigated by getting a settlement with Yuman and get that charge dropped or get that charge to go away. But the prosecution said, no, it's on our hands, not your hands, to decide whether or not we remove a charge. And they had no interest in removing that charge with Johnny Somali. They also recommended 3 years in prison with labor, right? So this is something where he's going to have to go in and work. He's going to be doing some monotonous factory work because, of course, they also recommended a fine of 150K won and 5 years of sex offender registration. And as a sex offender, he will not be able to be around normal Koreans. He will be isolated from them, and that's why he'll be in the monotonous factory work. Will have to be laboring for years. Now, Johnny's closing statement was particularly heinous and an absolute monstrosity when you look at it in the scope of the Korean law and Korean system. Instead of taking accountability and being sincerely remorseful, he actually blamed the victim and decided to criticize Korean law as part of his closing. And that was an absolute travesty in terms of legal strategy in the Korean system. Instead of saying, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know, this is something that I feel very remorseful for. I apologize to the victims. This is something that I made right with the victims. No, he decides to blame the victims and blame Korea. And of course, this brings us up to what we have with sentencing coming up today. And that is under the Korean sentencing guidelines, there's really 3 levels that you can think of: mitigated, default, aggravated. So mitigated being the lowest level, being the lightest punishment, default, and aggravated. Well, we've gone over those factors and we've analyzed that on my show. In brief, Johnny has no factors that would lead to a mitigated sentence. It really doesn't make sense by any of those factors to give him that mitigated sentence. When you look at the factors in the Korean sentencing guidelines, you actually see that only a default or an aggravated sentence is really appropriate because they
I need to turn the heat.
more snow compensation.
I need to get through here. I need to turn on the heat and turn the humidifier.
Engaged on or profit, all of those point to a default or aggravated sentence, something that would not give him a lighter punishment. But let's hypothetically think about, okay, Johnny Somali gets light. In the Korean system, it's different than America. It's more like the German system. And actually, prosecutors can appeal decisions if they judge the sentence too light. That's a big difference from the American system. The prosecution has 7 days to appeal a decision. So even if there was a light sentence, let's say the sentence was less than half of what the prosecutor recommended. So something like under 2 years or a year and a half, or for example, if they gave him a suspended sentence, they could have a high likelihood of appealing that and have 7 days to do so. So even if the judge was to go light, the prosecutor could come back and appeal that. So here's my judgment. In judgment, Johnny Somali isn't off the hook, even if the judge tomorrow grants a light under 2 year, 1.5 year sentence. So even if he gives a light sentence, he's not off the hook. Even a suspended sentence, which would be the best case scenario for Johnny, the prosecutors can appeal that, would have strong motive to appeal that based on what they recommended as a proposed sentence. And if you look at the odds on appeal, the odds on appeal are much better for prosecutors in Korea. They're actually quite favorable. The other thing is we still have the chance harassment charges, which are still actionable. And if prosecutors felt like, hey, he got off the hook for this, they could still have time to bring those, and they could bring those forthright. The other thing is that Johnny Somali is likely going to be stuck with offender status, which can carry over into the United States. That's something that's going to bear with him and can have criminal consequences elsewhere, particularly if he fails to register. So we'll all be paying attention to what happens tomorrow. But no matter what happens, Johnny's history has been a history of legal failure, and he continues to put himself in hot water. But I want to know what you guys think about the Somali case, and I will catch you on the next one. The Duggars are in the news, but it's for serious criminal charges, including up to life in prison. We're going to do that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge.
Cool if you just gave me like a 2-hour long discussion on something cool. Oh my god, stop it. Here's a 2-hour talk. Oh, this is for sleeping.
Trump just caused a nuclear meltdown as he posts a picture of himself as Jesus. And he dropped this nuke on the few people that still supported him. Welcome back to my freedom loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. So, as President Trump dropped this nuclear.
I'm twisting the yarn like this.
Healing a
So that when I'm using it, it feeds to me easier.
What was he thinking? Was he deliberately trying to piss off?
Thank you so much, High Fly. Do 3814. Hey, I love that 3814 number.
Take a look at what people around the internet are saying about
My
this.
favorite number is 3614.
Get some speculation on he actually did this. What his real motives may have been. And also, spoiler alert.
I'm so glad I left my work when I did.
Deleted this picture. That says something too. But starting with this, if you look at my Twitter, here's the first thing I thought of when I saw this picture. Looks like Trump Christ is trying to heal Epstein in this pic. As this guy isn't too dissimilar from Epstein. I could imagine Trump sitting there with a guy running his AI imagery. Like, yeah, make him look more like Epstein. That's a good look for Jesus me to be healing him. And that's the first thing I thought of. And in conjunction with that first thought, I was like, this picture ain't gonna go down very well at all. And then you just watch this mushroom cloud online happening. And yes, it was happening. People who have been openly criticizing Trump all along the way. I would be one of those people, but then also the people that are like just Trump loyalists above truth loyalists, they're defending Iran war. Like, yeah, and it was time to move on from the Epstein files. Come on, you're not MAGA. You want justice for the victims? When even they started criticizing Trump and calling him out on this. So it played out just like a nuclear mega holocaust. And yeah, people were offended. I hear Knights Templar International, they sound religious. I don't really know about them, but here's what they said. The Knights Templar Order is ruling council demands this offensive and blasphemous image be removed forthwith. Like speak from 1800s English. We supported President Trump in 2016 and 2024. And of course, this group is long time supporters.
I don't for the sex. Having a year between the of this, they have no other choice but to condemn it and arguably announce for a public apology to the Christian brethren. I get very upset by this fiction. Be respectfully prevented of the difficult picture found in the Galatians 6 that not maybe the amendment supposed to be. I don't know. Maybe we're not ready. And this kind of example after example of just Trump supporters
Too much.
not feeling very good about this. Here's one more example. Take this down, Mr. President. And by the way, you can tell, like, I appreciate like that post we just read, and then this one. It's not like emotional hysteria, like someone who's just in their reptilian brain angry at Trump.
A little bit too much.
Respectful yet very firm backlash it seems received. At least the example.
That's rude.
You've been credited with doing tons right since that ride down the Golden Escalator from 15, defending Judeo-Christian values, making hits for it. That's great. But
No, it's right. It's posters. It's great.
preserves and responds. You're not God. None of us are. This goes too far. It crosses the line. A supporter can back the mission and reject this simultaneously. Take it down. Agree or disagree. What am I missing? This is a credible post. If it's just emotional hysteria, calling Trump names, insulting him, it's like, all right, that's coming from someone's reptilian brain. This comes from someone's neocortex. It's just not only better, it's more impactful. And by the way, the offense on this, it's one thing, like you could be deeply Christian, see this, and like you're not very liberal, so you don't get super offended. But to me, there can be an offensiveness of like, yeah, I know it's just a picture.
We're gonna go the other direction.
But where I know is what was Trump trying to do with this? What was his intentions with this? What was he trying to accomplish? What message was he trying to send? That's when we get into like, this is unnerving territory. Why Trump is. We'll speculate here. Before we speculate about Trump's why, here's what prompted it. I'm not saying it's his why, it real deeper meaning. But in this tweet or Truth Social that Trump put out, which by the way, the guy does not believe in paragraphs. He's just like, here is a wall of words. Good luck reading this. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt your eyes. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but essentially, Trump came out right before posting this blasphemous picture, and Trump was criticizing the Pope. Don't know his name. Leo John Paul IV. It's a guy from Chicago. Let's be real. He was criticizing the Pope because the Pope won't support him in the Iran war. That's funny. Well, here's why it's funny. I'm not going to sit here and pretend the Pope is a holy guy. I like to call balls and strikes. No, I wish he was. He's not. He's elected, and he's not even elected by we, the people, Catholics, the people. He's elected by like a select group of powerful people in positions of political power. Like you don't elect holy people, let alone you don't elect them from like power people. Like electing a holy person, it doesn't work that way. Do you think Jesus was elected? The Pope, it's a political position. You know, the Catholic Church is a very strong corporation. Yeah, Pope, do we pretend it's something we do sort of pretend? Yeah. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, dude, I'm offended that Trump's criticizing the Pope. Here's why I think that's hilarious. I would criticize the Pope because I'd say the guy's not holy enough. He's a politician, and Trump is here criticizing. You won't support me in the Iran war, which is basically Trump saying he's like too holy. He's not political enough. The Pope should back killing people. Why aren't you backing me? What's wrong with you?
It's crazy how it does that. It lassos the hook on the end all on its own. It
So that's what prompted
goes
Trump to then,
and then it pops off the little hook and lassos itself.
I took to my Twitter and asked people, why do you think Trump did this? A, I thought it was a good idea. boat was out of touch. And he had no idea this would go down really bad. B, actively trying to use the few supporters he has left. If so, it's like mission accomplished. You pissed them off. Or C, he's demon possessed / Netanyahu made him do it. Same thing. So let's peruse a few answers. Dr. Simon Goddick says this. D, it's a write-in. Seb Gorka, who runs Trump's social media accounts on Israel's behalf, posted it as part of a humiliation ritual. I don't know if that's true, but I could definitely see people who control Trump be like, one of the ways we control you is we humiliate and watch you do it. Okay, got my attention. Because we are in a holy war, Trump is no longer a populist. He's turned out to himself with the savior archetype. His ego has put in the foundation that Zionists in his ear need him to believe what he's doing is spiritually sanctioned. He needs the few supporters he has left to validate these delusions. So this person's suggesting Trump was like trying to get his supporters to believe he's more godlike than he is. Which the economic godlike he is zero. He's a human. Now we're gonna dissect ourselves and circle back to why Trump actually did this. But first, of course, breaking news. President Trump deleted his post with the AI image. You search his True Social, you can't find it anymore. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, I want to tell you about red light therapy, what it does, sacrifices, and what the dealing with our eyes. I just say, I'm posting this. Absolutely terrible idea. Unless he's trying to lose his smart. Absolutely terrible idea. Not good. Terrible look. It makes him look blasphemous. It makes him look like he's doing the bidding of Netanyahu. Not that he would ever do that. It's just terrible. So terrible that he did that. Given that he did do it, him deleting that, it surprises me. I'll tell you why it surprises me in a second. Yet calling balls and strikes, it was a good move for President Trump to delete this. Here's why it surprised me. I can't remember one time where Trump bowed down to backlash when he was in the wrong. Yeah, Trump's been in the wrong about things. And typically what you get is just double down. He'll ignore it.
Well, he did ignore it. He just deleted it and ignored it and moved on.
It's basically all he does.
That's what he did just now.
Backlash. I've never seen him bow down before. And
You've never paid attention, but I bet he's deleted a lot of posts before. Don't be retarded.
He listened to the backlash, and more importantly, he's saying the backlash.
Someone else deleted it. Trump doesn't physically have
the support the people
runnings of his own
that are giving
accounts.
This isn't
Christ.
Thomas Massey.
People who have like 1 million followers don't run their accounts.
Salty. Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Tucker Carlson as low IQ individuals. And he's losing support because of that. This isn't him saying we're moving on from the Epstein files and him losing support over that because he would just double down or gaslight, lie. This is him saying, yeah, the people that I'm getting backlash from, that matters to me. I don't want to lose their support or I feel the damage. So why the hell did he do this in the first place? One does have to consider he's brought America into a war on behalf of a nation, Israel, that, they kill Christians. Israel, it's fair to say they're against Christians. It's fair to say Israel is against everything that's not them. So this has a look of like
they're against each other
this
in the country. Like they can't stand each other.
It's very insulting to Christians. I dare say.
I know that. One of my friends is Israeli, actually. A lot of the information I get about them, I've gotten.
He's got a lot on his mind. Of course, he's not really in touch with people. He lives in just his own world. Yet, even with that benefit of the doubt, there's no part of me that believes President Trump deep down would have thought this would go well. I do kind of think he was forced to do it, / maybe doing the bidding of something he shouldn't be doing the bidding of. The devil, the demon, Netanyahu. I just remind you what Tucker Carlson recently came out. He pointed out something very obvious, and I think that is very telling when we consider this recent post of President Trump. Take a look at this.
Bible. His wife, on Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it. I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about, what is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? That suggests you know it is real and you're rejecting it.
It is real.
I like colors.
It is real.
You're doing, and you're doing it anyway. But nobody has questions about that either. It seems kind of inappropriate given the celebration.
I like
prophecies.
teal.
Wouldn't you take the oath of office to lead our nation? But pretty much nobody did. I didn't. I'll get that. I saw it. Didn't say one word about me.
It's very interesting. President Trump did not put his hand on the Bible when he took the oath of office in January 2025. And in that monologue, Tucker Carlson goes on to suggest, because he intentionally didn't do it, that is potentially a very literal show of rejecting what the Bible stands for. And we can see his actions rejecting what the Bible stands for. And then the plot thickens, because you see this blasphemous picture from post, and to me it strikes me as another very public show of rejection of what the Bible stands for. I'm not in Trump's side, but my best educated guess, trusting my senses, my gut, here's what it feels like to me. This is a very intentional public display of rejecting what the Bible stands for. You're not respecting God, you're not respecting Jesus. He is respecting himself in this picture. And when you take the place of Jesus, that's showing disrespect to Jesus, therefore disrespecting the Bible and all the morals that come with the Bible. And then you can zoom in a little bit over, and again, this is picture Trump posted. This isn't someone else doing this online and like, hey, look at Trump. No, it's Trump posted this. You zoom in and you look up here above Trump's left shoulder. What the hell is that in the middle? And why is that on the picture? I don't know. It's either a character out of a He-Man cartoon for some reason. Probably not, but it definitely looks like some sort of demonic depiction. That's how I think he was intentionally rejecting what the Bible stands for and showing.
Don't stand with your knees bent backwards.
Sound crazy when I say this, but I'm going to say
It's comfortable for my knees to just go in a backwards position.
And also showing demonic possession. The only other thing I could like say from those 5D chess. 5G test is the actual
Shoot, if you think this is a murder weapon, you should see what I used to put the yarn on the canvas.
The chess, ladies and gentlemen. How could this be that? Okay, here's my best guess at how this might be 5D chess. Trump is completely controlled by Israel, and he can't do anything about it, except start playing 5D chess to warn the American people. And therefore, because he knows he's controlled and he knows that is terrible for America, what he's doing is playing 5D chess, trying to piss off all of America, he's already done that, but in this case, including the few supporters he has left. He's trying to get everybody to root against him, stop supporting him, stop trusting him. And that's his power move, because he knows he's controlled by Israel and he knows that's bad for America.
Can't tell if he's joking or not.
Deeply can't do anything about it directly because Israel controls him, blackmail, we're going to whatever threats. So he knows getting America to stop trusting him and his Israel.
Oh yeah, he just hung out with Alex Jones. He might be serious right now.
Maybe that's the chess move. Either way, it has the same result. My trust for President Trump is certainly has not been high, but it's gone down. So, in his moves of betrayal, covering up for the Epstein criminals, breaking the campaign promise of no new wars, selling out America to Israel interests, as well as selling out America to privacy violations, Palantir, that kind of thing. He has now stuck his middle finger officially in the face of Christianity. Like to call balls and strikes. That's how I see it. Let me know what you think of Trump's blasphemous picture in the comments below, and I'll look forward to seeing you on our next video. But until then, stay free.
If there was one movie I've gotten more requests for than like anything else, it's probably the new Snow White movie. But somewhere not too far down the list is A Simple Favor. So I finally got around to it. I looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes, as we all do. And I was like, wow, okay, this must be a pretty fantastic movie. I wonder why so many people keep telling me to make a video about it. And then we watched it. Who in the gosh darn freaking heck is giving it these scores? Did we all watch the same movie? Let me tell you about this movie, okay? Come along, let's take a walk. So first thing, we have our main character, Stephanie. Now, Stephanie is a single stay-at-home mom who makes YouTube vlogs. I can already tell this is going to be a classic.
Hi moms, Stephanie here. Today, as promised, I'm going to share my zucchini chocolate chip cookie recipe. But first, many of you have asked me for an update on the Emily situation.
Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, these thumbnails would not work. You know who's clicking on these? Frickin' nobody. Also, how is she still using 2008 YouTube? I love how movies about internet stuff can just like never get anything right. You know, the YouTubes, the TikToks, it's all cutesy vlogs and songify remixes, right? And actually, it's 8-hour video essays about iCarly and then like allegation drama videos about some dude named Smeg Rocket 34.
I'm sorry, we're all really worried. And I'm doing everything I can to help the police track her down. But I'm realizing I don't know her as well as I thought I did. Oh. It's like my mom used to say, God rest her soul. Secrets are like margarine, easy to spread, bad for the heart.
What is this, like church youth pastor advice? Hey kids, sinning is like eating a whole cake. It might seem fun in the moment, but then how do you feel afterward? I'm sad because I want more cake. The heck is wrong with you, Samantha?
As different as we are, I do consider Emily my best friend. She's this wonderful, elegant person, and our sons brought us together, actually. Well, for our new friends, just start at the beginning.
And so the movie takes starts to tell us about her best friend, Emily. So Stephanie's like one of those super brown nosy volunteer moms who makes like being a mom just her entire everything.
And then if she can't make it, I can still bring my balloons and helium tank. Please tell me you don't actually own a helium tank, Stephanie. Lots of people own helium tanks, Stacy. These kids love balloons. Do you not have one? You bad parent?
So Stephanie has a kid who's like 6 or something like that, and he has a best friend who wants to play. And so Stephanie, of course, has to talk to the mom about it.
Oh, my baby. Ooh, look at your
Stop
shirt.
standing like that.
Did any food make it in your mouth? Ask her, Nikki. Ask her. Ask her what? We want a play date. Oh, it's not. Mommy already has a play date with a symphony of antidepressants.
Oh
Yes,
God,
so
Blair's fucking
like
lake.
now is just this. Except they don't even have kids. They
Whatever
just,
her name is.
phone calls one day. So after some back and forth, Emily agrees to have Stephanie and her kid
Like,
over to hang out for a while, as long as Emily can drink something, which like who knows what that could mean.
She sucks.
Let's do it this way.
From Target. It's $10 a pack. It's so great. Yeah. They have other animals. They have these squirrels or two, chipmunks.
So here we learn that Emily has this extravagant life where she works in PR for some big fashion brand, and her husband is/was a writer who struck it big like 10 years ago.
Oh, he wrote a book 10 years ago. It made him the toast of the town. I actually had to stalk him to make him fall in love with me. Then nothing. He never wrote anything ever again. It's the old bait and switch. What was the book?
Oh, it was just this Wattpad series about Harry Styles falling in love with a dinosaur who's actually just an awkward, quirky, relatable girl who got cursed because her mom sold her to a witch to pay off her gambling debt. Is that a thing people read?
Like you would not believe, Stephanie.
And so as the conversation goes on, we get to learn a little more about who Emily and Stephanie are as like people, you know?
An oopsie jar in the pantry. It's put a quarter in for every bad word. You just smashed the oopsie jar. That might change your life. Yeah. Well, sorry. Don't say sorry. You don't need to do that. You don't need to apologize. It's a female.
Oh, Blair, Blake, so fucking cool.
Apologize for anything ever. Hold on a second, Emily. I swear we've dated before. This whole kind of like first act of the movie here, it's just like it's written so weird. Like the dialogue in this movie is so try hard in terms of like making Emily seem like so cool and mysterious or whatever.
So you dating anyone? I tried eHarmony for a while, and then
Too
that mother
much.
tree went up with her head in a trash can. You remember that? And what? Come on, baby. You're too sexy to give up.
Oh my
Your head's
God.
gonna end up in a trash can. Your head's gonna end up in a trash can.
It just feels like in those like cheesy teen romance movies, you know, like the hot guy. So like
No wonder Blake Lively is such a douche lord. I haven't seen any of her movies, so I don't even think I've ever seen a movie.
anyway,
I watched her in
apparently
Gossip
they
Girl.
make some of the classic martinis, which is basically just like rubbing alcohol mixed with WD-40. They both get to talking more, and we learn a whole lot of everything we didn't want to know.
You are so nice. I have no idea how you survived so. Not always nice to see you things. So.
Are you dating?
No, just saying.
Fine.
Everybody has
God, I
a
hate this movie.
Some of us are better at hiding it than others.
I don't know how these people get famous for making these absolute garbage movies.
So
But people just don't care. You guys just don't have like
her husband and her brother
or
died in a
you
car
don't
crash
demand
years ago. So now she's off her late husband's life.
what happened.
Struggling to make ends meet. I mean, my husband had life insurance, thank goodness, but that's what happened with Miles College and
Christopher, did you hear about the string that went into a bar and the bartender was like, "Oh hell no, get out of here, we don't serve your kind here." And so the string goes outside. He's like, he comes back inside. He asks the bartender, "Come on, man, like let me have a drink." And the bartender's like, "No, man, get the fuck out of here. We don't serve your kind here." So the string, he's getting real pissed off now. And so he goes outside and he's pacing back and forth and he's just like, he's so mad. And he walks back into that bar and he goes back to the bartender and he says, "Bartender, I'd like to order a drink." And the bartender goes, "Hey, aren't you that string that was just in here a minute ago?" And he goes, "Not." I'm just gonna do all of it. It's almost there. It's weird how they totally weigh different amounts. They put the same amount by weight, but depending on the color of the yarn, it's gonna be less or more yarn. I'm not a hippie, first of all. Take a shower in the last 2 years? God, you're a fucking bitch, aren't you? Looks like you need something else that you haven't gotten in 2 years. That attitude. You just go around and verbally abuse people in your spare time. That just doesn't seem like some fun. Perfect. Whatever floats your boat, though. Agnes. Yes. Agnes needs to get some dick. So. Needs some kind of release, some creature comfort. Are you mad because nobody loves you? Is that where we're at now? So you're go around verbally abusing people on the internet? I guess I'll listen to that.
So everybody, we need to talk about Ruby Rose regulations against Katy.
Perry. Katy Perry denying the allegations. Something that's supposedly written 2 decades ago. I have so many links. I was going to cover this on a live show today, but I put out a poll, and y'all are seemingly a lot more interested in me covering Trump Epstein stuff. So I'm going to go over that today. But let's just jump right into these Ruby Rose allegations. I do have some links in today's video that I haven't seen anybody else talking about. And the story's moving very fast. So I want to just put a pin in it. Today's Tuesday, April 14th. It's 8:33 a.m. Eastern time at the time of the recording of this video. And I just want to take a little bit of stock of where we are right now and show y'all a few things that I haven't seen anybody else talking about. Okay, so we'll start here. This is a BuzzFeed article. I thought they went bankrupt, but I'm going to slow down. And we'll just start from here. It says, again, this, Katy Perry or her reps have denied this claim. And so this article has already been updated since yesterday when I originally wanted to, or when I originally started to compile clips and files and links for this story, for covering the story. So yesterday, it was a different title, but this is where we are today. Katy Perry's rep strongly denied Ruby Rose's claim that Katy previously assaulted Ruby in a Melbourne nightclub. Okay, so I want to also just let y'all know I'm going to have to be pretty careful about how I describe this alleged SA incident. Suffice it to say, I'm not going to be giving the explicit word for word account that Ruby gave. First of all, it is very explicit and nasty. And second of all, I'm not trying to get in trouble over here where we are. So the subtitle of this article was, quote, I was only in my own. I am now 40. It has taken almost 2 decades. This is important right here. Almost 2 decades to say this publicly. So before we even get any further, I just want you to, without any without anybody telling you what would fall into the time frame that is acceptable to say that it was almost 2 decades ago. Is it, 2 decades exactly 20 years. Almost 2 decades, is that something close to 2 decades? The better part of 2 decades. These are words, but they all have meaning. But Ruby Rose is kind of facing a certain type of backlash of her own since making these allegations the night before last. People are kind of calling into question her Trump things. People are calling into question previous allegations she has made. This article says actor Ruby Rose has publicly accused Katy Perry of alleged SA. Ruby, who was famously in TV shows like Orange is the New Black, Batwoman, and John Wick Chapter 2, responded to a Threads post over the weekend about Katy Perry's reaction to Justin Bieber's Coachella set. Okay, so this weekend was Coachella. Justin Bieber had one of the highest rated, if not most successful.
Oh, is that Coachella thing happening?
Coachella is a music festival in California. It does run for 2 weekends consecutively, and the first weekend was this past weekend. He has broken all kinds of records with his performance, and he did do like a regular Coachella performance with his new album Swag, but he also did incorporate into the Coachella performance something that we really haven't seen before. I've never been to Coachella, but I do hear about it, things and stuff happening at it or whatever. But he sat there.
Yeah, see, the weight is so off. 2 balls of yarn out of that
over some
That's
of
crazy
his very early YouTube videos from when he was a kid, maybe 15, 14, 13. I don't even exactly know how old he was in some of these videos, but it was really cute. Some people were calling it lazy. Some people were calling it, like he didn't really want to perform. He just wanted
He
to sit
didn't
there
even
and
fucking sing the chorus of the baby.
stand up.
Baby.
There's rumors,
That's right. I saw a performance. I didn't realize that was Justin Bieber at Coachella, but I saw Justin Bieber performing for like 10 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. Anyway, it was like a minute. And like the whole chorus of the song, it was his old vocals from back in the day singing the high, baby, baby. He was singing the other stuff, but he didn't sing the chorus at all. And I even had that thought to myself. I was like, wow, he's like really not happy or something. He can't hit those notes anymore, I guess.
Yeah, maybe
I didn't know that was Coachella
the
though.
fact that he doesn't want to perform all those old songs like that he's sold. You know, he sold the rights to those songs.
He sold his butthole for those songs.
Interest in those songs. And so even though
Probably
those
brings
songs
back
still
fucking
blow up,
horrible memories.
bought his album, I mean, whoever bought his discography from him, um, you know, there's just a lot of rumors around it. Some people are saying Justin Bieber's performance was lazy. That's not my personal opinion. That's not what this video is about. But that is kind of where this whole story starts. Is Katy Perry saying, you know,
Don't bend your knees backwards, Heather.
say kind of being a little bit shady about Justin Bieber's performance. Katy Perry was over there at Coachella with the rest of the rich people, except Britney Spears walked away at rehab. And you know, she's there with her ex-Canadian Prime Minister boyfriend, and they're, you know, very close to the stage. She's basically dragging Justin Bieber. Okay, so that's where this whole saga starts. Okay, so Katy Perry reacts to Justin Bieber's Coachella set. Ruby Rose then comments on reports of Katy Perry's reactions. Katy Perry,
It's getting heavy.
yeah,
I was trying to do
okay,
half.
so here's Ruby Rose's Threads account. Ruby says Katy Perry SA'd me at a Spice Market nightclub in Melbourne. That's Australia. Who gives a beep what she thinks? So she's like, look, who cares about Katy Perry? She's a SA. She SA'd me or whatever. When a Threads user asked for more details, Ruby claimed, quote,
Threads.
after I threw up on her, I did tell the story publicly. She says, but I changed it to be a funny little drunk story because I didn't really know how I was handling it. Later, this is interesting. Katy Perry agreed to help me get my United States visa. So I kept it a secret, but I did tell y'all she wasn't a good person. Instead, I got attacked by everyone. She claimed a separate post. She was only in her mid-20s and she's now 40. It's taken almost 2 decades to say it publicly, though she's grateful to have made it long enough to find her voice. It just shows how much of an impact trauma and SA takes. Thank you for seeing me. Someone said, OMG, you know, sorry, I bet you have so many traumatic stories, but for what it's worth, I think it's bad ASS that you can be strong enough to name them and call them out on their behavior. So few do that, especially when they're in the industry, et cetera, et cetera. So Ruby further alleged of Katy Perry because somebody was like, "Oh, she kissed a girl and you didn't like it," because you know Katy Perry has this song, "I kissed the girl and I like it." And that's basically like how in my mind it sounds. And so someone wanted to make a little joke, like, "Oh, she kissed a girl and you didn't like it," and Ruby said, "No, she not kissed them." And this is where the allegations get a bit big.
Break. I don't have enough money to replace you right now.
I'm gonna kind of skip
The
around.
ones that can handle the amount of yarn I need to go through.
Katy saw her.
I need to do a whole lot of yarn.
The best friend.
So I have to buy a
laughed.
heavy
So
duty one
Ruby
next.
said that she was resting in quotes because she
Can't
was
buy the cheap small ones anymore.
to avoid Katy Perry. She says this was years and years ago. No, she didn't kiss me. She saw me pretending to rest on my best friend's lap to avoid Katy Perry. And then Katy bent down and did some atrocious things. Okay. It had to do with something so nasty that it caused Ruby Rose to projectile emesis. Responding to someone who questioned the legitimacy of her
Don't
claims,
break.
Ruby said Katy is more than welcome to sue me, which she won't, because it happened and I have photos. Oh, she got photos of me? And it was literally in public and witnessed by multiple people. Plus, there is so much more that happened in the years leading up to her silly song she won't want me to discuss. The psychological manipulation was strong with that one. Now, somebody asked Ruby Rose if she okay. So the silly song.
Perfect.
If I
Now.
this live, we'll get into the silly song. The silly song, it
2,
brings in a
3,
whole
4.
other famous person, Taylor Swift. Swish and Wish is Katy Perry's song, and Ruby Rose is a Taylor Swift friend, and you know, whatever. We're not going to get into all that, but there's some pre-existing beef between Katy and Ruby Rose, and there's obviously this very long, years-long history. Katy Perry apparently helped Ruby Rose get her U.S. visa, things like that. But Ruby Rose was saying at some point yesterday she was not interested in filing any reports over this. Not when I haven't even filed a
Where's
report
that
for the
fucking brick red
other
one? I need the brick red.
grown men.
Red.
But Katy is more than welcome to sue me.
Brick
She
red's
was
gone.
better
Not there.
For context, Ruby Rose previously slammed Katy Perry's 2017 song "Swish Swish," which was widely presumed to be about Taylor Swift.
Maybe.
Katy had been feuding with Taylor Swift for years, and Ruby Rose was super close with Taylor at the time, criticized Katy Perry's lyrics, chart sales, political.
Or they're just playing
Taylor and Ruby in front of Ruby's out the white walls. After sharing the flurry of posts against Katy Perry, Ruby Rose ended up backtracking. And she said, you know what, being mean doesn't suit me. And this is back in 2017. She said, it leaves me feeling dirty. I get so triggered when I think bullies don't get held accountable, and it makes me think I should say something
like
not my place. This is 2017, almost 10 years ago. She was kind of beefing with Katy Perry, but then she kind of backtracked. She said, I always believe strongly karma exists and the truth always surfaces. However, I'm not God and I can't decide when or how that is. Meanwhile, recently, she responded to the question of somebody asking her if she filed an official report, and she said just left police station. So originally people were like, okay, if this is true, Ruby Rose, this is like yesterday, they were like, why don't you file a police report? Okay. And at first she was like, I don't want to file a police report because I haven't even filed a police report against all the men who did stuff to me. I'm not interested in filing a police report. But then she changed her mind yesterday. She said, you know what? I just left the police station. Somebody see this was somebody goading her. She said, you have the courage to make accusations, but not enough to actually file a report. If you did, you could stop others from potentially being victimized by her as well. That is, if it even actually happened in the first place. So somebody, said that to her. Ruby said, okay, fine, just left the police station. Katy, though, to be very clear, she has had a representative deny these claims in a statement shared with BuzzFeed. That's the article we're reading here. So it's an exclusive source here. This is a quote from Katy's reps. The allegations being circulated on social media by Ruby Rose about Katy Perry are not only categorically false, they are dangerous, reckless lies. Ms. Rose has a well-documented history of making serious public allegations on social media against various individuals and claims that have been repeatedly not debunked, denied by Rose. That's important to me. I don't keep up with this lady, but it says she has a well-documented history of serious, but not false, public allegations on social media. And these claims have not been proven or disproven. They've just been denied. So essentially, Ruby makes allegations. She doesn't file police reports. It's a he said, she said, or she said, she said in a situation. But it's very important to me that the rep couldn't come out and say that the allegations Ruby has made against these other people are false either. It's not like she has a history of false allegations because the allegations haven't gone to court. Or maybe she hasn't filed police reports. And yesterday it looked like it was going to end up in another situation like that, but she says now she did go and file police reports. Okay. So I have some other links here.
Your knees like that.
This is Ruby Rose's official Instagram account. And that connects to the Threads account. Because at first it looked like, see how her Threads account says satirical account with hints of political rage. So that had a lot of people yesterday. I mean, there was even community posts on Twitter before, bigger mainstream media started weighing in, saying like, this is a parody account. This person isn't actually Ruby Rose, but this is I checked myself. This Threads account that the allegations came from are on this Threads account that is connected to this Instagram account. So see how it says
80, perfect.
Ruby Rose on Threads. This is her Instagram. So if you click on that, it brings you to this page. So even though it says satirical account, it's her account. At least it's connected to her official Instagram. as far as I can tell. Okay, so then other magazines, periodicals, started to pick the story, Radar Online, start to talk about it again. I was just trying to figure out, are these real allegations? Like, is this even really from Rose? So I started to collect these links. We also had Variety, so it started to become more and more kind of like taken seriously type of news and sources. Here's Variety, Ruby Rose, this is Katy Perry. But then Katy Perry slams and does false. You have another one weighing in, TMZ exclusive. Katy Perry denies Ruby Rose's allegation. And also Rolling Stone doing an article. Katy Perry denies Ruby Rose's claim. She calls it reckless lies. And Ruby Rose said a bunch of stuff yesterday. Ruby Rose said a bunch of stuff to different fans, different people. They would comment, and then a fan would comment, she would comment up under it. So she said a few things. I'm not gonna. She was just kind of interacting with fans or whatever. One of the things she said though, before I open up about something incredibly raw and traumatic, I tell myself it's okay. You don't need people to believe you. You just need to get it out of your poor body before it gives you cancer. But then I see this post, and the post was somebody said, tears consume.
How is my beautiful girl's face doing?
Like I said, Ruby Rose and Katy Perry.
81.
This is an interview that was published to YouTube in August 2009 for the so-called 7 p.m. project. And again, if I cover this live, we can maybe watch some of this, but there's Katy Perry, and she is interviewing right there with Ruby Rose.
Careful, don't let your boo-boo get hit.
2009, look, this 330.
You see her boo-boo?
Not only that, I did also
the side of her face literally came off.
Years.
Oh my god, it was so horrific and scary.
This right here is 16.
Thank you, Ashley.
They were doing interviews with each other, and it's crazy because to think about, like, Ruby Rose today is nowhere near as famous as Katy Perry, but back then, you had Ruby Rose interviewing Katy Perry, so that's just kind of a sign of the times. I did find some other links to connect Katy and Ruby.
Sweet, delicious girl.
Back.
You've got food in your bowl, dude. Go get it.
Oh, this is Anna Kendrick.
Money, you got food in your bowl, dude.
I found some stuff, although that wasn't one of them. This is one of them right here, 33 seconds long. Katy Perry and Ruby Rose crashed a high school formal in Australia.
You gotta go the long way, huh?
And they were obviously not high schoolers. They were.
Take the long way home. Take the long way home.
2011.
All right, I want to put 20 grams more in this one and the next one. Maybe more than that.
Just maybe teenagers with sharing their
Oh, and your knees like that, Heather. Bro, get off my keyboard! You know you're not allowed up there.
Ruby
She
says
knows what
this
she's
is an incident
doing.
that happened almost 2
There's
decades
literally
ago.
food right here.
But
Right here.
this was the
There's no-
earliest time I was able to find Ruby Rose existing on the spice market, which is 15 years ago. 2010. Katy and Ruby were in Melbourne at the same time in 2011. That's when they crashed that high school grade 12, prom, basically formal or whatever. Ruby Rose did go to the spice market 6 years ago, but also I found Katy Perry in Melbourne. Oh shoot. Sorry. No. Okay, so here's Katy Perry 15 years ago, 2010. She's in Melbourne. So the reason I'm showing y'all all this is I'm like, okay, there's not an exact date. About 20 years ago, nearly 20
You heard me
years
say,
ago,
oh no, you thought I dropped food?
years
You ready to roll?
These are up for debate, you know.
He wagged his tail. The answer's
Does it have to be 18 or 19 years? 20 years? Can it be 16 years for it to be nearly 20 years? I'm just trying to find any evidence of Katy and Ruby at the spice market together. I wasn't able to do that, but these are the things I was able to find. Katy Perry did go to Melbourne, Australia, like quite a few times. And it was
I saw Katy Perry live in concert in 2009,
would have been about 16 years. So
I think. 2008 or 2009.
About 20 years ago, probably not 16, right? About 20 years ago, like
Maybe in 2011. I can't even remember.
but that's why I saw at the beginning.
No, get off my keyboard! Get off my keyboard! Get off my keyboard! You bitch. Oh, closed it out. I know what you're doing. You're doing it on purpose. I've watched cats fucking talk through their fucking little buttons, okay? I got those buttons. I know what you did that on purpose. Butthole.
What does it really mean to you?
Don't you
And
do
there's no
it again.
indication Ruby Rose was here.
Do you have food in your bowl?
This was kind of supposed to be
Don't do it.
but y'all want to
Don't
talk about Melania. I don't
do
want to
it.
get this out. So this was December 2010. Katy is in Melbourne.
Do it.
Now, I did find the Spice Market Instagram because I was like, hey, how long has the Spice Market been open? They've even been around for 20 years. Yeah.
I literally have taken
This is
care
one
of
those
you
things
in your
I've
boo
seen
boo.
anybody else
Okay?
talking about because
You're
the
supposed
thing
to be
is,
sweet
Kate's
to me.
saying it's not true and it didn't happen. Ruby Rose saying it's true and it happened. Me personally, I wasn't there. I don't particularly like Katy Perry, but I don't particularly have any reason to believe Ruby Rose over Katy Perry. So I'm just investigating. This is a post from December, just about 3 or 4 months ago. It says it's from the Spice Market. It says Spice Market established 2008. Thank you for letting
Don't
me
make
know.
your knees like that, honey.
They're selling 17 years of rare decor, antiques, and statement pieces. View the full catalog via the link bio or visit this link. So they're basically selling stuff, but it tells me some information I wanted to know. How long has the Spice Market been around? They've been around since 2008, or according to this, about 17 years. Been around since about
They're going to
17,
be
18.
almost exactly the same. He's going to be a little bit.
So they haven't even been around. The Spice Market hasn't even been in existence for 20 years. And I can already tell you, if this goes to court, Katy Perry's legal defense team is going to take a strong stance on this. She's going to say, Ruby said that it would happen nearly 20 years ago. The Spice Market wasn't even around 20 years ago at the time she made that statement. Now, nearly 20 years ago, Ruby could just say, I don't rate that a lot has happened in the past 15 to 20 years. I just know it was like around that era, around that time. Katy Perry's big song, I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It, or whatever, came out about that time, 2008, 2007, 9, somewhere in that range. Katy Perry was hanging out in Melbourne, Australia about 2009, about 2010, about 2011. We did just see proof. So this is how the case is going to have to start to shape up. This is one of the reasons why a lot of times allegations from so long ago are not investigated, because clubs close down, evidence gets lost, people forget things, people's memories lapse, people get other memories, overlapping memories, people lose, again, they lose evidence, they lose phones, they lose messages. And so if it's a situation where it's difficult to prove whose side is correct.
Okay, I'm going to put this.
The Spice Market hasn't been around for 20 years, according to the been about 17. Now, 2008, at the grand opening year of the Spice Market, Katy was in Australia. This is from the title. It says Australia 2008. So then that would put Katy Perry in Australia in 2008, which was about 18 years ago. So maybe that would count closer to nearly 20 years ago. Was this incident actually in 2008? Was it in 2009? Was it in 2010? At what point is the incident not nearly 20 years ago? I mean, these are the things that I'm just looking into, because I really can't stand this, thinking about Katy Perry's stinky snack. I mean, that's what they're trying to call it. Now, I thought this was interesting. As a little side note, Kim Kardashian also was at the turn this music off. Kim Kardashian also hosted a party there at Spice Market 11 years ago. This is 2015.
This is what?
So, Yeah, I just wanted to let y'all know they do have celebrities over there, so I could see a world where maybe Katy Perry was over there. But as far as like definitively pinpointing Katy Perry and Ruby Rose at the spice market nearly 20 years ago, I've not been able to do that. I've shown you some of the evidence, some of the public record that is out there. I don't know these people. I wasn't there. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But I can imagine if Ruby Rose
Not sure what I'm
keeps
gonna do about the
this
lettering
state,
for the
then
puppy dog.
she's, possibly going to get sued by
I
Katy.
think I'm gonna do
She's
the
not somebody
green.
I would want to go to court with her against. I actually made a whole BJ Investigates about
I think
Katy
I'm gonna do that green.
Perry's litigiousness and how, like, the whole thing, like she tried to buy the same convent in the nuns or whatever. Like,
I think that might be
the case was the nuns had to move out of the convent, and then there was another case about like copyright where somebody in Australia wanted to go by Katy Perry for her clothing line. Katy Perry didn't want her to do it. What else was somebody like had a heart attack? Somebody in the jury had a heart attack and died. Somebody in the jury had a heart attack and died. During jury deliberations, or like maybe right before.
It was a nun who died because Katy Perry was taking a land from a nun.
Like Ruby Rose, she made a statement.
Katy Perry also went after a guy with Huntington's disease in a wheelchair and invalid in a bed.
Ruby Rose did, like I said, she claims she did go to the police station yesterday. There is a lot more, to this story that I haven't covered today on this video because I did want to keep it under 30 minutes. But here is her statement. It says 31 minutes ago, but this is from a while back. I think it was from maybe last night. It says, "Hi, last update on this. As of this afternoon, I've finalized all of my reports. This means I'm no longer able to comment, repost, or talk publicly about any of those cases or the individuals involved. It's going to look like I am ignoring everything from supportive messages to other people's experiences, but I'm not. This is a standard request from the police and in many ways, quite a relief. I can't start the healing process. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I can start the healing process now and temporarily move forward. I love you all so much."
Okay.
So I don't know if she's gonna be able to start the healing process if she, or if she'll be able to really complete. She definitely won't be able to complete the healing process if she is, getting the brakes sued off of her. But this is part of it. If you want to make allegations publicly against people, that can be part of your healing journey. Sometimes you end up getting sued and now you're in court for 5 years. That sucks. But there hasn't been any indication that Katy is going to sue her. I just can't imagine Katy Perry being the caliber of star that she is, not taking some type of legal action, if only just to protect her reputation and protect her, her reputation, protect herself from anybody that's making further allegations. She did do the things that Ruby Rose is alleged that Katy Perry did. I mean, that seems criminal. It seems disgusting. It seems violating. Katy Perry is probably going to say, well, look at all of the years and years after that supposed incident happened. Why did Ruby Rose, all the typical stuff they say. Why did Ruby Rose keep hanging out with me then? Why did she allow me to help her get a visa? And these are going to be questions that unfortunately Ruby is going to have to answer. I know, some of the reasons why people who truly are victimized do talking to people who victimize them. And I'm not saying Katy Perry did do this. Like I said, I wasn't there. I don't know. I was, in high school. So I don't know how it's going to all turn out, but I did want to tell y'all the news. I wanted to read a couple articles, but I also want to show y'all what I personally found in relation to being able to maybe track and place Ruby and Katy in Australia, in specifically Melbourne at that time. And so that's really all I have for this. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And I do hope for justice for anybody who was victimized in this disgusting way, if, and when that does happen. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I think I said that. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
This one over here.
constantly churning out new stuff
Scare
that
the shit out
you're just not going to distract for that long. But anyway, again, as has been the theme for quite a while, or at least for
Hi, I love you.
feels like quite a while, I am still just in
Can I
awe
see your boo-boo?
of
See it? Thank you.
people are
Thank you.
publicly defending any of this stuff, and it's
You itchy?
amazing,
Scratch
you
it.
know. And the reason why I keep kind of harping on this is that it's amazing how much this moment is exposing people for the frauds that they are. And I don't know, I just find it really entertaining and revealing, and particularly when there's people who I've essentially been calling out as frauds for many years, and it's just really getting demonstrated now, and I do enjoy that. And well, I mean, who let's start with Ben Shapiro, who, you know, has been, you know, essentially a punching bag for us for a long time. And he plays the position very well from our perspective. He really makes for an excellent foil. But of course, you know, Ben Shapiro's launched a lot of attacks against me as well, so I feel no need to hold back. But here's Ben Shapiro trying his best to run cover for this regime and and their choice to fight a war on behalf of Israel, because of course that's what his job is. That's his position here. But he is out here trying his best to make the argument that this did not hurt Donald Trump and his coalition. Let's check out Benny Boy.
But the notion that Republicans in particular are abandoning the president continues to be a lie, the stupidity. That same poll shows 81% of Republicans believe the president has a clear plan. Only 19% believe he does not have a clear plan.
Already, just pause it and keep this up on screen. I just like just look at it. Look at the poll. Hey, just look at this. It's of course we're only going to talk about that red part in the poll because well, the blue part's not looking too good, and ooh, that yellow part is pretty damning now, isn't it, Rob? Does Donald Trump have a clear plan? That's the question here. Does Donald Trump have now, as we've talked about a whole bunch, right? Independents have become the biggest voting bloc. Again, this isn't us saying this. This is like Gallup is the one making this claim. And of course, if that's the case, then what does that mean? Well, that means how you do with independents is a really big deal. And how did Donald Trump win the popular vote for the first time in 24? Oh, it's because he did well with independents. And particularly if you break this down, and you can go read about this. I can't remember. It wasn't Gallup. It was one of the other big ones, though, that had a good breakdown of all of it. But essentially in the swing states, Donald Trump crushed with independents, and that's how he won every swing state, right? You're not winning every single swing state, just getting Republicans. They're swing states. So you don't win all of them by just getting one group. He did very well with independents there. Look where he is with independents right now. And then, of course, the question isn't even like, do you support the war? It's, does he have a plan? Like, dude, you can't even get good numbers with just the question of whether he has a plan. And why is that, Rob? Because what is his plan? What do you mean, does he have a plan? He's on his 5th plan right now. Yes, Donald Trump had a plan. The plan was that the Iranian people would rise up and overtake the government after he killed the Ayatollah. Well, okay, that plan, which he publicly announced the day that he announced the war, that plan didn't work out, right? And then there was a plan that we would just hit them enough that they'd capitulate. And that plan didn't work out. Then the plan was Donald Trump would threaten bridge and power plant day, and that would bring them to the negotiating table. But that didn't work out. And then the plan was we'll have a ceasefire, but that didn't work out. And then the plan was to send J.D. Vance down over to Pakistan to negotiate with him, and that didn't work out. So now people aren't even sure if there is a plan at this point. That's what we're talking about. And the poll looks terrible for you.
It's such a goofy question because I'd love to see the follow-up question amongst those 80% of Republicans that say yes. Now, the follow-up question: do you think Donald Trump's clear plan is going to work? And my guess is only 50% will say yes. And then if you want to throw in another caper of, do you think that this war was a good idea at the outset? How many of the people who think he has a clear plan that might not even be a winning plan should have engaged in this to begin with? So it's a very goofy question. And
What's up? What's up?
Identify as Republicans. Don't even
Pete,
think
oh my God.
this is the
Lady Turn, if you're still in here, I'll tell you what happened. Holy shit. Oh. Let me know if you're in here, Lady Turnip. I'll tell you the story of what happened to the cat. Oh my God, I nailed it. How come I only ever see the comments after you guys leave? You guys leave too fast. Oh!
doesn't have a clear plan. Is another way of saying Trump is completely batshit crazy or a complete moron that he does not even have a plan of action here. And 20% of Republicans are going, who still identify as Republicans, are going, I do not think that this person is coherent.
But I mean, just imagine, dude. So, like, to take an example that I get Ben Shapiro would have to agree
Yes,
with,
that's
right? 'Cause
exactly
it's just kind of objective. But say Barack Obama. Okay, we were all critics of Barack Obama, and for different reasons. But Ben Shapiro was a critic as well as we were. Barack Obama started his presidency being enormously popular. Like, I think he had approval ratings in the high 70s when he first came in. Like, he was, you know, he didn't have much of a political record. He was young and handsome and an amazing speech giver, and people really hated George W. Bush and really wanted things to get better, you know? And by the end of his presidency, he was not nearly as
Lady
popular
Turnip, let me know if you're back in here.
Donald Trump is right now, but he was not nearly as popular. His approval rating had come way down, probably at least 20 points, 25 points lower than when he first started. So, in other words, Barack Obama got a lot less popular over his presidency. And then in 2016, the Democrats lost. Like, and you know, Hillary Clinton was the anointed one. She was supposed to be the next president, but she lost to Donald Trump. So, like, imagine someone there in 2015, 2016. I'm trying to argue that Barack Obama hasn't gotten any less popular and everything's fine. And I went, Rob, look at this one poll of hope and change Democrats. You know, like if I just it's this slogan, and then like, okay, things that people back think, yeah, it's the same nonsense. The relevant question is, has this war destroyed the coalition that won the election in 24? Is he getting less popular? Go look at the polls. Go look at the trends of his approval rating. It's unbelievable levels of. It's not even hope. It's just gaslighting. It's just lying to you and trying to convince people that what you clearly see around you is happening. You know, what you clearly see around you happening is happening. I remember this is the thing that I said a lot on this show during the year 2024 was I would always make the comment that I go, you know, dude, everybody in the corporate media world, the political class, is trying to convince you that we're in a coin flip election year. That's what the polling is saying, and that's what the people are telling you. It's like, yeah, this is a flip of a coin. Could be Biden, could be Trump later, could be Kamala Harris, could be Trump. And then I would say, but look, dude, everything you can see around you tells you that we're in a landslide year. Like, Every rally that Trump goes to draws these enormous crowds. Every town you drive through, there's Trump yard signs all over the place. Every popular show is moving toward Donald Trump. The culture's moving toward Donald Trump, you know? But they try to be like, no, all that stuff you're seeing isn't really happening. And that's exactly what Ben Shapiro is doing right here. You can just see it everywhere. That like everyone's against this thing. No, outside of the Israel lobby and the few just like blind photos. Everyone sees this thing as a disaster that it is. How are you going to convince us it's not real? All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Crowd Health. Crowd Health is a company I've been telling you guys about for years. I love the company. I really believe in what they're doing. It's been flatted by you. Yeah, really. That's right. One's as tense, as small as his hats. But I mean, look at it. Even for you, this doesn't look good on your.
Why is there no way for me to fast forward to another video?
What's the difference between helping someone because it's useful to you versus doing it because you trust them, because you care for them? And when does someone stop being a stranger or a co-worker or just someone who happens to be in the same boat as you, completely a commander, become a friend? I've been thinking about this a lot lately because I seem to be the last person who's finished reading Project Hail Mary just in time for the movie, as it turns out. And it really got to me. Because the book,
Fuck that book! It literally skipped 16 years at the very end. Didn't tell you how they landed on the alien planet. They didn't tell you about anything. They just fucking skipped it. That pissed me off. That's so unfair.
They suddenly strip away everything we normally rely on to judge whether we can truly trust a stranger. You know, one with no shared culture, or no shared history, or no common language, not even a common atmosphere. And I'll admit it, humanity doesn't have the best track record when it comes to trusting even people who look vaguely like us, let alone a bunch of rocks. And yet, Project Hail Mary asks us, really calls us out and asks us, against all of those staggering odds, can that stranger become our friend? And what would you risk to find out? Now, before we go any further, spoilers. All of them. All of the spoilers. Sorry, for the book and for the film too. So if you haven't read it or watched it yet, it is a fun ride. It's worth it. It's not awesome. But we just can't talk about the philosophy of the two without discussing what really happens. I'm looking primarily from the book. Which if you've only seen the film, yeah, go ahead and give it a read. Because a lot of what makes it philosophically interesting is in stuff like Race's internal monologue, stuff like the slow reconstruction of who he is and why he's there. The film compresses that quite a bit and handles some of the characters differently. But the ideas that we're looking at today, they really run through growth. They're not that far apart in the end. So whatever you come for, I think you'll get it. But a quick refresher, what happens? Well, our hero, Ryland Grace, wakes up on a spacecraft with weaponry of his or he got there, and he quickly discovers that his two crewmates are dead. Slowly, through the equipment around him and the memories that kind of trickle back, he pieces it all together. And he realizes that the sun is dying, and not just our sun, basically every sun in most of the solar systems around us. A microscopic organism called the astrophage is consuming their energy output, and in a matter of decades, the Earth will freeze. Grace is a scientist, a kind of Walter White PhD who left academia and became a middle school science teacher, but breaking good this time. So there's no blue meth, I promise, but there is a Gus in this narrative, and I'll get comments for that, but that's for another video on Eva Strat. Grace is conscripted into a last-ditch mission to figure out what's happening and whether anything can be done about it. Why him is a little convoluted and frankly not the strongest part of the book or film, but here he is, on a one-way trip in the Tau Ceti solar system and alone, until he discovers that he isn't. Another spacecraft sees the giant flash of his engines as he enters the solar system. It turns out that another species has sent their own desperate mission to investigate the same crisis, and has also realized that there's something different about Tau Ceti. That species is what Grace comes to call the Iridians, because that turns out where they're from, the Iridian system. And their sole surviving crew.
How did they know about Tau Ceti and all that if they have no vision?
Now, Rocky breathes ammonia. He
It's weird.
communicates in musical tones, and he cannot safely share a room with Ryland Grace. In almost every meaningful sense, they are incompatible. And the two of them have to figure out how to talk to each other, how to trust each other, and together solve a problem that will determine whether either of their civilizations will survive. So that's the setup. And I want to look at this in 5 short parts. First, whether we can even know if another mind is there at all. Whether Rocky or anyone has an inner life anything like yours or mine. And trust me, philosophers have been losing sleep over this one for centuries. Then, how Grace and Rocky build trust from absolute scratch, with, at least initially, no shared language, no shared culture, not even shared air. Then we'll have a look at what they have, whether that counts as friendship at all, or whether it's just two beings doing what they have to do to survive. Aristotle, you'll be unsurprised, had thoughts on this too. Then what happens when you meet someone who has no face, and what that does to everything we think we know about ethics. And finally, why this really resonates with us right now in 2026, when trust is the very thing that we're most running short of. And for me, the question underneath all of this is the question we started with. Can such a stranger truly ever become a friend? And what would we be willing to risk?
Oh yeah, that was eyes without a face. So sad that lady turned up left. I wanted to tell her what happened.
Begin
Because
being
it's
friends.
crazy what
How
happened to
can
my
we
cat.
be sure there's another person in there at all? And the book is perhaps a little better at giving us all of this from Grace's perspective, because Grace's instruments pick up another vessel, and after some extremely tense maneuvering, some very reasonable mutual terror, there's a creature on the other side of a window looking back at him. And Grace has no idea what it is, whether it's intelligent, whether it has intentions, whether it can be communicated with at all. This is, in all senses imaginable, the other mind's problem. You can understand as a philosopher how I got very excited when I came to this, because philosophers have been worried about this problem for a long time. The worry is this: we suspect that you can't actually prove that anyone else has an inner life, is conscious in the fullest sense of the word, possesses consciousness. Seriously, that's the whole problem. You know that you are. You, after all, had the first person experience of being you, the sense of there being something that it is like to be inside your own head. But when it comes to everybody else, you're inferring. You observe behavior, you recognize patterns that match your own, or you extend the assumption of consciousness to other humans because they look like you, act like you, report experiences that map onto yours. It's a reasonable inference, but it's still an inference. And the philosopher Thomas Nagel made this problem even more famous and vexing with a deceptively simple question: what is it like to be a bat? Because bats navigate by echolocation. We know this. I like to think about it as basically fancy hearing. Stop bragging about it, bats. But they experience a world through a sense that we don't have and can barely imagine. We can describe the mechanics of it scientifically, but we cannot know from the inside what the experience actually is like, because there is something that it is like to be a bat. We just have no access to it. Perhaps we can't even begin to conceive of it. And now think about Rocky, who basically sees the world in sound too. Plus, Rocky doesn't breathe the same air as Grace, can't survive in the same environment, has no face in any sense that Grace would recognize, and communicates in something closer to music than language. Every short part that only tells who that there's a mind there, the things that we unconsciously constantly do with every person we ever meet, has nothing to anchor itself to. Rocky doesn't have any of those things. So it's the problem of steroids, or at least the mineral-based iridium equivalent of steroids. And I immediately thought of another fantastic hard sci-fi novel that explores this same problem with Peter Watts's Blind Side, which, if you haven't read it, is very well to read. It's about And I'm going to spoil the smallest part of it here, reveal pretty early on in the book. It's also a first contact story, and that the aliens there turn out to have no inner life at all. They're very sophisticated, more responsive, they're extraordinarily able, almost godlike in book. They are entirely without consciousness. The horror of that book is the suggestion that you don't need to be someone inside to outcompete everybody. And there's no guarantee, should we encounter anything resembling life out there, that they would have any of the features we would recognize at all, like consciousness or memories or a sense of personhood. In Project Hail Mary, Grace, he has a little bit of better luck. Rocky does have an inner life, quite a lot of one, in fact. The philosophical, and it turns out the practical challenge for Ryland Grace is how do you get close enough to know what kind of mind that Rocky has, what kind of mind it is? Because they need to. And the narrative is honest about how truly hard this is. They're running out of time. They need to solve a civilization eating problem. And they're both in tin cans with basic technologies. Star Trek The Next Generation, with magic centers, with built-in translators, with the ability to bark tea, Earl Grey, hot, and have it materialize. Well, this ain't. So Rocky and Grace's early exchanges are so tense and so riveting precisely because so much rides on something that could be derailed with the slightest miscommunication and the slightest sense of threat. There's a real possibility at every stage the whole thing collapses.
Trying to split them right in half, the little ones.
And something shifts. And this is the moment in which I think the narrative earns a lot of what comes after and allows us to be a little more forgiving about some of the shortcuts it takes along the way. So Grace and Rocky talk. They learn to talk to each other pretty quickly, actually, and it is fiction, so we do move rapidly past some of the linguistic and conceptual complications.
You don't talk about how bullshit the ending of the movie is. I'm not going to trust the word you say about it. You know?
That Rocky has shipmates who died getting him here, just like
It actually smells really good in here.
Warns them that Rocky has a life on Earth that he left behind to come on a mission that killed him, and the effect of that it
smells like fresh laundry, new yarn, and amber and sandalwood.
What others mean to us, kicking in.
There's raw amber. It smells so good.
Losses and obligations that make a person personal. We recognize it instantly, not because we've decoded it scientifically through instruments or whatever, but because we live it ourselves every day. Rocky becomes recognizable as another mind and another person, not through a philosophical proof of consciousness, but through the sudden visibility of his great his intelligence. And speaking of taking journeys together, if you're enjoying this one, the like button helps enormously and you can subscribe for more. Plus, we have a free Patreon with more videos, behind the scenes material, where I give some rather unvarnished insights and views and opinions, at least a lot. But back to the story, because it is a great literary response, I think, to Thomas Nagel's challenge, and one that it kind of took this quick, funny science teacher for me to realize. We understand and come to appreciate the inner lives of others not through any immediate or inferred access to their consciousness themselves, but by recognizing how they live as beings in the world and how they too have relationships with others. Of course, that's how we recognize it, because we are social animals to the core. And that sociability, that living amongst others, is what helps us recognize and understand another being from another solar system in this story. The great irony of the book and the film being, of course, that they both realize this at the point where they are the loneliest beings in the universe. It is, in its own small, admittedly mawkish way, beautiful. I tear it up a bit, I'll admit it, but for the philosophy, damn it, which is great. But it doesn't yet solve our problem. It doesn't tell Grace or us what Rocky's inner experience is actually like. Yet it does shift something fundamental. It tells us that if this is a social animal, just like us, then perhaps there's the slightest possibility of trust after all. So yes, Project Hail Mary is a story about the most miraculous of friendships. Any video on the book and movie is going to tell you that. Sorry, I'm not immune. Even if I'm a philosopher, I'm only human. But it does do something that I think most stories about friendship don't or can't do. Because most stories about friendships get to take a lot of things for granted. And it's a taking for granted with, I think, philosophical consequences, as we'll see, because Grace and Rocky can't take anything for granted. So if they're going to do anything together, let alone save two civilizations, they have to build the conditions for cooperation from absolute scratch. And what I think the book deserves real credit for is that it actually shows us how it does it right in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, until
in Rocky's case,
it's time to do the
So
most
yes,
craziest part of
to-
everything, and then they just skip right over
that often
everything.
get dismissively
16
named
whole fucking years.
competency porn. That slightly condescending term that critics reach for when a writer lets their characters be genuinely specifically good at things. Although, getting back to Walter White, isn't Breaking Bad kind of competency porn too? And critics love that. Anyway, but look, I understand the instinct. There's a version of this kind of writing that is just wish fulfillment, just the fantasy of being the smartest person in the room who always has the answer. Or let's say living in a world where the people around you are the right people for the job and the systems just work to solve problems, rather than horrifically consuming each other in a late stage capitalist frenzy. I get that that would be nice, even if fanciful, but that's not what's happening here, I think. What Weir is doing is showing us the thinking alone, a real story. So, it's the one actually wasn't so not because it's a human invention, but because it describes the physical relationships that exist, whether or not it's about actually was not. Rocky and Grace were they both sense to them respect. Now, I this is sorry, there has to be a bit right? We look at dances himself as some pieces. I really wish that they too, because it doesn't mention that a bunch of human cultures, but historically, remember right now, if you used to be accepted people of public convenience in base 27 using a body part system. And the ancient Babylonians used the base 60 system, which is remnant alive. And it provides a single evolutionary explanation for this, which is probably not right. The whole thing is just as much as it is the body. But what I'm trying to say here is that we do have crazy alien ways of doing maths right here on Earth too. So from this, Rocky and Grace can build a shared numerical language from the ground up. So measurements can be standardized and understood. They can the signifier can refer back to the signified in a very concrete way. And at least for me, this is not just a charming shorthand for, and then they became friends, but the actual mechanism of what happens when two minds try to become understood by each other, the first steps of it at least, and work with each other through a shared project. They almost become extensions for each other, where Grace starts to rely on Rocky for the mathematics and the engineering, while Rocky relies on Grace for what he calls the science. And then there are the rituals, which everyone likes. Things like this one. So it's the Eric self time action. Just to trust. It also says well, there's their own idiosyncratic use of suffering. Watching each other sleep, which race, it's the kind of being on their own side of the divine line to each other together. It's strictly necessary for the mission. And yes, it adds flavor to the narrative and makes it film too. But I think it's a little more than that too, because there's a distinction of philosophers of relationships and reliance of the one actual trust. Reliance is what you do when you think that's
Can't break on me.
I rely on the train being roughly on time, which but none of that involves trust in any meaningful sense, because none of it involves placing something of value in someone else's hands and accepting that they, the person, could let me down. Trust, real trust, is when I make myself vulnerable to you. When I give you access to something that matters to me, knowing that you can betray it, and that I choose to do that anyway. Reliance is a kind of prediction in a way, but trust is real commission.
These two together are going to be exactly
well-being. What Grace
exactly 200
by protocol and ritual by ritual is a structure that allows
how to do that.
First category to the second. They begin by working out what the other will do.
Something about the look of it
So
tells me it's done.
it's structure of the label it shows really shared finance. So they start placing things on each other's hands information. So pages. Six of the exploited. These are things we give to others. But we, as readers and as viewers, know that's it for so much more. We don't possess the doctrines of reality. The rock is always at some level behaving to us. And yet some kind of all of this physics and this purpose will come to trust him. Genuinely emotionally trust him in a way that makes the later sections of the book movie. He has built across 300 pages of hard science the infrastructure of a relationship that trust requires. And by the time we arrive at the moments that cost our characters a great deal, we're already a part of their relationship too. We just didn't notice exactly when that happened. And neither did Rocky or Grace either. Sometimes trust and friendship just sneaks up on us. For me, the most important technology in this story is not the spaceships or the astrophage or the eventual solution to the problem. It's this. It's the slow, deliberate, painstaking construction of the conditions under which turns out to require just as much energy, just as much care as it's the race of
Oh, my backpack vacuum is Atrix, Atrix, and it's available on Amazon. If you go to my link tree is
story about race and
shit, I don't know, I might have changed it. It should be Linktree at Subliminal Locks, but let me check it really quickly. I'll send it to you because I have everything for the cleaning business in there for you. All the links for the Amazon stuff that you can get or whatever. And I don't like get anything out of it. I'll be right back. Hold on. Did change it, okay? Let me
shit happens in 3.
Okay. That's it.
The circumstances, and once those circumstances change,
It's
the
that.
relationship could change.
And if you go there and you look, I have it all together. I think at Cleaning Business Supplies, every single thing that I love in there, everything that I literally use on a daily basis is in there because I literally copied my order from Amazon that I ordered myself and pasted it in there for you. I really hope you do it. Let me know how it goes. You're gonna love that fucking vacuum so much. It's the best vacuum on the planet. I recommend getting the middle range one. Don't get the lowest one, the like cheapest model, or there's like 3 packages or something. Get the one in the middle. The one that is like, it gives you the vacuum stick, the vacuum head, all of the little attachments. You do not get an electrical cord with this one, but you can get an electrical cord from Home Depot. You do want to get an extension cord.
Where the relationship would survive the end of the utility or the pleasure.
But you can get them way cheaper at Jerry's, Home Depot, whatever.
To you. Grace and Rocky.
Oh, I'm so excited. You've got to come back and tell me. I literally live for this. Please come back and tell me.
But the question the book, I think, is quietly working through in the background is whether it's going to stay that way. And we discover the answer as it goes when this beautiful relationship starts costing them something, where one of them does something that the cost benefit analysis that many would run just doesn't justify, and that maybe actively contradicts. For example, there's a moment where the ship is in crisis and it's spinning wildly. Everything breaks loose. Grace is pinned against a monitoring interruption. Rocky could have waited a little bit. He kept having such a since he could have taken his time, improvised something clever, and gotten the ship back under control. He basically just didn't need Grace alive to do any of that. But instead, he leaves his ammonia environment. He risks himself, and he comes into Grace's air to keep him free, burning himself so badly in the process that he nearly dies. And he never really explains why. He doesn't offer an account of his values or lay out the moral framework. He just does it, and then he collapses. And Grace then burns his own arms, getting Rocky back to safety. And when Rocky recovers, Grace asks him why he did it. Rocky just says, "You damaged self to save me. Thank." And Grace replies, "You did the same thing." That's it. 8 words and a mirror. Everything that would normally take a long time to establish, stuff like the recognition that the other took a risk for you, the gratitude that implies a debt, the understanding that that debt exists in a moral realm rather than a transactional one, all of that is compressed into 2 lines of a shared language they cobbled together 3 weeks ago. And earlier, while he's dragging Rocky back to safety, Grace asks himself the question the book never quite answers to. He asks, he could have let me die. He should have, really. Why risk his life and the whole mission for me? No answer is given, which is, I think, part of the point. Rocky didn't do it because he could explain it. He did it because Grace has become someone you do that kind of thing for. So yes, we generally trust people who can articulate their values to us, but the evidence that actually moves us, that changes something in how we feel about a person, is almost
Oh my God, I'm so excited!
what they do when it costs them something.
You are literally gonna love it so fucking much. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Come back when it comes. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be live, so you gotta come back and let me know when you get it. Or film a video and tag me in it. Because I don't want to miss it, and I'm afraid it won't come up on my FYP or something, So like, tag me in the comments or tag me somehow. Figure that out. Oh, so excited.
What Aristotle would say is that Grace and signature and the most instrumental kind of relationship to something structure. Becoming friends who respect and share.
If you go to my TikTok, the Rugged Tuft page, Rugged Tuft, it's not the Rugged Tuft, it's just Rugged Tuft on TikTok. If you go to that page, I have a video. It's like my first pinned video on my timeline explaining how much I love the vacuum, what its name is, and why I love it.
And here's something special and a little bit philosophically.
It's got like 177,000 views.
A few times before, Emmanuel Levinas argued that ethics doesn't begin with principles or rules or calculations about the consequences, which is news to quite a lot of other philosophers. Instead, he thought that it begins in the encounter with another person's face. When you look at another human being in the face, they
almost perfect.
Something happens before you've even had time to think about it. The face makes a demand.
Oh, I'm so excited.
It says, I respect. Sure, it's not that's much different. Every words, writing, staring sure, and still but it's much harder than anonymous environments. Or it would be done this way unaware of the internet in 1995. But anyway, what is the obligation to another arrives well before the decision. The face interrupts you. But that's really interesting because Rocky is not metaphorically, it literally has no face. There is no face in the sense that evidence seems to have. It requires a face. The face requires either implicitly a certain kind of mutual visibility and vulnerability, then Levinas' framework simply doesn't apply. And you might think that that's a reason to put Levinas to the side entirely, but I think that's the wrong move because the narrative does something really clever when you look at it carefully. It asks what the face is actually doing. What functions does it do? Then it finds other ways to do the same thing. Because think about what the face communicates. It communicates vulnerability. It's exposed or undefended. It's the part of you most available to damage and most accessible to others. It's expressive. It has the involuntary signals of emotion, attention, and distress. And it has presence, the sheer undeniable there-ness of another being who is there with you right now, making a claim on your attention. Now think about what Rocky communicates. His musical tones carry something too, which is a part of why the audiobook, I think, became such a phenomenon. There's a music beneath the language, and the listeners responded to it in a way that surprised, I think, even them. And it's because music speaks to us in an emotional language, below articulation. And that register is not so different from what Levinas thinks the face is doing. It bypasses the reasoning part of our brain and lets
Literally right on time.
somewhere that creates an obligation before calculation.
Okay.
And then there's the network of clear xenonite tubes and spaces that Rocky builds inside the Hail Mary itself. I think this is worth pausing on because it's stranger and more significant than it might first appear. Rocky constructs a parallel capital inside.
Now what I need to do is lay down and take a nap.
Working side by side in the lab through the membrane, visible to each other in the control room or sleeping in adjacent compartments. They are present to each other constantly across a barrier that would kill either of them but fail. It is a piece of engineering built for practical reasons, sure, but it's also something else entirely. It's a deliberate architecture of proximity and exposure in which two beings who cannot touch or breathe the same air are as close to each other as their respective biologies will permit. It's a little poetic. Levinas talks about the face-to-face moment as something that happens to you. You encounter the other, and the encounter creates the obligation. But Grace and Rocky build.
It's raining.
Rocky literally constructs the conditions under which the ethical demand can arise.
It's literally gonna snow in like 2 days. What?
Is the responsibility that emerges from it any less real? The narrative's answer is choosing to be positive rather than safe.
I'm just gonna keep doing this for as long as I can until I start to like get like sleepy. I'm on like an ADHD kick about it, so I'm just gonna keep going for now.
What makes the best events that faces what makes their presence. Rocks place us songs, the Xenite always to some of this see through them, which means can take their arms. Here might be entirely intended to update elements for a universe in which the beings you encounter most urgently might not have it we recognize as a face, but the ethical encounter is real. The obligation is real. The face is really just one way that it can happen. So, it's a story about friendship. We know this. And I've just spent a lot of time dissecting what friendship means and why it makes ethical demands on us. Why, despite some of the more humanities-focused shortcomings in Weir's narrative, and maybe I'll put a second video that too, I think it's still doing philosophically interesting work.
To do tufting, I need each of these to be in duplicate. So every time I use any of the yarn, I'm using 2 strands. So I need 2 balls at each at any given time of the same color.
Sorry if I was wrong. It's just my view, and one that does not understand kind of how she feels, to be honest with you. Why, despite some of the more humanities-focused shortcomings in Weir's narrative, and maybe I'll put a second video into that too, I think it's still doing philosophically interesting work. Because if I enough into the video where I can be completely honest with you, I did not like this book.
I didn't like it either.
I think it falls short in a lot of ways, and I almost threw it across the room during a certain courtroom scene. Basically, I think that Weir is often a bad writer. I'm sorry if you love this book, but it's just my view. And one that does not understand kind of how humans work, or at least can't express it on the page. The flashbacks.
Because he's a try-hard liberal, and he's Jewish.
He doesn't
It's
do
just how it is. It's the truth.
for all of the effort that Weir put into getting the signs right, he sometimes gets everything else woefully wrong. Like secret unanimous votes in the UN, but don't think about it is basically what Strike says. Anyway, one subjective opinion. Please disagree in the comments. I do deserve your disagreement on this. And yet again. So I did not like this book, but I did really enjoy it.
Yes, see, same.
I know.
It was entertaining, but it wasn't good.
Something that I needed. It gave me hope, basically. Real concrete hope.
That
it reminded me
might be a good book out there.
We can act. And I think this is why so many people love and respond so joyfully to this book and to the movie, which I think is great. And the movie actually fixes a few of the problems I had in the process too. But I think all of this happens because we are exhausted. I'm not the first one to say it. This is probably where I put in a clip of John Oliver saying all of this loudly and cathartically for all of us.
You might well be exhausted, confused, scared, and running on fucking fumes right now.
And I mean something specific by that, not just the tired in the general civilizational sense, though that too, but tired of a particular story. One where the answer to an impossible problem is one extraordinary person working alone, who's simply smarter and more capable than everyone else around them. The lone genius, the chosen one, the man who figures it all out. Because why is it always a man? Men, we have a bit of a problem here, while everyone else is still catching up. We've been sold that story a lot lately, in fiction and outside of it. You know, I alone fix it. And I think a lot of us have quietly stopped believing it. Not because those kind of geniuses don't exist, but because the problems that we're actually facing, the ones that keep us up at night, the ones that seem to be getting worse, better, none of them are going to be solved by one person working alone. They require cooperation. What's the difference? They require trust between people who have very little obvious reason to trust each other. And that kind of trust, the hard, unglamorous kind, doesn't make for a very satisfying hero myth. I think there's also underneath all of that a more personal exertion, or at least that's what I feel. The one that comes from extending goodwill constantly, finding that it doesn't reciprocate. From watching people choose cruelty over inconvenience or something else. It's that slow accumulation of evidence that cynicism is just easier. I've done a whole video on how this is in this moment, you know, how distrust is smarter than hope, etc., etc., etc. And into all of that context comes this book and the film as well. Which is, I want to be clear, almost relentlessly cheerful and problem-solving and full of fuel calculations. It is not a grim book. It is, in many respects, a genuinely fun book. And yet, its emotional core turns out to be exactly the thing we've been most depleted by. The question of whether trust...
It's literally burning my muscles where there's a lack of muscles. Muscles need to be...
Misread signals.
I
The
need
situation
they're like weakly underdeveloped. Like
every single
underdeveloped.
are almost impossible at every stage. They're not good. But what he does instead, and what Rocky does across the divide, his own language and with his own uncertainties, is keep going. Working away quietly and helping out. They both keep extending those small acts of trust that the situation requires, not because the success is guaranteed, but because stopping means the experiment fails and they let everybody down. The weight on their shoulders is immense, but they break that down bit by bit, that huge weight, and they work on it bit by bit. And it reminds me that there's a distinction that philosophers draw between optimism and
look at all this, yeah.
Come down to brass tacks. That things will probably work out, that the odds are in our favor. But hope is something different, something much harder. We know this. Hope doesn't require the probability estimate to be favorable. In fact, it's pretty much essential as we see when the odds are stacked against us. It's just a commitment to act as though the thing you are doing is worth doing, even when you can't be sure that it is. It's the decision to keep going, not because you know how it ends, but because the alternative, giving up on the possibility, is way worse. The narrative does have a relentless rhythm. Problem solved, new problem, keep going. And the fuel there isn't the astrophage or even optimism, it's hope. Spends one little step at a time. And when, for us, things seem so insurmountable, we really need that. One little step at a time. Grace doesn't save the world by being a genius. He does it, insofar as he does it, by not doing it alone, by accepting help from a being he had no framework for, and by building, painstakingly and imperfectly, the conditions for trust across a gap that should have been unbridgeable. Now, you may have heard me mention this before, but I really do keep coming back to it. The Harvard Study of Adult Development and the book by Robert Waldinger and Mark Schultz called The Good Life, that is all about this. It's the kind of book that can really change your life. I definitely recommend it. But the study itself is the longest running study of adult life ever conducted. Believe it or not, JFK participated in it briefly as an undergraduate, and it's still going after more than 80 years. It set out to answer a simple question. What makes for a good life? What predicts health and happiness and longevity? Stuff like that. They tracked
Your basic needs being met.
Everything they could possibly measure. And the answer, when it came to them, was not wealth or achievement or status or even physical health. It was so basic that they basically give it away on the first page of the book. It was relationships, specifically whether you had people you could genuinely rely on when things got hard and that you could help in turn. Not the number of friends, not how social you were, just whether in the difficult moments there was somebody there for you and whether you were there
Right.
for them.
Your basic
That was
needs
it.
were always met.
At the start of this book, the study's worst case, a man with no one waiting at home, that's partially the reason he was selected, who wakes up completely alone in the most isolated situation in human history. By every measure, he should be lost. And what saves him isn't a better plan or a stroke of genius. It's Rocky. It's the utterly improbable fact of another person, or something like a person, meeting him in the darkness and staying there with him. Because we all go through those dark times, I'm telling you. It's not a Hollywood observation, it's just true. And what gets us through them, what the data in Harvard survey has consistently shown, what strange, cheerful, emotion moving book why are we going through, is that we're not strong. That's not how it works. It's also that connection, that friendship, is what gives us hope. So, huge spoilers, but Grace doesn't go home. That's the ending. And I think it's worth contemplating for a moment because it's a stranger and more honest ending than it first appears. He could go home at any time. The Hail Mary is there, repaired and ready, in orbit above Iridium. There's a way back, at least in theory, and Earth is still there, still recovering, still the place that contains everything that he gave us. And yet he stays. He stays on a planet that he can't survive on without life support. The civilization that is, of course, teach science to young Iridians who've never met humanity and will only know it through him. It's not really a triumphant ending. There's no parade and no return to the life he left as a savior and hero, partly because he didn't really have a life back there. A man on a mission with nothing to lose. That's kind of who he was. Except by the end, he does have something.
I'm pissed off they don't tell you nothing about the humanity on Earth. They don't tell you about the lady and if she got arrested and like what happened with all that. Like,
anyone
so
stupid. He just stays the way you would stay for someone who's without your part noticing it. Those new trust most reveal this. We asked at the beginning what you would risk to find out whether a stranger could ever become a friend. Here's what Grace risked. Everything. Now, I'm not a Buddhist, but perhaps I really want to be because I think about Buddhism. I marvel really at the religious sometimes. And the Buddhist has a way of staying open to the world, of risking themselves again and again every day, knowing that they may be hurt. That
am I a Buddhist on accident?
may be slapped away. I always think to myself, how do they do it? How do they keep doing it? And I'm told they know something that we don't. that the alternative, closing off ourselves, doesn't actually protect us. It actually hurts us more. It's just a different kind of a loss. A friend once told me that, yeah, sure, the hand gets slung away every now and then. And you reach out again, not because you're naive, but because you understand that the reaching is the point. And one day, it might just save the universe. But that's it for now. So until next time, be wise and be kind. And hey, sometimes we all feel like.
I put the knot in astronaut. I'm having a bit of a crisis over here. My Google Docs has gotten out of dark mode, and I'm very concerned. Guys, welcome in, welcome in. We've hit the mother load in terms of helping fill out the timeline a little bit with the Tyler Robinson narrative before, during, and after the Charlie Kirk event in War Root concept in 10. And I want to run through it because I think it helps identify, at least fill out a little bit for us. What was Tyler Robinson doing in the hours leading up to the Charlie Kirk event and the hours after? For example, he went to a couple of places that were but we'll talk about those. I don't know if you watched Cannes tonight. Battle Bun activated. There was a I think she showed remarkable restraint. Again, good cop. She's a good cop. That I asked her about the good cop, bad cop much because it becomes more and more apparent to me every single time this happens, where she goes and plays good cop for an hour. I have to come out here and play bad cop for 4 hours. But we'll get there. We're gonna get through this. I got a fun opening that's gonna answer some questions around the Fed sloppiness and the constant desire to consume large quantities of Fed slop, and perhaps why they do that. I talked a little bit about that last night when we talked about how Fed sloppers have a little cognitive dissonance. And so we'll cover all that and more. It's going to be a fun night. We're going to look back in time. If we have time at the end of the show, we're going to look back in time and answer the question, who all lived with Erica Kirk? After all, she claims she was raised by a single mother. The house sounds pretty crowded for a single mother. So we'll get to that as well. And it's not who you think. It's not only who you think. I was told, but Baron, can you wait 2 minutes after going live to allow other people to join? Yeah, I can. I don't want to because I like to get right into it, but I can. I have the countdown. That's 2 minutes. Jeepers creepers, Mr. Peepers. So that's one thing. Oh. I am Baron Coleman. Don't forget the like button on the way in. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't make me beg by the end of the show. Don't make me beg. I did find something hilarious. Let me say this. This will buy us a minute for the people who want extra time to join. We had some complaints. By one of our most diligent Charlie Kirk researchers. We had some complaints, and those complaints were about the super chats. Hey, this guy takes super chats. This guy takes super. Yeah, we do. I have a Q&A with people. There's no doubt about it. This is a listener supported program. We don't do advertising. So listener supported program. I can't guarantee we always will do that, but for now it seems to be working. It's fun. And it was funny to me because this person says this for it. Ray Hughes on his program constantly bashing your humble host. Believe it or not, people would bash your humble host. People would bash your humble host. Well, somebody did. And while they were bashing your humble host, I thought, let me check this guy. I found hours of footage of this guy begging online for money, like begging, like holding listeners hostage. You don't give me money. I'm recording. That's the guy you prefer over your humble host? Taking Q&A from his audience? I'll stop. That's unbecoming. I apologize. But it will not happen again. It'll probably happen again, but it won't happen again tonight. I can assure you. So let me dig into the opening here. Let me find it first. What do I do? There it is. It's a fun open. It's a tragic open. It's an open that makes me sad that these facts exist in reality, that I have to get them. but it helps us, I believe, answer the question of why this cognitive dissonance persists when it comes to the excellence. So we will answer that question and then dig into the content tonight, which I find fascinating. 16 additional search warrants have been located, 16 total, 14 additional. We knew about the 2 that have been released the last couple of days. Your humble Daisy was out there digging around and found 14 more. 14 more search warrants, and they give us again additional facts on who was where, when, and what were they doing. So let's get into this with the opening as usual, or per usual, per my text, as Tyler Robinson might say. Here is your opening statement. I did a little longer today because last night I missed it when I was scrubbed. One of the main problems Fed slop slurpers have with being fair and impartial to a criminal system is the apparent instinct
Yes, it's a bus.
everything that comes from the government. They swallow it like a ravenously starving German shepherd does with a fresh can of alcohol. They consume it as quickly as possible. They question nothing and then lick the bowl. In other words, the Fed sloppers don't know which Fed slopper. To them, it's the most delicious and satisfying thing they've ever had. We discussed in an opening statement a few weeks ago several instances where people were wrong for the convicted. The Fed sloppers ignore such real-world evidence in their zeal to fry a particular suspect. They reduce the cognitive dissonance they should experience when their zeal comes face to face with the fact that people can be wrongfully accused. But it's actually just worse than that. It's worse than just people who are wrongfully accused. The real crime occurs when the Fed sloppers ignore the very real world evidence where people not only get wrongfully accused, they actually get framed. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of examples today. The first is a case called the soup can case. The soup can case, like a Campbell soup can. The soup can case comes from Baltimore, and it stands as one of the most glaring examples of police misconduct aimed at framing someone ever captured in the era of body-worn police cameras. January 24, 2017. Baltimore police officer Richard Panguitch Jr. responded to a tip about possible drug activity in an alley behind a row house. What should have been a routine search turned into self-incriminating footage that exposed evidence planting, led to wrongful jailing of an innocent man, and forced the dismissal of dozens of cases, and ultimately resulted in Officer Panguitch's criminal conviction. Here's how it happened. The body-worn camera footage was released by the Maryland Office of Public Defender on July 17th. This footage tells the story in all its shamefully horrific detail. The video begins with Officer Panguitch holding an empty soup can. And in this empty soup can, you can see a clear plastic baggie stuffed with white capsules. The capsules, of course, were suspected of being heroin or some other controlled substance. In full view of at least 2 other officers, he walks down the narrow alley and places the can among piles of rubber and debris. He then leads the group back out to the street. There, he activates his body-worn camera. He announces he's going back to check the area, returns to the alley. Surprise! After a perfunctory 15 or so second search, he picks up the exact same soup can, pulls out the baggie, and triumphantly displays capsules to his colleagues and to his body-worn camera. He declares he's found drugs. Easy peasy, right? What Panguitch didn't know was that Baltimore Police Department's body-worn cameras had a standard 30-second pre-recording buffer, meaning even when the cameras were off, they captured video and audio leading up to the moment of activation. This feature was designed to preserve context for accountability. Instead, it documented the entire planting sequence. The officer had essentially recorded himself plant the drugs. He later submitted the footage to the department's evidence management system and didn't know he was recorded planting the drugs. The victim was a Baltimore man. He was arrested that day on drug possession charges. He was unable to post the $50,000 bail, so he spent approximately 7 months in jail waiting trial. The planted evidence, of course, formed almost the entire case against him. Without the body cam revelation, he very likely would have faced conviction and a lengthy sentence. The scandal broke when public defenders were conducting routine review of the materials and spotted the footage. They immediately notified the prosecutors and the state attorney's office. That was Marilyn Mosby. You may remember her. She made waves a few years ago. Charges against the arrested man were obviously dropped and he was released. But the fallout extended far beyond just that one case. Her office, State Attorney Mosby, her office scrutinized every matter before them that involved Pinheiro and the two other officers that were present. And they identified credibility issues and tainted testimony in cases relying on those officers' witnesses. By late July 2017, Mosby announced the dismissal of 34 additional cases, mostly felony gun and drug cases. Another 77 to 123 cases were under review. I'm giving you fixed numbers. I think it's a little bit. With dozens more ultimately dropped or not pursued. In total, the scandal forced prosecutors to abandon or reevaluate over 100 cases, some involving defendants who were already serving time. State Attorney Mosby emphasized that the justice system depends on the public confidence of uncorrupted evidence. And whenever any officer's credibility is at issue, they will not be moving forward. That's what she said. The move highlighted obvious systemic problems in Baltimore. And if you remember Baltimore in 2017, the Freddie Gray case, for context, was 2015. And so there were riots about the Freddie Gray case, and there were just an ongoing conversation that was taking place. Pinheiro was suspended, and the other officers were placed on administrative duty. And then in January 2018, a grand jury indicted him on 2 counts of tampering. Prosecutors argued he willfully staged the video to deceive and that he knew it would be used in court. His defense was absurd. I just want to say that. There's no other word I can use to characterize his defense. His defense was absurd. He testified he had genuinely discovered the drugs, but he forgot to activate his camera. And he didn't want to face discipline for failing to follow department policy in the search, so he claimed he simply recreated the search. He insisted it was an innocent mistake, and his attorney argued that no intent to deceive. Obviously, the judge outright rejected the explanation. He was found guilty on both counts, and the judge described his actions as a willful use of his authority for his own personal gain and a deliberate attempt to deceive. She noted the officers were never trained or instructed to stage reenactments of evidence discovered. Pinheiro had submitted the footage without disclosure and was fully aware it would support a prosecution. The judge sentenced him to 3 years in prison, but she suspended those 3 years, and he got 2 years of probation. And an appeals court later upheld the conviction, and he reportedly remained on the force for some time afterwards, obviously raising issues about what's going on in Baltimore. But the case strikes me as even more outrageous for the fact that the soup can wasn't some complex corruption involving payoffs or conspiracies. It was a stupid, low-level drug bust. It did not require some sophisticated cover story or some intricate scheme to frame a high-profile defendant. Ultimately, the case fell apart because of the body-worn camera footage, and I guess it's ironic that body-worn camera footage is meant to protect the public from police misconduct and actually did the job. But it was a sloppy frame job, and it may be, in fact, the sloppiest frame job of all time. If not, it's right up there with the sloppy frame job Hall of Fame. But consider the following case, the next case, where the frame job wasn't just illegal, it was, but it almost succeeded because of how difficult it was to discover. The defendant's name was John Thompson. John Thompson was nearly executed by the state of Louisiana. He was saved, but only at the last minute, in a desperate last-minute discovery. In 1985, John Thompson was charged with 2 separate crimes, an attempted robbery and an attempted murder. A guy named Ray Luza. Actually, attempted robbery and a murder for a guy named Ray Luza. Prosecutors in Orleans Parish, District Attorney Harry Connick Sr.'s office tried the robbery first. If that name sounds familiar or something, just because Harry Connick Sr. is the father of the famous actor and singer Harry Connick Jr. During the investigation, A blood-stained sample from the victim's pant leg was collected and taken for testing. The crime lab report revealed the robber's blood type was type B. It's important to note defendant Thompson has type O blood. This obviously is conclusive proof he was not the perpetrator. The case should have been immediately dismissed. But because we're talking about it in the context of famous frame jobs, you can probably guess what happened next. Instead, buried deeply in an archive of the file is evidence where one private in the office checked the blood sample out of the evidence room. Surprise! It vanished and was never returned. The lab report itself was even suppressed and never disclosed to the defense. It absolutely should.
So I finished the drawings and I projected them yesterday onto
Prevented Thompson from
my tufting cloth. I have to redo this one in reverse image. I did this one correctly in reverse image because the other side of it will be different. I forgot to reverse image it when I
He spent the next 18 years in prison. 14 years he spent on death row at Angola in solitary confinement. In fact, it came within weeks of execution on multiple occasions. By April 1999, his seventh and final execution date was 40 days away. In a fit of total desperation, his legal team hired a private investigator for one final push just to make sure they hadn't missed it. The private investigator was combing through dusty files of the New Orleans Police Crime Lab report and stumbled upon a microfiche copy of the long 1984 blood report. Obviously, Thompson was tested again, confirming his type O blood, and this single discovery unraveled the entire case. The robbery conviction was vacated, and with that conviction gone, he could finally testify in his defense of the murder trial. There was additional suppressed evidence that came to light, including conflicting witness statements. In 2003, a jury acquitted him of the murder. They only deliberated 35 minutes. Folks, that is so fast. That is long enough to get in there, get a drink of water, elect a foreman, and vote. He walked free after 18 years behind bars. And here's the key. The suppression was not an accident. The prosecutors knew about the blood test results. They hid them. They lied to convict an innocent man. One former assistant district attorney later provided an affidavit admitting intentionally withholding the evidence. Thompson sued the DA's office, and a jury awarded him $14 million, $1 million for every year he spent on death row. A jury even found a pattern of Brady violations in state attorney Connick's office. However, the landmark 2011 Supreme Court case, Connick versus Thompson, weighed in on the case, and the majority shamefully ruled in a 5-4 decision that the office could not be held liable without proving a specific policy or custom of inadequate training, despite the fact that they actually admitted they lied to convict an innocent man. For his part, Thompson went on to lead a pretty good life. He became a vocal advocate for criminal justice reform. He ultimately died in 2017 at the tender age of 55. That age has become.
I'm balling it.
But his case
I'm balling it up, organizing it, and then putting the extra stuff away.
His conviction survived.
And then I'm gonna turn it into a rug.
Only collapsed when an investigator dug through dusty microfiche files. And
I have every color now.
Near miracle fun.
And I can make anything I want.
Innocent man.
Even have human skin colors in like multiple different variations.
Even slower to probably convince someone.
For white people.
Investigations at night. We'll talk about a few more of those things in the investigation, whether Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Instead, your opening statement, I hope you're doing it as well. Those are wild stories. I think if you frame something for crime, you should be subjected to the maximum sentence that person would go. Up to, not the devil, but up to including life in prison with you frame someone for murder, never walk the streets.
Oh, this fucking thing's breaking.
It's got to be discouraged. It can't just be that the state pays you. That's taxpayer. Why are we paying for our own defense? All right. I want to get into a few things here because we have uncovered a motherload of documents in this case. I want to show you some of them. Not going to go through all of them, obviously, but we will begin to show you a timeline of quite a few of them. Here's an affidavit for a search warrant for Tyler Robinson. Here's what the search warrants look like: an affidavit for search warrant, and then there's the search warrant draft at the bottom. And it goes through all of the different facts here. So you get all these facts. We've gone over these. We've looked at them. We talked last night about some of the facts that were different in this case.
Basically just organizing and getting prepared ahead of time.
Some of those tonight.
When I do the rug tufting with the tufting machine, I need 2 strands.
Exterior.
So I need the yarn
Robinson for any
to be in 2 balls so that I can use them like double, like that.
For identification and comparison.
It's easier to go ahead and prepare ahead of time than try to deal with this elsewise.
Air, fiber, biological fluids such as blood, saliva, sweat, and buccal swabs. Oh no, don't get it with buccal swab. Lord have mercy. The man's been through enough.
It's the inside of your cheek.
For photographic documentation, physical evidence may include, but not be limited to, receipts, clothing, electronics.
You know what's awesome is not doing anything illegal or any kind of crimes, just minding my business and doing my hobbies and stuff. I'm obsessed with just minding my own business. Never have to worry about anything catching up with me or get in trouble for anything. Just minding my own business, being a good person.
Here. It was granted at 4:41 a.m., meaning they woke up the judge.
I watch all kinds of different stuff on YouTube.
Sometimes you got to get woken up.
Right now I'm watching Baron Coleman.
For the old
I don't always watch him.
They submit it at 4:31. The judge reviews it for all of 10 minutes and grants the search warrant at 4:40.
I just don't know what else to listen to right now.
I don't want to make a big deal on
this. Kind of just played, I think. I don't remember. I think I selected it, but I can't find anything else to listen to right now, so.
Candace doubled down on it today on her show, if you saw her. We proposed last week that Tyler Robinson was first Mirandized in Washington County, Utah, 6:25 p.m. on the night of September 11th. I believe that's correct. All the context clues point to that. The timeline makes sense because if he's Mirandized at 6:25, that means he showed up about that time. That means people from Utah County, from Provo, from Orem, from Salt Lake City would have had 3.5 hours or so to drive from their location to Washington County and pick him up. Indication was that he was picked up by them at 10 p.m. He was arrested by Brian Davis of the Utah State Bureau of Investigation at 10 o'clock. But people contested. And they said, but Brandon, is it possible that 6:25 p.m. was actually September 12th? Well, I think this is more evidence the answer. It's not possible. And here's why. They're giving him a buccal swab. I don't even know what that means.
Inside your cheek, dingus.
South. Oh, non-invasive. A painless method used to collect DNA from epithelial cells on the inside of the cheek. Well, that sounds invasive. I don't want anyone swabbing my cheeks. All right. So they're giving him the old buccal swab. Swabbing his cheeks, taking his fingerprints, taking his palm prints. Do you think they're doing this without the guy ever having been Mirandized? They got Mirandized. What if he's doing the buccal swab? What if they're hitting him with the old buccal swab? And he blurts out a confession. Because from what I can tell, and I'm going to contest this idea that he's confessed, I keep looking through this documents looking for a confession. The closest thing I have to a confession is a letter written to Lance Twiggs that was burned. Allegedly, a photograph survived of it, but it was burned. That's the closest thing I can find to a confession. I can find implied confession. He implied to his parents he may have done it. We don't put people in prison. We don't put them to death for implications. We don't put them to death because they implied they did something. We get confessions or we provide evidence that they did it. So that's, problem one. But problem two here is you want me to believe that they now have taken the palm prints, taken the fingerprints, they've done the Booker's route, and they just leave them on the rack from 4:41 a.m. when they're
I use about
12 hours.
80 to 100 grams, depending. For these small skeins of yarn, I am doing 100 grams about, which is almost, it's like basically half.
You don't wait.
There's like 200 grams here, I think.
Case changes instantly when you confess. It's a whole new ballgame when a defendant confesses. If you're the Washington County Sheriff and you say, hey, he implied to his parents he did this, you get him on the record.
Yep, 200 grams.
Did you do it? Oh, you don't want to talk with that lawyer? Okay. Fair enough.
So I'm splitting these right in half.
You don't let someone linger.
But I have some that are huge.
22 hours.
Yeah, they got 5 balls out of them. Because you comment on it, Andrew. If you didn't comment on it, YouTube wouldn't recommend this shit to you anymore. It's how algorithms work.
That's the defense would have put that time in there if they didn't want to stay on.
But obviously, you smell a sandwich that obviously is full of shit, like actual excrement. Oh, this sandwich has shit in it.
I'll show you a couple of other of these search warrants. I'm not going to show you all 16 of them. They all kind of look the same.
I hate this shit. Let me comment so I get more of it.
Search warrant of.
You just like complaining. You think I give a fuck what you don't like? Go somewhere else, like your own YouTube channel, and tell them what you don't like. Maybe they'll care.
I think Twigget is a better name.
Nobody gives a fuck about you in here.
This is an affidavit for a search warrant here of the premises known as.
And obviously, by your
Utah
engagement,
a 2-story.
You haven't received any love or respect from anyone.
The number
at all.
blank attached to the right side of the entryway. I can assure you we have unredacted copies, but we're being extra cautious with these, and even probably over.
Show us on the doll where they hurt you, Andrew.
And here is what they're looking for here. Evidence. This tells us what they had with evidence so far.
How to do stuff, how to do rug tufting.
Anything related to firearms.
A lot of that right now.
It's ammunition, gunsmithing, photographs of the exterior and interior of the house.
Anything I want to know about, anything I want to learn.
Trace forensic evidence.
I'm into historical fashion.
Trace forensic evidence that may include but not be limited to fingerprints, hairs, fibers, biologic fluids such as blood. This evidence may not include, but may not be limited to receipts, documents, clothing, backpacks.
I watch podcasts. I watch.
Identification. Any other items according to shoes in the house
that surprise witness, Candace Owens, Darren Coleman,
specific clothing items including blue colored
James Lee,
sunglasses,
some Theo Vaughn,
flag and
but none of those are like religiously or anything. Kind of whatever. I watch whoever is talking about the thing I'm interested in right now.
And then I go through again the facts. We'll get to this in just a minute. I want to point out right now, this is 7:18 a.m. September 12, 7:18 a.m. And the search warrant is approved at 7:32 a.m. So our Judge Windward, up all night, burning the midnight oil, approving warrants at 4 a.m., at 7 a.m. I don't know when the guy got to sleep that night. I hope he didn't have any important cases before him the next day. And here's why I want to point out the time on these before we get to the facts of what's in them.
Whoa, that was lightning.
We know.
I have one of these.
That they were in that house at 1 a.m. They were in the house at 1 a.m. They did not have a search at 1 a.m. Now, that may or may not be important. That may or may not be.
This is probably the second time I've ever listened to his show.
They were in the house at 1 a.m.
Third time. I caught clips. I watch little bits here and there sometimes, but I've never watched it entirely.
found in that house might get proven.
Or I watched one entire episode yesterday, maybe.
Gives you the right to be secure in your home. With a warrant. They don't have a warrant. You are secure. They can't come looking around. Now, there are things that can defeat that requirement. This is law school 101 for those of you that didn't go. You don't have to have a warrant for things like exigent circumstances. So if a guy runs into the house after committing a crime or is in there holding someone hostage, you don't have to go wake up the judge and get a warrant to go in. Right? It's an exigent circumstance. Warrant. The second thing that can defeat the requirement for a warrant is consent. Consent. We doubt very seriously. Some consent. So this home. And then allow them to search your home. This is a good time to remind everybody you do not have to consent to them backing through your car on the side of the road. You're allowed to say no if they want to go get a can. You don't have to let. So if Tyler didn't even consent, the only other person who legally could give them consent is the person who lives there. That would be Lance. But as we discovered last night, Lance may not have actually lived there. If you were with us last night, we looked at some documentation in one of the search warrants where Lance was messaging back and forth with Tyler looking for an excuse to leave his parents'
house. He talks a lot about Charlie Kirk.
Live
Tyler Robinson.
Did he live with his parents, in other words? If he didn't live there, can he offer consent to search the place?
Erica Kirk.
Raises a lot of questions.
Lance
that if I'm
Twig.
the state, I don't want to have
Everybody surrounding Charlie Kirk.
Lance Twig's on.
He's the guy who told Matt how they could look and see on Google what was searched and when by where.
So that is search warrant number 2.
How to use Google search
Just pointing out little things
to see if they're Googling your name in Israel.
Okay.
A lot of people found out that they were, in fact, Googling their name in Israel.
Search warrant number 3. This is a search warrant for the Dodge Challenger of Tyler Robinson. Affidavit.
They were Googling my name in Israel. My God, my fucking legal name.
Dodge Challenger with a license plate blank.
But that's because a Jewish woman is stalking me.
Now, they're looking in here for firearm components, ammunition, gunsmithing. They want to take some photos. They want some forensic evidence with physical evidence located inside or on the vehicle, including prints, gunshot residue. That's interesting to me. Did they find any gunshot residue in the car? That would be, they went looking for it. Did they find it? We have some additional facts here, and we'll get to those in a minute. And again, the time is submitted the 15th of September at 5:34 p.m. A much more reasonable time for a judge to be awake to sign a search warrant at 6:09 p.m. So they didn't even get the search warrant for the car for 4 days. A little weird. They had the car. They knew it was the car. What was happening with the car between then and the search warrant? Why the delay? Why are we waiting? Your story is you drove this car to the scene of the crime and drove it away. Why are we waiting 96 hours to take a peek inside? Weird. Very weird to me. I would think that car should have been ransacked and out immediately. As soon as you discovered it was in, there's this car. You'll get a warrant. We got a warrant for the apartment. Why not a warrant for the car? What's going on in the car? That worries me. That this car sat unsearched for 4 days. It worries me. So, we will continue looking through these. I will give you a list now of some of the ones we are not going to show you. They got a search warrant for an iPhone 14. They got a search warrant for an iPhone 13. Oh, there was a second affidavit for the. Okay. I apologize. I missed the first one. There was a first affidavit for the Challenger on September 12th. Okay, yes. Good call. Good catch. And the second affidavit was September 14th. So they did get one immediate after. Okay. Now I'm no longer worried, ladies and gentlemen. All right. iPhone 14, iPhone 13. We saw the Discord server last night. We saw that one. A Tyler Robinson Verizon device. Don't know what that is. Lance's Verizon records. another Verizon device from Tyler Robinson. Why does he have so many Verizon devices? A phone from Verizon, a Verizon phone.
I mean, I have a
Random
bunch of Verizon.
What's interesting about the electronic, I'm not going to pull it up because it's not redacted, but it lists a whole bunch of electronic devices that they're looking for that they wanted to seize. I guess they looked when they were in the home at 1 a.m. and only one of them would have had a keyboard. There were tablets, there were laptops. Only one of them would have had a keyboard. There was a computer tower they wanted to seize. I'm interested that they didn't want to seize the keyboard, but that's neither here nor there. Then we have Tyler Robinson's Google account. That one is there. Oh, you have the other. Leave it there. I'll grab that in a second. Now, here's what I want to show you because this would blow the case wide open. This would blow the case wide open. Did you know? I did not know until I saw this. That Tyler Robinson had a dash cam pointed at his face the whole time. A black colored Van True dash camera with a serial number blank. And the removable micro SD card that may be inserted into the dash camera unit. Now, thankfully, Terrell Farnsworth never got a hold of this car. Because as we know, Terrell Farnsworth has a nasty habit of snatching SD cards from crime scenes and absconding with them. Requesting to search the Van True dash camera and the removable micro SD card that may be inserted into the Van True dash camera unit. Electronically stored information, digital files, video files, any video or audio recording, downloads and copies, all GPS mapping and coordinates, including historically archived information. It was fascinating to me. Now, in this, it mentions, I will get to that in a second. In this, it mentions that the dash cam, though, was unplugged when they found it. Now, I don't know how long it had been unplugged. Maybe Tyler just unplugged it for the big event. Maybe he unplugged it after the big event. Maybe he never plugged it in. I don't know. But it was an interesting fact to me that there is a dash cam, and it indicates it records forward and into the car. It's a dual dash cam. I don't know that I want something recording in my car all the time.
I have one.
There it is. And it had audio and video. So everything he said, everywhere he went, would be on camera if this thing was plugged in and recorded. That'll be an interesting set of facts. Those are the kind of facts that could change my mind if they looked bad. But it said it was unplugged. I don't know when it was unplugged. But we'll get back to that in just a moment. And then we have the quantum fiber internet. And they have usernames and stuff associated with it, account log history, all that stuff. So apparently they're wanting to go after Tyler Robinson's internet stuff. So let me back out of this. So we have, and then Tyler Robinson's Apple account and also Lance's account. So all of these search warrants are available. They're all public. You have to know where to find them, but they're all there. They're all there. My question is this. With all this material supposedly retrieved by the police, the feds, you would think their case would be very strong. You would think that those electronic devices would just be riddled with evidence of this crime. It is redacted. I'm going to show you the electronic ones because this is a fascinating one. It gives you an idea of just how much evidence may actually be in their possession. HP Stream tablet found in the spare bedroom, an iPad found in the dining room area, a MacBook Air laptop found in the dining room area, a computer tower. This is the keyboard. A computer tower, item found in the southeast bedroom of the apartment, a cell phone with a Raspberry Pi device. That's a really...
He has a cyber deck.
Sorry. I only know a few people that have Raspberry Pi devices. I apologize if I'm stepping on any toes here. They're weirdos. The people that have them are total weirdos. Now, I know you guys are going to tell me, oh, I've got a Raspberry Pi and I use it for a very non-weird reason.
Yeah, right.
Contrary. All contrary. All contrary. People with Raspberry Pi devices are weirdos. But it was found in the dining room area, USB on a backpack, and an SD card and a hard drive. A random hard drive was found in the dining room area. So, again,
Baron Coleman.
Crime of the century. You want to take this crime to your grave. We discovered last night that he texted absolutely.
He's a father of 8.
He talked to anyone he ran into.
His wife makes really good food, apparently.
Except the police.
He was a lawyer.
Then also he want to claim up. I wonder on these devices just how much information is present. Let's look briefly at the time of this. This was not requested until the 14th day of September, 4 days after the crime. 2 days, 2 more than 2 days. They had access to the phone. You would want to take these into possession pretty quickly and begin looking. But with the state of Utah, wanted to wait, 60 hours or so before they submitted an affidavit for searching it. So that is that's sort of the ones I want to go through. Now, let me pull up a little bit of a timer. Let me pull up a timer. This timeline will help us understand what facts are available to us in this new search warrant. What is it we're able to find in this search warrant? So let me click on this, make this a little smaller so that your words here are as big as possible. I know I hate small words, but if I don't, we're unable to fully show you everything I want to show you. Here is a new timeline we have for Tyler Robinson based on these documents. I'll click on them. 28 a.m. We're told in one of these search warrants, the new search warrant for the Dr. Challenger, we're told that
Tyler Robinson is the guy that supposedly killed Charlie Kirk. That's who he's talking about.
Parking structure located on campus.
Tyler Robinson is the patsy that the government is blaming for Charlie Kirk.
8:30 to 9:23, 53 minutes. Robinson.
The guy on TV right now is Baron Coleman.
Around campus. Seen visiting.
He's talking about Tyler.
Near where the rifle was later recovered, and a site where the says victim of something. We'll say a site from where somebody was seen. I guess that's the Losis, is what they're talking about. He continued walking around campus and returned to his vessel at 9:24 a.m. And then he leaves the parking lot structure at 9:32 a.m. And when he did, he traveled east from the campus, which is the direction from which he is later observed walking toward the campus prior to the shooting. So this is all new information in gory detail off of the Dodge Challenger affidavit, which I'll pull up now. You should stop doing that. Please don't email that address. I'll block you. Okay. If we scroll down here, we see information we have. Agent Mortensen reviewed Utah Valley University security video footage, discovered Robinson's Challenger entering UVU parking structure located on Campus Drive, approximately 800 West at 0828. After entering the structure, he parked next to his vehicle, walked around campus till 0924. When he returned to his car, in the video he's seen wearing a ball cap, a red t-shirt, light colored shorts, and Converse style tennies. Got some tenny runners on. During that time, he walked around campus. He's seen visiting areas such as a wooded area near where a rifle is later recovered and the site where the victim was shot. Robinson leaves the parking structure, returns to his vehicle at 0932, traveled northeast from the campus, which is the direction from which he's later observed. So that is how the structure reads. Now we get into something very interesting. This is absolutely new information. I've not seen this move anywhere. If someone else reported it, I missed it. If you go to the quantum fiber, and we'll do that in a second, Google Maps route with a time starting at approximately 12:46 p.m. The starting point near the mountain shadows shopping center. Now, I want to remind you guys, if you've been watching diligently, you've seen this before. If not, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to pull it up. But after the Big Bang took place at 12:23, you see video footage of a guy, allegedly a guy, could be anyone, a very small character, scampering across the rooftop, scaling down the side of the building like Spider-Man, dropping 15, landing in a popping up and running away. That was a 12:23 to 12:24. 23 minutes later, we find Tyler Robinson's car at a shopping center. Actually, it was like 21 or 22 minutes later when he showed up. He parked a couple of minutes in the parking lot. We had no idea what he was doing. I think we now know what he was doing. He pops up in a shopping center and he appears lost. We made a big deal of the fact that he stopped in that shopping center. If you remember, it was like a DVD store or something. It was sitting out at the parking lot, and he was sort of in the back of the lot. And a white SUV circled around and pulled up behind him, and they drove off. Looks like together, right? I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know whether they were together. I don't know whether it was weird. We didn't see anybody walk with a white SUV. The person, from the time the camera started rolling for those 2 or 3 minutes that Tyler Robinson was stationary, no one entered or exited that vehicle, so you can only assume someone stayed in his car. Still a little weird. Get in the parking lot and you sit in the car before you leave, whatever. But we saw that little tangle, and we know that it took place between like 12:43 and 12:46. But we had no idea what was going on in Tyler Robinson. Why is he just parked? What's he waiting for? And it made sense to us that he might have been waiting on the SUV to circle around to the behind. Now we know what he was doing. He was generating a Google Map direction, turn-by-turn directions via Google Maps. He was generating those from, I'll pull it up and we can look at it together. He was generating that from, here it is right here. I shall pull it up. He was generating that from the shopping center to a quick quack car wash located at 855 North State Street, Orem, Utah. That's what Tyler Robinson was doing in that parking lot. You remember Ryan Matta, I think, first had the video. He puts up the video. You see Tyler Robinson come to a pause. He stops. A white SUV pulls up behind him. They drive off together. And everyone's like, what the hell's he doing? He just committed the crime of the century. He just successfully pulled off the most high-profile political assassination in America in 62 years, and he drives to a DVD store and parks in a parking lot for like 2 or 3 minutes. What the hell is he going on in the car? This Google Maps result that the police are telling us they found, this would tell us what he was doing in the parking lot was pulling up directions to the quick quack. Everybody had to go to the quick quack. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen,
nailing it, dude.
when you pull off the highest profile political assassination in America in 62 years, what's the first thing you want to do?
I want to go to Disneyland.
Go back home? Stop leaving evidence all over town? Stop having your car videoed here and there? Is that what you would want to do? No, friend. No. That's not with Tyler Robinson. Instead, he pulls up his phone and leaves yet more evidence about where he's been, where he's going, and pulls up directions to the quack car wash. Well, I wanted to see what the quick quack car wash looked like because he showed up there 11 minutes later. Because I will show you this quickly. Just so you know I'm making stuff up. Agent Draney with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation obtained records and video footage from the quick quack car wash of Tyler Robinson's 2013 Dodge Challenger with license plate XYZ arriving at the car wash at approximately 12:57 hours on September 10th. We've got a decision for you. One of two things is true. Either Tyler Robinson's a lone wolf with a dirty car, and he could find no better time to go get a coat. Then immediately after the highest profile political assassination in America in 62 years. I guess that's option A. Option B is he might want to hang out at the Quick Quack, because I'll show you what the Quick Quack looks like on a map. And you might answer the question yourself of what is it precisely Tyler Robinson was doing at the Quick Quack? Why would he be going to the Quick Quack? Here is the Quick Quack. You'll see here cars lining up to go into the Quick Quack. And then they come around after getting washed off and they park under these things here in order to get themselves out. While you're in here, you are impervious to being seen. And while you are under here, you are hidden from satellite photography. If he was not working alone, this would be a wonderful place to be. Immediately after the highest profile political assassination in 62 years. When you pull it up from a different angle, but you're going to see even more about what car wash looked like at Boromir, Utah. This will give you probably a better understanding of what I'm talking about. This is the Quick Quack from different angles. Obviously, we can go back to September 10th. But you come in here and notice you can't see these cars. You can't really see what kind of cars they are. You can't really tell who's under there. If you go to different angles, you can't see anything about what's going on in these cars. You can't see who's talking, who's standing beside their cars. You're kind of shielded. And it's a great place. You do want to stand outside your car and talk after the highest profile political assassination in 62 years, because you'll notice people are standing outside their cars with their doors open. See that? There's a guy right there standing outside of his cars with his door open. There's a guy standing behind his truck. I don't know if that's what he was doing, but I think it raises a question. It should raise a question in everyone's mind.
I can't believe how
Why was he so eager to wash his car?
half perfect so much.
What was he doing? And why that particular car? He's not purple. He doesn't know where the Quick Quack is. That's weird to me. That's a weird fact that popped up out of these. A weird fact to me that popped up out of these. Where is my... Oh, here it is. Now, let's go back because we have more on it. Go back to the Dodge Challenger. The Dodge Challenger subpoena, if we go back to it, we find something else we didn't know before. Because after he leaves the parking structure and all that, okay. According to Special Agent Katy with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, so the FBI is not providing information. According to Special Agent Katy, not Manning, different thing, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the owner of the home located at blank contacted police and advised that he had captured video on his Nest doorbell, a Dodge Challenger parked across the street from his home. The vehicle initially parked at approximately 1,247 hours on September 11th and left at 01:35. Now, I'm going to suggest to you this is probably a typo of somebody who's trying to use 24-hour time and doesn't know how. Because if we're to believe this, then he had a time machine because he actually left before he arrived. My guess is this is 12:47 a.m., which should be 0047 hours on September 11th, which means Tyler Robinson was still in Orem, Utah in the middle of the night, according to this. And I have more evidence that this might be accurate. Let this soak in, let it sink in, because when I show you something in a moment, you're going to go, huh? What? How's that work? Some of you may have already been thinking it. The vehicle was still in Orem, Utah after midnight and did not leave Orem, Utah until 1:35 at the earliest.
Heather. Have I forgotten how to do this? Yes.
What do we know about
You can just shut down.
what Tyler Robinson's
Completely forgot how to do it.
plans were after the Big Bang? I take you back in time, ladies and gentlemen, to our principal. And we'll show you
This episode is also from last night.
principal reporting on where Tyler Robinson went in the aftermath. And we noticed the feds weren't very interested in finding Mr. Robinson at this location. I will let our principal take it away. I'll put it on closed captioning to those. You're very well. She says, which is why I was very surprised to learn.
Thereafter, right? Tyler Robinson, we can exclusively confirm to all, drove 3 hours away from Orem, Utah, down to Panguitch, Utah. I hope I'm saying that right. A lot of the cities sound weird. I think it's Panguitch, Utah. I'm showing you a map of that distance. It is just.
I can confirm one thing she's saying there without it. A lot of the cities sound weird. A lot of the cities in Utah sound weird. They're words I've never heard, but Panguitch is one of them.
It's under 3 hours to get there. And what was he doing there? You're probably wondering, did he meet up with somebody? No, he was alone. And what we can tell you that he did when he got there was that he pulled into the Cowboys Smokehouse on North Main Street. He grabbed himself a seat at the bar at this steakhouse, and he ordered himself some more food. Specifically, Tyler Robinson ordered a steak, medium rare, with mashed potatoes and vegetables. There were 3 servers that were working that night. And then after news exploded the following day and people began obsessively sharing, of course, the photo of the suspect, Tyler Robinson, having been captured after 33 hours, well, one of the servers recognized him as the person that was sitting at the bar the night before. So they decided to huddle up with management and said, no, that person, Tyler Robinson, he was here. He was eating a steak. He was eating mashed potatoes. Management said, are you sure? Are you positive? Yeah, Tyler Robinson said, yes, I'm absolutely sure. Well, they don't have any cameras at this restaurant. So what they decided to do was to verify that he was in the building, not by, of course, consulting outdoor video footage, which they didn't have access to, but rather just looking through credit card charges. Because Tyler Robinson, despite telling his roommate how he wanted to get away with this, remember the messages, and like, oh, here's what happened. I don't want anybody to know. Make sure you delete this letter that's under the keyboard, but take a picture of it before you delete it, but read it and then destroy it. He's trying to get away with this crime. Well, he used his credit card. That's how they found him. And so what they did was the right thing. They contacted the feds. Now, that's interesting because I would imagine that after 33 hours, they could gloriously come out and yee-haw, we got him. I would have, and call me crazy. I don't know how this stuff works. I'm not an expert, right? We're not experts, but I would imagine the first thing that they would do is that they would probably just try to figure out where he'd been. And maybe one way they would do that would be going through his credit card charges. I would imagine the federal government had that capability. They didn't do that. Instead, they were contacted days later by this restaurant. The server filed a report responsibly and said, yeah, he was here. We have the literal receipt, And they explained that Tyler Robinson was not very talkative. He seemed absolutely fine and normal and was texting on his phone. Maybe that's when he was sending more messages to his lover as he was eating his steak. He was sure hungry, is what I would say, but calm nonetheless. Didn't have the jitters. He wasn't scared. He was just hungry. Now, what's fascinating to me is what happens after. Because again, I'm expecting that the feds would go, well, let us get down there. Let us get down to Panguitch. Let us start interviewing everybody. Let's start checking all these cameras around here to see if we've got them. No, that's all they did. they sort of were obliged to call them back and just say, okay, what happened? And then that's it, the trial goes cold. Now, remember, I told you guys that I spoke with the lawyer.
Okay. I'm not gonna play it, but still, because Robinson is in Panguitch at 8:45 p.m. He was rolling into Panguitch to get a medium rare sirloin. It's a vegetables and a potato at 8:45 p.m. Panguitch is 3 hours south of Orem, Utah. It's an hour or so north of St. George, maybe an hour and a half. He's almost there. He's almost home on the night of the big bang. But the FBI, the police, nobody wants to go to Panguitch and interview anybody. We've got all these 16 search warrants that we know of, looking for all this camera footage. Always got camera footage from this house. Always got camera footage from this house. We even have camera footage of his car parked across from the, and I'll show you in a second where that was, parked right across from where the alleged weapon was allegedly recovered. I'll say all alleged because I think it's all yes. But we have Tyler Robinson on a doorbell camera from 12:45 a.m. to 1:30 in the morning in the middle of the night in Orem. But at 8:45, he's jonesing for a sirloin 3 hours south.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Grandma Faye.
He piddles
We're
around.
working on. We have 2 bags full of the yarn. We're working on balling it all up. I have a whole other one underneath this one to continue balling up.
Can't be. What if
I've been doing it for about 3 hours so far.
Immediately to get a phone.
I wish you were here, Grandma. I could use some help.
About 6:30 or so, he decides, man, I would love.
I need a better yarn baller. I have a cheap, crappy one. I need like a high quality one.
It's spotted on.
And one that can make big balls that are like 200 grams or something.
Spotted on camera, dude. He then jumps in his car immediately from Dairy Queen. And drive 3 hours plus south to Panguitch. Now, to arrive in Panguitch at 8:45, he would have to leave Orem by 5:45. He allegedly was on the Dairy Queen camera at 6:45, so he was just cut by a third the amount of time he had. But and he just ate, but now he's eating again. He's a very hungry man for somebody who looks like he weighs 140 pounds soaking wet. So things start to be questionable. The timeline starts to break down. It's possible that was not Tyler Robinson at the Dairy Queen. If so, it raises the question, why would they put a doppelganger in Dairy Queen at 6:45 or 6:30, whatever time he was supposed to be there? So that's a little weird. Did he pay with a credit card at Dairy Queen? Or do you pay with cash? Do you use the same credit?
Babe, what do you want, doggy?
Because his credit card,
what?
I believe, is 6:30.
You need to go out psycho potty?
It's way south to Panguitch.
There's food in Orly's bowl. Orly's food, Orly's bowl.
Serving staff recognized him and dug up and, in fact, saw his credit card receipt. It would also be interested to see if they can do a handwriting match on that credit card receipt. Was that him? Or was someone tooling around in his vessel using his credit card in Panguitch? And then he's almost home. He's almost gotten away with the murder of the century. But instead of going home, and it seems like he was wanting to go home, right? He went to Panguitch after him. Who goes to Panguitch?
So I love knitting myself, but I've been a knitter and a crocheter for a long time. But what I'm doing now is I'm making rugs. I have a tufting machine and I'm making rugs with it. So I finally found something to combine all my hobbies into one.
There we go. All right. So that's Utah Valley
The
University.
grandmother would be so proud. And the funny story is, the first thing I ever did as a kid with my grandma, like hobby wise, was I did latch hook.
Way up here.
So
This is Cedar
I've
City, where
been
he's singing the gas.
supposed to discover rug making for a long time, but I just didn't
Interstate 15 would go
didn't
right.
discover it for some reason.
That's a quick way to
Thanks,
get
Grandma.
right there. But instead, he's all the way over here off of the highway in Panguitch. Now he drives from all the way up here, all the way down here, 3 hours to Panguitch.
Oh, the one thing I'll say is the packaging is like very cheap. It's so plasticky, like no weight to it. Number 5, it's like a little trim. Hey guys, it's Bella. Welcome back to another Mystery Monday. If you're new here, welcome. We talk about true crime cases on this channel on Mondays, so if that's something that you're interested in, then please come.
Shows are now, which is kind of ironic given how there was the actual episode where they replaced all the boys with girls and
Kind of burnt out on McFerrin Coleman right now. A 10th UFO expert has gone missing. Or someone who's worked in the interstellar whatever field. Alright. Can I just go to those two? Cat, are you down there farting? Oh my God. Those have been watched. I'm so tired. I don't want to do this anymore. This. Don't want to do this. Alright, that works.
I'm your host, Paul. In this video, we're breaking down the Fellowship of the Ring. The Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite trilogies ever, and I can't wait to unpack this incredible film. We will, of course, be doing the extended edition, which is easy.
No, Elliot is with his dad.
I've also read
Yep,
through the
we are safe. Weather is good. It's been rainy.
messages.
It's gonna snow tomorrow, or tomorrow, Thursday. It's supposed to snow.
Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We will, of course, be doing all 3 films.
But I have a really nice heater.
Fellowship. Have my luck. I think so. Now let's break down this incredible movie. And the word ominously opens with the text: 3 rings for the Elven kings and the Visconti, 7 for the dwarf lords and their horse of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness find them. In the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. I actually read that bit as well, unlike House of Dragon, where I was just pretending to read. Either way, that instantly sets the tone for the book, and it fills the pages with a wealth of atmosphere. Almost like a scroll from a long-lost parchment, it feels like it portrays the forgotten world. All this happens before we even get our chapter list, and it instantly grips you from the off. Now, this is something Sir Peter Jackson mimics perfectly in the movie, with Galadriel telling us the tales of the ring. However, from the off, Jackson does something different, and he fills us in on the fall of Sauron. Now, in the book, our initial prologue was called Concerning Hobbits, and those hobbits, they're very concerning. However, that was mainly there to act as a guide for people who hadn't read the predecessor novel, and to fill in basically what you needed to know. Hobbits are unique to Lord of the Rings, whereas dwarves and elves...
Yes. Snow.
So you had to know this to understand the heroes, whereas here we don't meet them till after this. Now, what I love about the movie, though, is that it sets the stage.
It's raining right now, and it's very cold outside, so honestly, I'm not shocked, because it is Temperature dropped a lot today.
Such as
Yeah, I know. So weird.
We read about goals, torture, and dimensions of black and with four fingers. Beyond the door, it's up in the air with a as if there's a
Hopefully the cold snap doesn't hurt the plants.
this intro, eye of Sauron, which we see
A lot of farms are gonna really struggle.
sky. Instead, it's more of a metaphor. Jackson admitted he misread this element, but I feel like it works really well.
Super jealous.
I switch things up, make its appearance in the cover. Adam is a black.
But not jealous at the same time because my bus kind of really sucks when it's 90 degrees outside. It's like 110 in here. So
long of a stuff with names that he ended up just scrapping the whole thing. Instead, he opted to go with a monologue by Bilbo, which was used in the first screening of the film. Eli thought this was too confusing, though, and they said he should rework the original idea into a 2-minute sequence. Jackson came back with a 7-minute one, with Bilbo's monologue about hobbits, then becoming the second scene of the extended version. Now, Jackson was brilliant at playing the studios, and originally the movie was under Harvey Weinstein at Miramax. They spent $14 million developing the project, and it gave Jackson time to put things together. However, this was just going to be 2 films, which would have a minuscule budget compared to what we got. These would be titled The Fellowship of the Ring and The War of the Ring, but Jackson knew it wouldn't work. Projected to have a budget of $180 million, this was rejected by Disney head Michael Eisner. He thought there was a limited audience for fantasy, and Weinstein allowed him to shop to other studios. Now, Jackson leaked the scripts, and these caused a lot of issues at the studios as these were reviewed online. Drew McWeeny at Ain't It Cool News loved them, but said it was too short and that they needed to have 3 movies. He also said they need a massive budget, and then the project was finally picked up by New Line. Jackson said they really understood the property and allowed him to shoot 3 movies back to back, which was the first time it ever happened. Now, as for his design, Sauron's more like Morgoth, but a bit more goth, and they based his look on descriptions of him. Terrible, I'm sorry. And now he was the first Dark Lord of Middle-earth, who was the master of Sauron. Destroyed at the end of the First Age, Sauron then took up his place. Rings of Power is sort of filling in some bits of that, though it seems like they're going their own way with it. I haven't actually seen any of season 2 as of making this video, so I'm just going to stay focused on the books and the movie. What we do know, though, is that Sauron's a shape changer who Tolkien described as hatred made visible. Sauron only ever appears in this intro, and we instantly see straight away why he's so feared. This also sets up why the ring is so powerful, and as far as storytelling goes, we quickly get the stakes. That's something that's difficult to do in a world as rich as this, but yeah, best prologue ever. Now, originally, they tried both Elijah Wood and Ian McKellen reading out the intro, as this would help us get used to the characters. Gandalf actually tells a lot of this intro during the second chapter of the work, so it makes sense that he'd use him for this moment. However, in the end, they decided the best way to go was with Cate Blanchett due to Galadriel's age. She was the only one of the 3 alive at this time, and thus it makes sense that she would recount it. It also sets up her character later on, and lets us know that the elves have extremely long lifespans. Cate is unforgettable in the role, but originally they had someone else in mind. That was Nicole Kidman, and I'm guessing we would have had something along the lines of her portrayal of Atlanta, which I also like. On top of this, David Bowie was also close to being Elrond, with Kylie Minogue also auditioning for his daughter Arwen. However, Jackson didn't want a famous musician playing the character. Either way, Galadriel initially speaks in Elvish before translating it for the viewer. The world is changed. This gives us an otherworldly feel and lets us know we're here for this forgotten history. Harvard also leans into more of the Christian symbolism in some of the work. IMDb Trivia has a big list of all of them, but the most notable ones are seen in Galadriel. She was designed to be like statues of the Virgin Mary and also gives blessings. Jackson said we also start with a voiceover because in the beginning was the word. We see the rings of elves as well, which include Galadriel's...
you're just gonna lay there and moan and groan instead of go and tell me what you want so I can actually deliver it to you?
And Sauron couldn't.
It's funny how you do that.
Was able to look into their thoughts, which is something we learn about in Lothlorien.
You were definitely a human in your last life.
Came greed. This was self-destructive in its own way, and it's what caused events like what we see in Moria. As for the men, they desired power, and thus it enhanced this within them. So all the rings like that old magic answers. Amongst the figure, you also get some notable cameos, including Monk. Like I said, he was initially cast as Gil-galad, though.
I am exhausted. No, I'm exhausted. I went to work earlier. My eyes are burning. I've been doing this for hours. Literally, if you can rewind this live stream, like I've literally been doing this for hours since at least 4 o'clock.
also appears at the end of Return of the King, but instead they just give the scene to Hugo Weaving, which I feel works better for a movie. The Dwarf Lords are also made up of members of the FX team who employed at Weather Workshop at the time. Along with this amongst the men, you also have Anthony and John Howe, who both illustrated a lot of Tolkien's work. They were also brought on to consult on the movie, and a lot of the designs are based on their suggestions. We then jump to an incredible drawing of a map based on the work of Tolkien's son Christopher. From here, we turn to the Siege of Barad-dûr and watch the last alliance of elves and men. These gigantic battle scenes were pioneered by this franchise, and at the heart of them was the software Massive. Created by Steve Regulus, this created thousands of digital extras who all had their own AI and behavior patterns. Now, what you might not realize if you're just watching the movie is that the prologue encompasses millennia of conflicts. The history of Middle-earth's actually divided into 3 ages, with the first of these being the dawn of the elves. This in itself saw the rise of Morgoth before he was defeated by men and elves alike. In the second age, we got the rise of Sauron, which also ushered in the creation of the rings. His conquest ended with him being driven back to Mordor before he was then defeated by the last alliance of elves and men. However, as we see, his
Oh my god, you know what you remind me of, though? I got my eye drops. I found them.
which is also why married couples have them. It's supposed to show a bond forever, which is also why Tolkien used it here. Sauron is bonded to the ring, and all those who possess it end up tied to it. And the fourth age then began with Sauron's death, which came with the destruction of the ring. So the prologue begins in the second age, with the main part taking place in the third. Now, one of my favorite paragraphs in the work explains Sauron's connection to this, and it comes in the Council of Elrond chapter. Fruitless did I call the victory of the last alliance, not wholly so, yet it did not achieve its end. Sauron was diminished, but not destroyed. His ring was lost, but not unmade. The Dark Tower was broken, but its foundations were not removed, for they were made with the power of the ring. And while it remains, either way, the scope instantly feels epic from the off, and there's some incredible details here. Work that this is called. Apologies for the pronunciation throughout. At this point, turns like the movie. We get to stand up against the Nazgul. I love how she uses her dad's sword to stand up against.
I will, promise. My name's Heather.
So many cool little details, like the arrows whizzing by his hair, and also the high contrast of colours between gold and black. It highlights right from the off the battle for the ring, with Sauron and that being gold and black too. The battle is vast and expansive, with it showcasing the power of Sauron in comparison to the others. He sends several people flying with one swing and just dominates.
So much better.
Even in defeat, he still goes up almost like a nuke that sends a shockwave which knocks countless people back. Now he watches Elendil, charges at him, and is not so to the ground. This is then stepped up by Sauron, which ends up breaking the blade. Also, is a major weapon in the storyline, with later appearing in Rivendell. Other but showed up earlier, and Aragorn carried it around with him. Jackson felt just too good for him to have a broken sword, so instead they just headed up Rivendell, where it's reforged. Yay! At this point, the Seal Lord vanquishes Sauron, which leads to him exploding. However, Jackson's clarify this was actually him escaping, with his form then spreading out into Middle-earth. The Seal Lord then picks up the ring, and later we see it change and recise the bit of the work to get this from his journal, which is somewhat recounted in the cell. It was hot, this to it, hot as a blade. Scorched, so that I had it my head again shot through the pallet. Yet, even as I writing, it was cooled, and it seemeth to shrink, though it lose it, neither its beauty nor its shape. Already the writing upon it, which was at first as clear as red flame, fadeth, and is now only barely to be read. For this passage then talked about the anguish he felt over possessing it, before ending on, it is precious to me, though I buy it with great pain. But this highlights the grip the ring has, with that word precious showing how important it is to the holder. Wait, is that why Buffalo Bill called his dog Precious? Beyond that, though, saying an object is precious to you is almost like it's the most important thing in your life. That is something the ring becomes to its bearer, but we see how it has a mind of its own. The Isildur was ambushed, and though he used it to escape, it ended up slipping off his finger. This then meant he could be pelted with arrows, and the character died, losing the grip of his precious.
Mom, what?
Is that he gets struck with 3 arrows, which gets carried across to another
Mom,
character.
what? Mom. My dog says mom.
Trying to take the ring for themselves.
Good night.
Ultimately, they lost it and it slipped away. Boromir realized the error of his ways, though.
What, baby? What do you want? You gotta use your words, and then I will do what you want. You just literally have to point it out, and then I can do it.
ring.
But if you just sit there and whine, I'm not going to be able to understand what it is you want.
Along with the other man in the fellowship. Now, at this point, we see a hand picking it out of a river. Watching this for the first time, you might think that it's Smeagol because of the way they edit and the narration that lays it out. However, as we learn in Return of the King, this is actually Deagle, who should be able to be one of Smeagol's friends. One of the first ever hidden details I remember catching in the movie was noticing the hand grab the ring was small, and then when we fit the goal's hand, it looks slightly off. There's a tease that something else was going on here, and it made the career path.
Yeah, but Gollum wasn't a freakazoid at that time. It was a human then.
About it earlier in the fellowship book. Chapter 2 is titled The Shadows of the Past. Murder and Eagle of the Lake says this. No one ever found out what the abuse murdered Potter home is what he was committing. But he found that none of his family could see him when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery and this use of departments. And he put his knowledge to cricket and malicious services. A sharp night. Catching him in his cave, this also builds up the back of a chapter from The Hobbit, that is, Riddles in the Dark, The Hobbit being an in-universe book titled There and Back Again. This is what we see Bilbo writing and it recounts his tale. As I said earlier, the concerning Hobbits thing we see is a prologue of Fellowship, with the book saying that story was derived from the earlier chapters of the Red Book, composed by Bilbo himself, the first Hobbit to become famous in the world at large. A Red Book is how the Hobbit's often presented, which is why the one from Folio Society looks like this. That's not a humble brag either, saying I've got lots of Folio Society books. Sounds like it is, but it sounds a bit like Ron Burgundy.
I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books at my apartment.
Smells of rich mahogany.
Circus wasn't available for filming during this, and he only provided the voice out. Who else though was Dominic Monaghan, who was playing Barry in the movie. Circus still provided the voice though, with a purpose of doing something else. Either way, we then build over this being the last scene in home shot for the movie. Ironically, when they did the prequel with Mark Freeman, we also know this was the first scene they filmed. Although we see fishbones that are in the rocks.
Why are you doing it? You're better than that.
Says the likeness eyes was.
What are you doing, you weirdo? Don't back up into it.
This is something Gandalf brings up.
Weirdo.
Something for Riddles in the Dark is one of my favorite chapters, but there actually exists two versions of it. The second was reworked, so it's hiding with Fellowship, and this then replaced the original reprints. The original had Gollum as a normal laid-back creature who took the rules of the world very seriously. Bilbo won, he guided them out, which then led to Bilbo putting on the ring and sneaking off. The updated chapter has him being far more sinister, and it feels a lot more like Life or Death. Lord of the Rings is done a great breakdown on the original, so if
You want to go outside and bark at the dog?
This icon was explained away, and the original story was seen as a lie.
Okay.
Framed it like Bilbo refused to tell the truth until eventually Gandalf managed to get it out of him. A line like this was something Gandalf found strange, and it was explained that this showed how the ring corrupted everyone. Riddles in the Dark also gets mentioned later on during the scene with Gandalf.
Hold on, I'll be right there.
As we travel across the map and hit Hobbiton, we can see Bag End and the tree that's above it. Inside, we then switch narrations and go from Galadriel to Bilbo. This is further built upon in concerning hobbits, which Jackson reworked into Bilbo's narration. However, the work also explains the different kinds of hobbits and how the Shire was founded. Before the crossing of the mountain, the hobbits had already become divided into three somewhat different breeds: Harfoots, Stuars, and Fallowhides. The work says the Harfoots were browner of skin, smaller and shorter, and they were beardless and bootless. Their hands and feet were neat and nimble, and they
Hey, I hear you.
on all sides. The Stuars were broader and heavier.
Okay. And
The Fallowhides and they were taller and slimmer than the others. They were lovers of the trees and woodlands, and the Fallowhide brothers then set out from Bree and passed over a bridge of stones bow with a great following of hobbits. The heir of the crossing of the Brandywine then became Year One of the Shire. This explains how they found peace here and were in trouble by war for thousands of years. This was bloody great, mate, because the work says, at no time had hobbits of any kind been warlike. Knew that without even reading the book. Now, as for their homes, initially they started burrowing them into hills, which is how we got the hobbit holes. However, it said they became so accustomed to the land that they eventually started to build out of ground. This is why we see things like the mill, with the Shire becoming far more simple. Bilbo married Primula Brandybuck, and Frodo lost them both on the same day. Pictures of these appear in the movie, and they're the two hobbits.
Of course.
One, which is where we stop the tale.
Thank you for the sparkles.
He played Frodo on the BBC radio play, so it's nicely building off the back of that. Bilbo adopted Frodo when he was 99, and both share the same birthday, which makes it easy to remember.
There's always been a Panguitch living here under the hill. There always will be.
Now, instantly you get sucked in the countryside with showcasing the
Money.
hobbits, so go forget to build, and the leaves of the tree of Bagain were all placed individually over the air. Watching this for the first time, you might think that it's Smeagol because of the way they edit and the narration that lays it out. However, as with the Return of the King, this is actually Deagle, who's revealed to be one of Smeagol's friends. In the movie was noticing the hand that grabbed the ring was normal, but then when we cut to Gollum's hand, it looks slightly off. There's a tease that something else was going on here, and it laid the career path for me, basically doing hour-long breakdowns of Lord of the Rings. Although that plays out in Return of the King, we learned about it early on in the Fellowship book. Chapter 2 is titled Shadow of the Past, and after the murder of Deagle at the lake, it says this.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what had become of Deagle? He was murdered far from home, and his
Thank
body
you for the sparkles and the floating heart.
He found that none of his family could see him when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery and concealed it, and he used it to find out secrets, and he put his knowledge to crooked and malicious use. All Hobbit children ran after the cart all through Hobbiton and right up the hill. It had a cargo of fireworks, as they rightly guessed. This guy's expression when he has to pretend to be glum for the wife as well. We've all been there, mate. Now it just adds so much to the movie, and it instantly lets you fall in love with the land. Interspersed with these scenes are also moments with Bilbo at Bag End, where he desperately searches for the ring. This culminates with him finding it in his pocket and letting out a Gollum-like purr. It's precious, and it's he's being appointed by the ring. Although it seems like it's giving him a kind of life, we hear how this isn't all it's cracked up to be.
The powder from this rubbing on this.
This is a line that comes down right at the word, and it's that's always stuck with me. Gandalf instantly picks up on how he hasn't aged, and the long-expected party chapter starts off by discussing it. Time wore on, but it seemed to have little effect on Mr. Baggins. At 90, he was much the same as at 50. At 99, they began to call him well-preserved, but unchanged would have been nearer the mark. There were some who shook their heads and thought this was too much of a good thing. It seemed unfair that anyone should possess, apparently, perpetual youth as well as reputedly inexhaustible wealth. It will have to be paid for, they said. It isn't natural, and trouble will come. That last line is what stuck with me too, and it showed how
It's really cold outside. It could even snow tonight. Holy shit.
Negative side of these positive things. Let's
It's really cold out there.
We saw the rings as being too good to be true, which in the end is exactly what happened. It's an excellent message that basically sums up what happens to the character. Poor Frodo, who keeps winning these rings, and he's not die, but he doesn't grow or obtain a lot of healing continues until at last every minute is glorious. If he often uses the ring to make himself invisible, he fades. He becomes at the end invisible permanently. He walks in the twilight under the eye of the power that holds the rings. You can see this later in the Nazgul, who seem like they're just shadows of the close. Gandalf enters, and if you wonder how they did this, it's because they built two identical sets of motions with them put on the exact same pad, and this allowed them to overlay the shots. However, Helen still had issues with the height, and he banged his head off one of the beams. Ever the professional, we kept acting through it, and this is the take that we see in the movie. Bilbo also quotes a line from The Hobbit when he says he's got cold chicken and a bit of pickle. Some cheese. Gandalf asked for this, so it's a nice way to reference the work. Now on the map, we will see further nods to the Hobbit with the Lonely Mountain and Smoke in red. This pulls directly from the drawings in the book and also adds the words of destination smell. Executive Cole's later title one of his Hobbit films this, and I love how it helps to aid to the prequels. Now Bilbo brings up the Sackville Bagginses, who we learn a fair bit about the work. It's the Sackville Bagginses. When Bilbo went on this adventure, people thought he was dead, and the Sackville Bagginses who took over Bag End. Bilbo returned, and the story ended with him kicking him out. They thought they'd get him next when he died. Bilbo took Frodo as his heir. In the book, that Bilbo needs, they demand to see the will again just to make sure Frodo's still the heir.
Bilbo does something really funny in that he invites them to a party, which we see in the movie. Normally they wouldn't go, but the invitation was so magnificent and said they couldn't turn it down. The text states it was written in gold ink, and he even leaves them a gift at the end. Bilbo knows, yeah, and Amelia stole the spoons when she was at the house, so he wrapped it up and gave them to her. She opened it, goes, yeah, foiled again, and after waiting 60 years, spoons still sticks, yeah, which would be happy there, mate. Anyway, Bilbo says, so look, Penny Bracegirdle from Hard Bottle, which is a little big at the Belian. She was born a Bracegirdle from Hard Bottle, so it's a little further diss to her. He also constantly says how he's not at home, with there being a chapter titled Not at Home in the Hobbit. That night we then see as Gandalf and Bilbo smoke together with a pair blowing a ring in a boat. The ring symbolizes the great MacGuffin of the story, but the boat also has a deeper meaning to it. Bilbo and the gang sail up in a bar at the end of Return of the King, and this is basically them going up to live out their retirement. As the boat sails through it, the ring fades away, and this highlights how the ring will have no further hold on them. So it's all foreshadowing the ending, which is such a great bit of iconography. Now Gandalf's pipe is also hidden throughout the movie, and it's actually part of his staff. We can see this in the behind-the-scenes stuff, and he carries it wherever he goes. Cutting to the party, we see that Pippin's part of the band, and watch as Bilbo says Fatty Bulger. He's someone we'll talk about more later on, but he was basically the fifth Beatle in the group of 4 hobbits. To a point anyway. Now we then see as Bilbo tells another story from The Hobbit. This is the tale of the 3 trolls, who we see petrified later in the film. Jackson would later include them in the prequels, with them freezing up in the same
Fine, wanna be that way? Close enough to the end. I don't give a fuck about you.
Katy. Now inside a tent, we see Merry and Pippin with Gandalf's big red dragon firework. The pair then set it off, with his scream here apparently being real, as Billy Boyd didn't realise it was going to go off. This moment also pulls directly from the book. Out flew a red golden dragon, not life-size, but terribly lifelike. Fire came from his jaws, his eyes glared down. There was a roar, and he whizzed 3 times over the heads of the crowd.
I don't know if I actually want to like.
And faces.
This would be good for wood.
Express train. Turn the somersault.
It's called hickory. That's funny.
I love how you can also see one of the tops of the tents catch on fire.
How are your pots and things? Dude, you know what? Actually, so what I have discovered is if I am hydrated with electrolytes and all that, my POTS, it really doesn't bother me at all. I do still have a lot of symptoms from my POTS, but so I'm not sure, is it POTS or is it Lyme disease? Because some of those symptoms do kind of overlap a little bit. But I still get very lightheaded if I don't drink water, if I don't eat food, the right kind of, I definitely am still dealing with it. But if I stay hydrated, my symptoms are much more manageable. I can do things. I'm not just like a fucking slave stuck in the house, fully disabled, like I was worried I was gonna be for a minute there. The shit was getting so unmanageable, but that's when I like found out I had POTS, like that's when I found out that it's probably what a lot of it is. So salt especially. Salt really helps. But it's got to be salt that has a lot of other minerals in it. Celtic salt really is the best for me. A mixture of Celtic salt and sea salt. If I make Soleil water with the 2 together, it makes a huge difference. I desperately need a new ball winder. Fuck. not something I can do right now, though. It's like $100 for the one I need. I need one that can do 200 grams at a time. I don't even care if it's automatic or electric. I could do it by hand. I don't care. I just can't do these tiny, cheap ones anymore. You end up going through buying one every year, and I'm not gonna spend $30 to fucking dollars every year on a cheap ball winder. I could spend $50 for $100, $150 on one that'll last me forever and it'll handle bigger balls. It just doesn't make sense to keep doing this to myself.
Bilbo's greatest moment. This party's a celebration of his life, and make sure Stockholm's what's likely his proudest point. Now, speaking of proud, as we go around the body, we're introduced to some of the bits, including the proud folks. It's not right. Our feet shattered in heavily covered from the back of the pavilion. His name, of course, was Proudfoot, and well merited. His feet were large, exceptionally furry, and both were on the table. This is also a direct out of the animated movie, which suggests something further than poetry. As for these feet, over 60 pairs of them were created as a being could be used more than once. A special foam latexing oven ran 24 hours, 7 days a week, so that you were able to keep them with the workload of the film. These were then cleared for the actors who after a while started shaving their toes. This would be first the hair would stick to the glue and then be yanked out when they were pulling them off. At the end of the day, the discarded feet had to be shredded, and it was Laris's worst nightmare. The design of these feet took a year to create without having to work on the logistics. So you would be proud of your feet, and we can then get this line directly from the word. Well as I should lie, and I lie less than half of the half as well as you deserve. While this speech is happening, we can also see a cake to the side, which really had 111 petals on it. The only issue was that there was so many of them burning that it really started to kick up a large fire. You can kind of see the smoke playing up if you look closely, and off screen it was completely melting the cake. Well, they just had to keep rolling as the monologue was so good. We then in the speech exactly how it is in the book. Thirdly, and finally, he said, I wish to make an announcement. He spoke this last word so loudly, and suddenly everyone sat up who still could. I regret to announce that, though, as I said, 11 to 1 years is far too short a time to spend among you. This is the end. I'm going. I'm leaving now. It's capitals in the text, so that's why I'm shouting. Goodbye. And the work also mentions how he'd been nervously fingering the ring throughout, and then he vanished in a blinding flash of light. Now, upon returning to Bag End, both versions have him being confronted by Gandalf. We even get the exact cut of "You're in my portrait." After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it? This is when Gandalf points out it's been called precious before, and the work racks things up a notch. It says Bilbo actually grips the hilt of his sword, and this makes it seem like he's about to strike Gandalf. This is what then makes Gandalf rise up, which is played perfectly in the film. Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks. Although this scene's mirrored with the one with Galadriel later, in which we get a glimpse into what they could become. Gandalf becomes surrounded in shadow, and she transforms into a Dark Queen. It highlights what could happen down the line if the pair ever took up the ring. Now, Gandalf then says he should just leave it on the mantelpiece. We then have the moment where he walks out with it still in his pocket, with him then dropping it on the floor. The burden, and, well, for lack of a better term, weight, is demonstrated perfectly as the ring doesn't bounce when it hits it. This effect was achieved through using a gigantic heavy metal replica of the ring and a magnet which was placed under the tiles. We also get some array. This is something that's appeared throughout fiction, with it influencing several scores. This includes Batman, The Shining, The Evil Dead, Harry Potter, Jaws, and so on. The piece tells of the Last Judgment, and it's often used to symbolize death. Bilbo here is facing judgment, but he passes it and drops the ring, which is when he can go on to his next.
Jesus, that's a big ball.
At this point, Gandalf goes to pick it up, which is played slightly different in the book. Gandalf is the one who places it in the envelope, whereas in the book it's your boy. Bilbo took out the envelope, but just as he was about to set it by the clock, his hand jerked back, and the packet fell to the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it.
Okay, so I got all this whole bag done.
Passed swiftly over the hobbit's face again. Suddenly, it gave way to a look of relief. It's such
So
an incredible.
now I have this back.
You can instantly visualize what's happening in the scene. Just as banger as Gandalf touches the envelope, and then that relief washes over him.
This bag's a lot more big balls.
To his original adventure, and with the weight off his shoulder, he gets a new lease of life. Don't you worry about me. I'm as happy now as I've ever been. But that is saying a great deal. But the time has come, and I'm being swept off my feet at last. And then a low voice, as if to himself, he sang softly in the dark. The road goes ever on and on, and then we'll break out into a song. And it's a good song. And then the film says,
Can he live happily ever after? To the
Look at this is only half of the black yarn.
either way, this takes us into some of the biggest
There's a
differences.
whole one right here.
In the film, Frodo
This
returns
is
Gandalf sat in the dark. He then heads off into the night, which is where he goes to do your own research whether this is the One Ring. In the book, you can obviously pad things out, and he remained in the Shire for a week. Originally, he was going to stay for a day, but the ring made him remain and keep an eye on it. At this point, he told him to
keep it secret.
1,000 grams.
And he then travelled down to look into its history. Now, the book has that whole thing taking place over 17 years, with Frodo reaching the age. However, the work tells us he showed signs of good preservation, with like his means.
Okay, so now this one hopefully won't like.
So very important. 50 was a number that he felt was somehow significant or ominous. It was at any rate at that age that adventure had suddenly befallen Bilbo. And this is all recounted in Shadows of the Past, which is the next chapter that we come to look up. There it tells us that people started mourning Bilbo, but Frodo still held a body up there. He said that he did not think Bilbo was dead. When they asked, "Where is he then?" he shrugged his shoulders. Cutting to the Tower of Barad-dûr, we then hear the torturing of Gollum, giving them Baggins at the Shire, the Nine Right Out, and the fires of Mount Doom.
That's why you like them.
Gandalf witnesses as he rides out to Minas Tirith. His return in the books dragged out as well. Then he paid Frodo a visit, and after taking a good look at him, he went off again. During the next year or two, he had
No, I never did actually.
to dusk, and going off without warning before sunrise. He would not discuss.
I gotta go turn my feet up a little bit. Actually, no, I'm gonna put socks on my feet. Right.
Those elven doings. Then suddenly his visits had ceased. It was over 9 years since Frodo had seen or heard of him. He had begun to think the wizard would never return. Obviously, when you're telling a story in a film, you want to be economic, but time passing helped to establish a lot of things in the world. We hear of strange things happening, a dark tower rebuilt, and tree men, which foreshadows the Gandalf also went to Saruman, but he ordered him to simply just observe. Obviously, he's in leagues with the Dark Lord, so it makes sense he'd never have Gandalf take action. Anyway, Minas Tirith, of course, plays a big part in Return of the King, and it's here that Gandalf looks over the records. Guided by a librarian, played by Michael Ellsworth, you've better play the Elf Ring Bearer, cured in the prologue at the start. One detail I love here is also something we can see in the candles. When Gandalf first starts reading their long and tall,
Gandalf?
at the end of the scene, they're nearly completely melted down.
Gandalf
It subtly shows how he's been studying it, and at this point, the Black Riders reach the Shire. Here they come across Farmer Maggot, who we'll talk more about later on. We do see his dog, though, who can be later heard chasing the hobbits. We then cut to the Green Dragon Inn, where we see further songs that really capture the mood of the book. Here, Simon's Dog. This is based on a song in the show. So they opened some of the lyrics. Song stares up most all the time. Should make this. Turning to the getting just suppose this same old reason some difference in yesterday. Seems also as well. It's also stuff. And it went back into his pocket. Maybe you ever seen Oculus, they do something similar with their access character trying to fires. And of course, what he's going to do at the end, say that they can say which they can do in the movie. Either way, it says the ring never shows any signs of scratch or wear, which comes from being ageless. As the ring feels heavier than ever, and it's almost like it's become thicker. The fire allows the markings to be seen as the text directly. Well, you can see this, but this translates to
bumped his head and couldn't get
to bring them all in the darkness.
That's terrible.
This is not like also tells Frodo and well the reader about the battle in which Sauron was slew and the death of Isildur in the river Anduin. This then goes into the tale of Smeagol, and it's basically Gandalf telling the story of how it got here. You have to understand that Gandalf hoped it wasn't the ring and that it hadn't been found. However, they do a brilliant job of tracing its journey, which takes the character and the reader right to this moment. Gandalf, the word tells us the ring of power looks after itself, and the ring such power abandoned color. I was sent to build on heading into the strangest events in all of history, and it shows there's still hope despite this. Where he drops a line about how Bilbo was meant to have it, which is an encouraging thought.
Why didn't you tell him about Gollum specifically?
And he's following Bilbo's trend
So that Frodo would be warned about him.
simple depressant. He let go, he later hunted him with Aragorn, and Gollum was taken prisoner by the elves. When he escaped, to there he still to Frodo then offers him the ring, and witness not going to look at. Do not tempt me, for I do not wish to become like God himself. Yet the way of the ring to my heart is weakness, pity for weakness, and the desire of strength if you could. Do not tempt me, take it. I mean, think it's safe to use. I wish to wield it would be too great for my strength. I shall have such need for it. Great perils lie before me. Now, because he can't hold it, Frodo agrees to take it, and Gandalf grabs Sam to go along with him. They also rework some of the dialogue here, with this being weather, and so do all who live to see such times line shows up. Anyway, in both the film and book, Gandalf says about how after 100 years, hobbits can still surprise you. At this point, they also settle on using the name Underhill. This is a little nod to the Hobbit, naming the conversation with Bilbo and Smaug. There he says he comes from under the hill, and Frodo, of course, lives under the hill now, which is what Bilbo touched upon earlier. Departing, Gandalf for the final time says, "Isn't so?" Finally, he's composed and dealing with the situation and ready to handle business, which is something I go through a lot. First, a bit of wonder, then panic, then let's make a breakdown of Lord of the Rings that's going to be over an hour long. And this then takes us into chapter 3, 3 is company. Though the movie has them immediately setting out, the workers of the pair doing something different. They didn't want to arouse suspicion in case the Black Riders came and asked people where the two had headed up to. In the book, they waited several weeks until it was Bilbo's birthday with Frodo's as well, and the work has been saying, "Oh, last year left back in." And they also left the washing up for Lobelia. Oh, what did he say? And they waited for a while because Gandalf said he'd be back, but it got to the point they felt they had to go. It's in this section as they're heading out that we get a tease of the Black Riders questioning. Frodo hears strange voices down the road, and one of them's later revealed to be old Gaffer. "No, Mr. Baggins has gone away. Went this morning, and my Sam went with him. Anyway, all his stuff went. Yes, sold out and gone, I tell ye. Why? Why, that's none of my business, or yours." Now, in the book, initially the Black Riders are seen as, well, just men in dark cloaks. They're not really the intimidating figures that they later become, or even what's seen in the movie. There's the slashing off of heads, and people like Olgaffer answering them back. The film is them as far more intimidating, and I do prefer how they're handled early on. Kind of reminds me of Darth Vader in A New Hope, where even his generals are slagging him off. He became intimidating powerful figure later on, which is sort of how I see things with these. However, there's still that feeling of paranoia on the pages with them saying,
"Hey, sissy!"
He had half a mind to go and ask the Gaffer who the Inquirer was. He thought better or worse of it, and turned
Yeah, I
quickly back
know.
to the gate.
I just keep forgetting. And I don't have like a mom to like buy things for me that I need or like remind me to do things for myself. You know,
Release Jackson
I'm on my own, so just think of everything and get it done.
Absolute nonsense. The documentary, the extended edition, Joe Gilbert confirmed that it wasn't the case. They don't know this, so did CGI it out, and it got spotted in theaters. Peter Jackson agreed that it was in fact a car. It's CGI'd it out with all of our releases. This one, the extended edition, we get to see what the Willows. In the book, this is where they met Gildor, who called the Hobbits for the Gildor. One of the Black Riders, they say, think at best understand In the work, they noticed a strange figure crawling and sniffing by them, but the elves managed to scare it away. In hindsight, we know this was the Nazgul, and highlights that they're constantly being stalked across the work. We then see Gandalf meeting Saruman, which in the works told us by Gandalf and Rivendell. We also see the nuance of the background, which he later commands as part of his dominion. Played by the late great Christopher Lee, he's absolutely perfect in the role. Harlow Lee always wanted to play Gandalf, but he felt he got too old for what the role required. Guy falling down inside a mountain, fighting a Balrog, fighting orcs, just didn't feel like he could do it. However, Lee was the first person cast in the trilogy, and he was the only one who met Tolkien face to face. He said he read Lord of the Rings every year and had done so since the day it was published. Lee acted even like a consultant at points and visited the costume department to tell them how to do it. Guy was a die-hard fan, and yeah, I can imagine this was just like a dream come true for him. He completely kills it, and even when he's looking directly at the camera, he just has this presence. He says,
"Your love of an earthling's leaf has clearly slowed your
I
bud."
need to hang this up here somehow.
Saruman loved it as well.
But where it's gonna reflect.
This is what Merry and Pippin find in the Two Towers. We also learn that Saruman's been using a Palantir, which evokes the idea of a dark abyss. Palantirs, or rather seeing stones, were gifted to the Numenorians, and they allowed one to see across great distances. As Gandalf says, they haven't been accounted for, and you don't know who's watching you. Once more seeing the eye popping it up, this echoes the eye he saw when he went to touch the ring. It then burst out into a breakdance fight, jet, throw down, mate. Sound ends up coming out on top, and thus Gandalf ends up on top of the tower. This then takes us to a shortcut to mushrooms, which is another chapel title that gets mentioned in the film.
Just teaches a shortcut to what?
Mushrooms! Luke gets this nod. It's one of the most altered chapters in the movie. Pippin is already with them at this point, and all three are paranoid about the shadows following them. Sam tries to convince them to stay off the road, but Pippin wants to take the easy route. This is what leads them through the field, but they still have about 18 miles to go. Approaching the field, Bomber Maggot then approaches them, but instead of running off, they decide to talk. Bomber Maggot tells them of the Black Riders asking about them, and invites them back to his house for a drink. Here they meet Mrs. Maggot and have supper while spending the night there. He tells them of his dog. When Grip came out, he took one sniff and let out a yell. As if he'd been stung. He put down his tail and bolted up howling. The black fellow sat quite still. And this is what we saw with the interruption before, and it's a nice way to touch upon it in the film. During the night, Maggot also brings up how Frodo tried to steal his mushrooms when he was a kid. They laugh and joke, and Frodo says that he wishes they'd spoken more before, as he feels he's missed a good friend. Maggot is basically the MVP of these earlier chapters, and he ends up scoring.
Oh no, am I out?
This wagon. They have a really tense part where a rider approaches. As they're looking for Frodo. You think it's going to be one of the 9, but it's revealed it's actually Merry. Waving them off, the chapter then ends with Maggot giving Frodo a basket of mushrooms as a joke. Yeah, though, the guy just chases them over the edge of the field, which makes sense when you've already got an almost 4-hour left film. In the movie, they stop just below the cliff's edge, but Sam bumps into them, which sends them over there. Shoutouts to Reddit user, Deleted user. I'm sorry I can't show you. Do not miss any learn from this moment. Later on, they're rushing to the projector as a doom, they nearly go over the edge. Sam stops himself from bumping into them, and he stops at the last second. Don't know who that user was, but if it was you watching, congratulations, you're a hero. And if it was you, I know you're watching this, yeah, give yourself a pat on the back and then hit the thumbs up. Realizing they're on the road, though, I love this show where they do that sort of zoom technique from Jaws, where it makes the path seem even more ominous. Now, from here, we get one of the most famous scenes in the movie, which is the tree scene. Jackson based this on a piece by John Howe, but later learned that Howe based it on the animated movie. Shout out to Eric Boss for pointing out that in the animated film, the Nazgul's eyes are red, which then gets brought over into the horse. The work describes this bit like, grab the golden horse, build a big pony, with a full sized horse. It's see, just to that point, he is eye straight shirt. His face was shadowed. Something I discovered is that they did this shot potentially, so it just seemed like the big old nose comes out of the tree. If you look at the right, you can see the other side there, but the horse doesn't come from it. It gives it this almost.
The biggest scheme of yarn I've ever used. I should get 10 100-gram balls from it.
Still, this. Inside the boat as of someone sniffing to catch loose of scent. It turned, started to smell. So this is what the Nazgul do, and but learn how their vision operates. They themselves do not see the world of light as we do, but are shapes, shadows, and defiance, which only the glimpse of destroys. In the dark, we see many sights and forms that are hidden from us. Then they are most feared. It tells us that they also use their horses and birds to see something, but they're also saying at all times they smell the blood of living things, desiring and hating it. Senses too. There are other than sight or smell. Now he watches the bugs and insects crawl out because even they want to get away from it. The work then tells us what was going through Frodo's head as he reached for the ring. A sudden, unreasoning fear of discovery laid hold of Frodo, and he thought of his ring. He hardly dared to breathe, and yet the desire to get it out of his pocket became so strong that he began to slowly move his hand. Again, it wants to be found, and it shows the grip it has on its user. Now, a lot of this stuff in the movie continues to happen in the chapter Conspiracy Unmasked. It begins about crossing the ferry and also tells us the history of it. Long ago, Warren Dad Oldbuck, head of the Oldbuck family, one of the oldest in the Marsh, or indeed the Shire, had crossed the river, which was the original boundary of the land eastward. He built an excavated brandy hall, changed his name to Brandybuck, and settled down to become master of what was virtually a small independent country. Now, Mary's surname is Brandybuck, and the work has him basically taking them to safety after crossing Buckleberry Ferry. There's a ton of atmosphere in the blow and a sense of disappointment. In the movie, they instead play the action, and the chase is so close. But when the legend first jumped out of the ferry, he ended up overshooting it and landed in the river. Dominic also got a splinter in his thumb, but it was was by the prosthetic holding in place. See, it's no money seems to have it, but I also know how it's handled in the book. They're up the crossing and they're going to take one last look at the Shire and notice something there on the bank. Far stage under the distant lamps. Just make them figure. It looked like a dark dark full of light. But as they looked, it seemed to move and sway this or that, subserviently. Then Prologue went crouching back into the gloom. This UF bodybuilder comes into it with him being a very done at the blaze and was in with the group and very much part of the team. Here the guys with the rest and big top Frodo had been spying build up. Though Frodo wanted to go alone, they said they were just as invested as he was. They'd watched it the ring for some time too, and because of that, you can trust them to stick around. You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin to the bitter end, and you can trust us to keep any secret of yours closer than you keep it to yourself. But you cannot trust us to let you face your trouble alone and go off without a word. We are your friends, Frodo. Really sums up perfectly the companionship, and Merry was well aware he was leaving. He knew that Frodo had trouble saying goodbye, which is why he dragged out the departure. This somewhat foreshadows the ending, and when he leaves the Fellowship without saying goodbye. Beyond that, though, it also foreshadows the return of the King, and how it's only at the end that he says that he's leaving. Although Fatty wants to go with them, they need someone to stay here for Gandalf. At the moment, they don't know where he is, and he promised to return and get them. So Fatty agrees to remain behind, and the next day they all set out for the Old Forest. This will take them off the main roads and hopefully help them evade the Black Riders. We then end the chapter with Frodo dreaming of a tower and basically witnessing what's happened with Gandalf. Now, it's in the next chapter that we get what's probably the biggest point of contention about the movie. That is the Old Forest, which sees the appearance of Tom Bombadil. Tom bloody Bombadil. If you're in the fandom, or even if you have a passing interest, you'll have no doubt heard his name. He got a lot of attention with both the animated movie and this one because he was completely missing from both. However, I've heard that he's in Rings of Power Season 2, but again, I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know. Don't be the editors, but look the clips of them, know that they can just drop over the top of this stuff. That will happen across the work, and also the PlayStation game that's released close to the film. Not the Two Towers. Now, there's another one based on the book called The Fellowship of the Ring. Got completely overshadowed by the movie, but I've always seen it. I really enjoyed playing it. Anyway, the big selling point was that it adapted the book and featured characters like Bombadil. I wonder what the hell we are. Had that song in my head for over 20 years, so now you have to have it as well. Originally, Jackson wanted to incorporate the character in the form of a cameo. It had the hobbits walking through the woods, and we'd see a man walking by with a feathered cap. He'd be singing the Bombadil song, and then we'd see him run into the forest. Fortunately, they ran out of time to film it, and he was never included. And the book talks about how the forest is enchanted and the trees seem to shift. This leads to the hobbits getting lost, some of the trees capture Merry and Pippin. This was later adapted into the Two Towers Extended Edition with a scene happening with the Ents. Initially, they try to spark up some tinder to create a fire, but the tree just squeezes them harder. This is when Bombadil arrives with the source material saying, an old battered hat with a tall crown and a long blue feather stuck in the band. He then saved them and took them to his home, with the work saying he sang the whole time. Stepping over the threshold, they were surrounded in a golden light and all of a sudden felt a sense of peace. Now it's here that we meet his wife, fair old Lady Goldberry. Described as a fair young elf queen, it said she's clad in living flowers. There's lots of singing and talking about gathering water lilies, which was a mission you had to do in the game, which killed the pace of me. I want to be in the Two Towers fighting walks and stuff. Overall, though, it's basically a love letter to nature. Bombadil loves the land like Tolkien, and he goes into long talks about the woodland and trees. That night, Frodo also has another dream in which he sees the Black Riders in the Black Tower.
Tangled. Just a second.
An eagle passes over the moon. You of course get the scene fleshed out in the film, and IMDb trivia kind of broke my heart with some trivia. The moth, right? The moth in the scene was born in the morning, and then it shot the scene, and then died at the end of the day. Rest in peace. The Oscar for the best moth ever. Go see you, mate. Gandalf also mentions the name Guahia, which is the name of the eagle that later saves him. Now the next day, Tom explains his age and exactly who he is. Eldest. That's what I am. Mark my words, my friends. Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves and the Barrow-wights. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already. Before the seas were bent, he knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from the outside. Now he then tries on the ring and doesn't disappear. It has no effect on him, and it shows that he's above it. He's a pure spirit that can't be corrupted, and therefore the ring's completely powerless. Because of this, people have always wondered why Elrond didn't draft him in, as he would have been useful for carrying it. Whatever Tolkien decided on, this is the only place he appears, and later on he saves the group from the Barrow-wights. This was another level in the game, which takes us into Chapter 8. The Barrows are said to be long black shadows, with them being described as coming out the ground. The Barrow-wights are almost like ghosts that haunt the landscape and then capture the group. Frodo then awakens inside of a barrow and notices the others clad in white. Thinking of Gandalf and Bilbo, this inspires his strength and he's able to break free. A withered hand then comes forth and he slices it before it can grab him. He then sings the song Tom told him to summon. Singing it, he comes to the rescue. Honestly, I can completely see why they cut it all down, because it just slows down the journey and doesn't add to the characters. I also think the marshes in Two Towers kind of does the same job, but there it ties into how the ring weighs on Frodo. Either way in the work, the chapter ends with Tom telling him to go to the Prancing Pony, which is also something you can achieve without the character. So that's where they head next, with Chapter 9 being the sign of the Prancing Pony. The opening of the chapter tells the history of the village and how it's the chief village of Breland. According to the tales, the people here were descendants of the first men who wandered into the west of the Middle World. And the source material tells us that some of the men wandered into the wildlands, and the Bree folk, they called them rangers. They were taller than other men and believed to have stronger sight and hearing. Aragorn is of course one of these, so it sets the stage for his introduction. We also know that some hobbits lived in Bree, but the Shire hobbits refer to them as outsiders. The gatekeeper scene pulls directly from the book with the line, "Our business is our own," coming right out of that. However, the work tells us that as soon as the keeper's back was turned, that a dark figure leapt over the fence. Initially, you're supposed to think this is a wraith, but we later learn it's in fact Aragorn. The hobbits rode up on a gentle slope, passing on a few detached houses, and drew up outside the inn. The houses looked large and strange to them. Sam stared up at the inn with its 3 stories and many windows, and felt his heart sink. He had imagined himself meeting giants taller than trees, and other creatures even more terrifying, sometime or other in the course of his journey, but at the moment he was finding his first sight of men and their tall houses quite enough. Indeed, too much for the dark end of a tiring day. He pictured black horses standing all saddled in the shallows of the innyard, and black riders peering out of dark upper windows. Now we see as the group wander into the village and get a cameo by Peter Jackson. Guy's tuned with Carrot, and he later played the same character in the Hobbit prequels. Bit weird because he's older and it's like decades and decades apart. So maybe this guy is the guy's granddad or something, or maybe it's just a cool cameo and you don't need to dig too deep into it. Now in the prancing pony, we see some of the technique used to emphasize the size difference. Again, they built two versions of the set and used a lot of forced perspective. Most of the extras walked around on stilts, and this gave the impression they were taller than the hobbits.
Seriously.
Which would be at the innkeeper's desk. Now that innkeeper is Mr. Butterbur,
Seriously?
who in the book has a little hobbit helper named Nob. He was cut from the movie, and he's made you.
The last half of it is tangled too.
And they can only fit them because they're hobbits. However, it's a welcoming atmosphere, and here they meet a hobbit who was actually named Underhill. It says, they took Frodo to their hearts as a long-lost cousin, and then started to ask why he left the Shire. Taking a leaf out of Bilbo's book, literally, he said he was writing a book about hobbits. Suddenly, Frodo noticed that a strange-looking weather-beaten man, sitting in the shadows near the wall, was also listening intently to the hobbit talk. He had a tall tankard in front of him, and was smoking a long stem pipe curiously carved. Now, I love how this is depicted perfectly in the movie, and the book has Frodo going over to talk to him. In the movie, though, I like that they play it differently, and they have him grab Frodo after he uses the ring. Sitting down with him, he introduces his name as Strider, and then Pippin starts to sound off. Frodo goes over and sings the song The Cow Jumped Over the Moon, which is when the slip scene happens. The work doesn't have any tower scene, though, as here it helps to add to the tension. It instantly lets you know the Dark Lord's seeking him and explains why the Nazgul show up later. A little detail that they add in the book, though, is that they wonder whether the ring did it. Landing perfectly on his finger like that seems suspicious, and it just gave a sinister edge to it. Now, from here, Frodo then goes into another plane called the Unseen. Several beings live here, with characters like the Wraiths living in the seen and unseen world. Everyone's in shock. The book says that people at the Pony are a very talkative lot. They're constantly talking about uncanny things and will likely talk about the disappearance for a while. We then end the chapter with the innkeeper saying he remembered something and that he needs to talk to Frodo privately. That then takes us to the chapter Strider, where we learn exactly what this is. Now, turns out that Butterbur, he had a letter from Gandalf that he'd held onto for months. Guy was supposed to post it, but he forgot. Anyway, he told Frodo that he had to leave in July, but waiting in the Shire gave time for the 9 to arrive. It's in this that Nob helps the hobbits, and they decide to move into Aragorn's room. They enlist him as a guide, as he knows the land and how to avoid being seen. Though he can't turn invisible, he says. Hey, now it's here we get the line about, I think a servant of the enemy would look fairer, feel fouler. Which is a line that comes directly from the book. However, we get some extra context here, and it plays into how Sauron appeared as Anatar originally. Even the ring seems like a plain and unassuming thing, and the work also talks about how all that glitters is not gold, which again ties back to the ring. The Nazgul then enter the village and stab the pillows like you hugging one after your girlfriend left. You need to stop watching all those Lord of the Rings videos, you loser. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. Anyway, the music we hear is called A Knife in the Dark, which also happens to be a chapter in the book. Sung in a fictional language from the world, this is said to be Anduic, used primarily by the Númenóreans. This links into the Nazgul and the kings of old. IMDb Trivia actually has all the lyrics from the song on there, and they talk about the mind state of the Nine. It says, we deny our maker, we cling to the darkness, we grasp for ourselves power and glory. Now we come, I sleep in the inner Bree, darkness lay unbuckling. A mist stayed in the dells and along the riverbank. Yet about us in the none cowers in fear and see it they enter the room. And this bit is never really shown in the book, and instead Frodo kind of dreams it. The next day, though, they returned to find the room destroyed. As soon as Strider had roused them all, he led the way to their bedrooms. When they saw them, they were glad they'd taken his advice. The windows had been forced open and were swinging, and the curtains were flapping. The beds were tossed about, and the bolsters slashed and flung upon the floor. The brown mat was torn to pieces. In the work, all the ponies had been let out the stables as well, and thus they had to go to Rivendell on foot. In the movie, they've done that the entire time, but this was going to help them get there quicker. They also noticed spies in the area, including a minor character named Bill Ferry. He was believed to be working for the Dark Lord, and he'd been at the inn the night before. As they left, Sam threw an apple that hit him, with his letter being incorporated into Pippin on the road. Pippin looks up because he thinks it comes from the sky, and when he finds a floating apple in two towers, he also does the same thing. Don't know if it's an Isaac Newton reference or if he's looking for an apple tree, but yeah, guys paranoid at apples that just fall out of the sky these days. Now, there's lots of paranoia within the group as they hit the Midgewater marshes. Damp and filled with midgies, this is where we get the line in the book that asks what they eat when they can't get hobbits. Now, the work explains why Aragorn chose this path, and it's because no horses can go through it. On top of that, there's no clear path, so it's difficult for the riders to track them. In the night, he sings the Song of Beren and Luthien, which is a piece that comes directly from the book. Mortal rides losing is an hell, and it's basically selling Owen. Owen
Thanks, Michael.
so they adapted and took notes from this pair's history to flesh out their character. Really great bit that they have in the work is that on the fourth night they see white flashes from the hilltops. This is later revealed to be Gandalf, who'd been battling the ring wraiths. Though Gandalf had arrived at Bree after them, their trip through the marshes meant he got to weather Tuft before.
Oh my god, no way, I literally just found it.
It says G3, meaning he'd been there for 3 Yeah, he's still stuck on the tower, and he watches as the orcs rip down the forest. Now, upon reaching Weathertop in the book, they don't actually fight on top of it like they do in the movie. I don't know if resting up here with only one exit was a good idea, but it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. And the hobbits have been constantly going on about food, with Pippin asking about having like 40th breakfast and stuff. I feel like this is the moment they really start to take things seriously, though, and realize the life in the Shire is now long gone. The work tells us they could all see the black specks, but neither Frodo nor Merry could make out their shapes for certain. Yet something told them that there, far below, were black riders assembling on the road beyond the foot of the hill. Thus they slipped off, but like the movie, the riders eventually caught up because, as the word said, the ring draws them.
At all times they feel the presence of the ring, drawn to the path.
Soon there could be no doubt. 3 or 4 tall black figures were standing there on the slope looking down on them. So black were they that they seemed like black holes in the deep shade behind them. Frodo thought that he heard a faint hiss of venomous breath and felt a thin piercing chill. Then the shape slowly advanced, which I may not have been reading from the book. And either way, though, I love the way this plays out in the film, with the wraiths coming out of places that we know contain a sheer drop. About the tower, we can also see a bearded figure statue, and Aline will actually place a palantir here, but the tower was eventually destroyed by the Witch King. Frodo was hardly less terrified than his companions. He was quaking as if he was bitter cold, but his terror was swallowed up in a sudden temptation to put on the ring. The desire to do this later, and he could think of nothing else. He did not forget the barrow or the message of Gandalf. He seemed entirely to disregard her words. He longed to yield, not with the hope of escape or doing anything either could have happened. He simply felt that he must take the ring and put it on his finger. Frodo then puts on the ring to escape, but all it does is take him to the unseen world. As mentioned, the wraiths already exist there, and thus they can still see the character. Jackson used an inverse of how he had things before, so now they appear like white figures amongst the black. The work states, the shapes became terribly clear. He was able to see beneath their black wrappings. There were 5 tall figures, 2 standing on the lip of the dell, 3 advancing, and their white faces burned keen and merciless eyes. Under their mantles were long grey robes. Upon their grey hairs were helms of silver. In their haggard hands were swords of steel. Their eyes fell on him and pierced him as they rushed towards him. Desperate, he drew his own sword, and it seemed to him that it flickered red, as if it was a firebrand. 2 of the figures halted. The third was taller than the others. His hair was long and gleaming, and his hand was upright. In one hand held a large sword, and near that, both the knife and the hand that held it over the backwards. Such a chilling look and related like Frodo, which makes my favorite chapter. What will end up to also was destroyed. Which is why they ends up being state like the police. Next we have the fight of the fall and rescue. Along the way, this suddenly shows that Hartwell could be the one to overcome them, as he has the ability to vanquish these dark forces. Using fire, this symbolizes a light in the darkness, and not even the ring can withstand the immense heat in the end. Also, Lowe just throws a torch right in one's face. Take that, you bish. Coming across Frodo, they then discover he's still clutching the ring, even in his agony. Picking up the blade, at a moment like what we get to do. But even see under the blow at night, they gaze in astonishment. The blade seemed to vanish like smoke, leaving only the element stratus. Now in the movie, we get something that we never really get in the dog, which is the creation of the hero vibe. This shows us the best of words using character that doesn't appear at work. Boromir actually died in some of the 2 towers, which Jackson ending the movie with the other that. It never really gave the hero vibe mention, and just said they were a cross breed of orcs and men. However, according to IMDb trivia, Jackson took inspiration from Tolkien's description of orcs worming their way out of the ground like maggots. Anyway, back with Frodo, we see the poison setting in. In the book, he ended up struggling for 10 days with them regularly bathing his shoulder. How about they're constantly running, can't make fires, and the whole mood's described as being cheerless. It's in this pain that Frodo regrets putting on the ring, and he realizes that it's just commanding him to do the wishes of his enemies. It's a horrible and depressing journey, but along the way, Aragorn finds a green beryl jewel. This is an elf stone, and it gives him hope. They then discover the Forsaken troll hole that we see in the movie, which again ties back to The Hobbit. They notice a bird's nest behind one of the ears, which I've always taken as them seeing hope springing out of something dark. We also get a great passage that I think foreshadows Sam's arc. I am learning a lot about Sam Gamgee on this journey. First he was a conspirator, now he's a jester. He'll end up becoming a wizard or a warrior. I hope not, said Sam. I don't want to be neither. Now in this, they then hear the sounds of hoofs drawing nearer, which in the end is revealed to be an elf. In the book, their name's Glorfindel, with the movie changing it up to Arwen. I think it makes more sense as well, as it gives her character
Yeah, buddy, that's way better.
puts this on Aragorn's neck here. You might also notice there's Elven text written on it. This tells about how the blade's capable of defending against the enemy. She then writes about Frodo batched in white lie with Glorfindel.
Good night. I love you.
Shining to the floor.
Thanks for being always there for me. You're the best. I'm so grateful for you.
Doing this, it's his perception of the things. Doing a movie, we see us Frodo's and take it for the work he protests about going because he doesn't.
And she doesn't even send me money or anything like that.
And so
it's not what I'm here for.
Once the white bill spread blades, then like the wind along the last side of the road. At the same moment, the black wolves sneak down the pursuit. When the riders came to town, such as Frodo appeared filling the woods with horror he must further involve. Surely on the move. It was said after the despair of Frodo and his friends, from the trees and rocks on the left, no other riders came flying. Two rode towards Frodo. Two galloped back towards the road to cut off his escape. They seemed to him to reflect the wind and grow swiftly larger and darker as their courses converged to him. Actually managed to open it there on the right passage in the book. Don't tell anyone. As the horses ride, you might also notice that the nine have the Eye of Sauron symbol around their front legs. This, of course, highlights their allegiance, and eventually Arwen makes it to Rivendell, which is when the nine are taken by the river. At that moment, there came a roaring and a rushing, a noise of loud waters rolling many stones. Dimly, Frodo saw the river below him rise, and down along its course there came a plumed cavalry of waves. White flames seemed to Frodo to flicker on their crests, and he half fancied that he saw amid the water white riders upon white horses with rocking names. The three riders had stepped amidst the whirlwind of the river. They disappeared, buried suddenly in the foam. Those that were behind drew back and sang. A little shadow of Frodo vaguely.
Not even halfway through with that one. The black one.
The roaring seemed to rise and melt together with his enemies. He heard and saw before. This is the end of that war, and the chat that I start again. For the video, I'm just going to keep counting it because I get confused and I'm like, let's check the two again. I'm already confused with the prologue after this week, so we're just going to keep it. Here, the prologue is to find Gandalf, who explains his escape from Saruman. This represents a second chance for him, and in the film we see him flying over the mountains. This would be where the fight against the Balrog and the Two Towers happened, and ends up second chance once more. Good work would have been got to basically over what Gandalf doing a recap of the film. They also explained what happened had already been yielded, saying they tried to pierce your heart with a mortal life, which remains to. If they had succeeded, you could become like they are, only weaker and under their command. You would have become a wraith under the dominion of the Dark Lord, and he would have tormented you for trying to keep his ring. If any greater torment were possible than being robbed of it and seeing it on his hand. Now in this we learn the Black Riders' horses died, which has left them crippled. We also discover Gandalf added in the white horses to the flood, which gave it that personal touch. These were of course white horses, with white riders to take down the Black Riders and their black horses. Describing Rivendell as the last of the house east of the sea, it finally allows you to rest and jar, but Sam touching Frodo's hand and saying it's warm finally, when in the past it's been cold because of the blade. Now, the book really tells us the magic of Rivendell. The songs, food and dancing, with Elrond's face being described as ageless. I'd say he looks more like Agent Smith, but here we are. Arwen's finally introduced in the book here as well, with it saying, young she was, and yet not so. The braids of her dark hair were touched by no frost.
Her white arms and clear face were flawless and smooth, and the light of the stars was bright in her eyes, grey as the cloudless night. Sounds like a skincare advert, but you really get the feel of the land. Think it's nice. It's sensible. Yeah, let's get both flying out until that supporting. You can see the strong scene. A bit tripping weird. Actually, step with it here, just from the set. Showing the singing from giving. Discover the false brands and almost spreading the dwarfs. Dane is still hit the mountain with a beat to 50. Carlo also asks about the other dwarfs, and we get some foreshadowing of it. They are quite happy them 30 years, and was the one that they've discovered something in the shadows. Sarah also sent the messenger to Dane and said, to the dwarfs would be returned. This is why the dwarfs came to Rivendell for work, as they were actually Bilbo's kid. Bilbo's who Frodo reunites here in the movie with as well. He flips through his book, and before getting to the map, you can see names on the left-hand margin. These are the names of the dwarves that featured in The Hobbit, and it shows that Bilbo thinks fondly of them. This also contains a sketch of a key, which is the one they used to open up the mountain. Along with this are the swords Glamdring and Orcrist, which are the swords that the company found in the Troll's Cave. You might also notice the runes in the middle of one page, which translate to, stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks. The setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole. This tells you how to locate the secret entrance to the Lonely Mountain, which is something we see in The Hobbit. Frodo also sits by Bilbo throughout the party, which is when the latter starts to ask about the ring. Have you got it yet? It's the whisper. Can't help but be curious. No, we're all life there. I should very much like to just peek at it again.
Let's do that part scares me. I don't like that part of the Hobbit. Or the
Same as ever it did. Well, I should just like to see it for a moment, said Bilbo.
When he like scary makes the scary like
had been hung around his
startled me, and ever since it scared me.
Slowly he drew it out. Bilbo put out his hand, but Frodo quickly drew back the ring. To his distress and amazement, he found that he was no longer looking at Bilbo. A shadow seemed to have fallen between them, and through it he found himself eyeing a little wrinkled creature with a hungry face and bony grubby hands. He felt a desire to strike him. Although this scene doesn't mimic the body, we do get something similar happening at Rivendell. How they pulled the face off was that they took a rubber puppet with a distorted face and
I hate that.
This was basically his Gollum face without starting to creep in here. Home loved it, and the design team had a cast iron version made, which he took off and put above the mantelpiece. Along with Sting, Bilbo gives Frodo
flashlight for now.
Wood never actually wore a full shirt movie, and instead just wore the top all the way, and they did some movie magic. Bilbo actually volunteered to take the ring himself at the board, but they told him to relax.
Oh yeah, I can turn the light on now.
Look with that advice as well, George R. Martin. In the book, Elrond then quiets the party and tells the tale of the battle at the start. He also explains the name Isildur's Bane, with it being called that because the ring betrayed him. Now, a lot of the chapters about world building and the blood lineage of Numenor, as well as the White Tree. Later on, when Aragorn meets Boromir, we can see him reading a book on the Eldars, which plays into what Elrond talked about. They kind of divide these moments up into separate bits, like the stuff with Frodo and Bilbo, and Gandalf and Elrond. Elrond says the dwarves care only for riches and not for the fate of others, with this trait of greed being made worse by the rings. Gandalf tells them that they have to place their faith in men, but Elrond says men are weak. He says,
The blood of Numenor is all but spent.
Now, in case you guys don't know, this was an ocean island in Middle-earth, which was gifted to them after they helped to defeat Morgoth. However, over time, Sauron corrupted them, and the island was washed by a tidal wave as a punishment. This pretty much ripped off Atlantis, with very few people escaping it. However, among these were Elendil and Isildur, with Gondor later being established through them. This would eventually...
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that so much, Sissy.
In the book, he discusses his dream.
Hope you have a great night. I'm super grateful for you.
Broken. In Elantris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken, stronger than mortal spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand. For Isildur's mate shall waken, and Arthur and Ford shall stand. Just kind of plays into what he says during the extended version. And we get this line. Boromir says exits from this other council and almost goes to touch the ring. Might not be the best idea to have him as part of fellowship, but it's not as Aragorn steps forth and finally reveals himself in the broken sword. Finally, the king has returned.
Now, the council in the book takes place over several days with a lot of back and forth. They have Bilbo recounting all the riddles with Gollum, which then leads into Frodo telling his tale. I like how in the movie, though, that Boromir and Aragorn have their first meeting away from it, and this carries some symbolism to it. Boromir ends up dropping the sword, and he hesitates from picking it up. Eventually, he leaves it on the ground, and it's Aragorn who has to pick up the pieces. That extends to mankind as well, with the heads of Gondor leaving it to fall. You also have the idea of the blood of Numenor fitting, but the sword still cutting Boromir shows they can still pose it to the fourth. This sword was a big part of Viggo Mortensen's performance, and he apparently kept it with him on an offset. This helped him to remain a character.
Can't believe how much 1,000 grams of yards is. I wish they made 1,000 grams. I would have bought 1,000 grams of each one if I could have at the time. But they didn't sell that much. You could only get 2 of the small ones at a time.
Then literally puts it
Only get 2 at a time.
over his shoulder. Hero says she chooses a life with him, and she gives him enough stuff.
I was able to get 3 pumpkins because I ordered from Shop app and separately from the Yarn Scrapings website, so I was kind of able to get away with getting the third.
She's giving up her immortality. It helps to fight into the sacrifice that all characters are willing to give up, which thematically plays into the council. Now, in the extended version, this starts off with Gandalf talking in the Black speech. Never before has any voice dared to utter the words of that tongue in Imladris, Gandalf the Grey, which is a line that we also get in the movie.
Never before has any voice uttered the words of that tongue here in Imladris.
This translates to the One Ring stanza and highlights how it spells doom for all. Now in this section, Gandalf also talks about the necromancer and Dol Guldur. He reveals it was Sauron, and this is something Jackson later adapts into The Hobbit. This included Radagast the Brown, who the character Jackson also inserted into that. He warned of the Nine, and that's when Gandalf fled to Bree and left behind the letter. Brown was the one who told him to seek advice from Saruman, but in the end, this led to his capture. Radagast informed him Saruman had studied the Nine, but in the end, this just led to corruption. Well, they changed the council stuff up at the word. I prefer what being contained in this one scene. There was some issues of writing it as they struggled to keep it interesting. So they kept having focus on Frodo getting distracted by the ring and the voice of Sauron coming out from it. When Gimli goes to smash it, you see an eye flash on screen for a split second, which also continues the motif. However, the scene itself was written up until the night before shooting, which meant the actors struggle with their lines. This was seen most notably in Sean Bean, who had them on some paper sitting in his lap. This is why he keeps looking down, rubbing his forehead, because he's trying to read off his face. You can never pass the read a book everyone way. Never get away with that. I think you're messing with the best news ever. Yay! When the argument breaks out, Frodo looks into the ring and sees all of the good species there. Symbolically, this shows how everyone must come together as they're the only ones capable of ending it. The arguing between them shown in the ring, though, it also highlights its corruption and how it brings out the worst in everyone. It then appears to be basked in fire, highlighting how it's going to bring doom to them all. Frodo then says he'll take it, and I love the reaction by Ian McKellen. Amongst the council, we can also catch the character Figwit. Played by Brett McKenzie from Flight of the Conchords. Over the years, fans have noticed him in this scene. Figwit stands for Frodo is great, who is that? And over the 3 films, his celebrity of course rose. This all then played out in Return of the King, with Jackson finally giving him a line during the reshoots. And after Frodo finally says it'll take the ring, everyone pledges their allegiances. All that doesn't necessarily swell out his Boromir, as what he says is Elrond then announces they're the Fellowship of the Ring. You should be the Fellowship of the Ring. He said, and it's the first disc. Yeah, movie so long it had to be 2 discs. Reminds me a lot of stuff like Final Fantasy VII, where you had to swap them out, and it just kind of leads to it all feeling epic. Anyway, that's the disc done. Yeah, I'm off. No, another hour of this. Nah, okay, we will continue on with it, but you guys better be leaving a thumbs up, and I'll leave it up to you to apologize to my family why I couldn't make lunch tonight or whatever. Either way, this then takes us into chapter 15, The Ring Goes South. and so does the book. That's okay, but it kind of is a lot of back and forth, with the first bit of the universe deciding about Frodo and Sam to go. The characters of the book actually spend 2 weeks and bring it down and yeah, I'll forget about the worries. Because I think that writers are still out there and saying, maybe that process and the goals the rocks and rabbits, the lions, just discovered the bodies of fat and also along the cliff slashed and tattered of the black riders. Nowhere the trace was to be seen, and nowhere was their presence to be felt. See that they had vanished from the earth. Thus, Elrond chooses the company of the ring, suitably is forged new. Other things of the sunshine of rainbows. The first part of their journey was hard and true. Frodo remembered a little bit safely. For many sunless days and icy blast came from the mountains in the east. No garments seemed able to keep out its searching fingers. Though the company was well clad, they seldom felt warm, either moving or at rest. They slept uneasily during the middle of the day, in some hollow of the land, or hidden under the tangled thorn bushes that grew in the thickets in many places. In the late afternoon, they were roused by the watch, and took their chief meal, cold and cheerless as a rule, for they could seldom risk the lighting of a fire. In the evening they went on again, always as nearly southward as they could find a way. Now during this, they also passed by the ruins of Eregion. It's here the rings were forged by Celebrimbor, so it's fitting they passed here on the way to destroy it. After resting up, we get the idea there's spies everywhere, with birds and creatures constantly watching. Aragorn often stands on cliffs looking vast distances for any movement or sign of the enemy. Fellowship always take ships to watch, and they'll spend their days in silence. There's lots of atmosphere in the world, also training the hobbits, which we see exemplified in Boromir. If you listen closely, you can hear him saying numbers, which are areas that are actually fencing on to attack. Shots that couldn't be right up and coming out, and 2 is low, 4 is mid-right, and 5 is the head. I'm guessing that 1 is low, or the other leg, with 3 being mid-left. Merry and Pippin then win by jumping on top of him, and this throws him down to the ground. This is a technique they both use later in the movie, and they beat the Yurkai by doing the same thing. These mountain locations had to all be reached by helicopter. The only issue was that Sean Bean was terrified of flying, and thus he refused to do most of the trips. According to IMDb trivia, he'd spend 2 hours every morning climbing up the side of the mountain, fully dressed as Boromir. Guy said on the special features that the crew could often spot him making his way up the paths. It's in this section that we also get the spies with the work saying, "What's that, Strider? It doesn't look like a cloud," said Sam in a whisper to Aragorn. He made no answer. He was gazing intently at the sky. But before long, Sam could see for himself what was approaching. Flocks of birds flying at great speed were wheeling and circling and traversing all the land as if they were searching for something, and they were steadily drawing nearer. "Lie flat still," hissed Aragorn, pulling Sam down into the shade of a holly bush, for a whole regiment of birds had broken away suddenly from the main host and came, flying low, straight towards the ridge. Sam thought they were a kind of crow of large size. This plays out perfectly in the moment, and in both the book and film, this drives them to the mountain. However, it's said to be relentless with storms, and there's paranoia amongst the group. We get the moment where Frodo drops the ring, and they actually use a gigantic prop version so both Frodo and Aragorn could remain in focus. They also piled up mounds of snow that they cut down to look small, and had to pull up the giant ring at great speed on a step ladder so that it looked natural. I love how the ring is also trying to get away too, and I have a theory time that as Frodo was falling, it made itself heavier to slip away from his neck. This will put it next to Boromir, and it's constantly looking for people to latch onto. Also love how Aragorn lets go of his sword after Boromir gives it back, and hey, the guy was going to kill this guy if he did anything funny. The birds then report to Saruman, who unleashes blizzards on the mountain. He appears at the top of a tower to do this, and in many ways, somewhat mirrors the eyes of Sauron in his tower. This would later play into the sequel, with the 2 towers being the pair. Now, the work has a long section about the mountain Caradhras, with it ultimately defeating the group. I love how it's described as almost having a will of its own, and the storms are seen as challenging the Fellowship. You might also notice how Legolas walks on top of the snow, and this shows how light-footed the elves are. In the book, they drink a liquid called Mirror, which is said to warm them up. Boromir also says this will be the death of the halflings, which is a line we get to play upon in the movie. This will be the death of the In the end, they decide to stumble back down with the work saying Caradras has defeated them. They even see some birds, but don't have the energy to hide. It really highlights the group's first loss, and it sets them back days on their mission. Now, this then takes us into Journey in the Dark, with them debating back and forth whether to take the ring to Moria. Moria in Coin Greek means folly or foolishness, whereas in Elvish it means black chasm. So it ain't exactly the best pack, mate. Due to them not hearing from Balin, though, there's still hopes that Moria is free, and they weigh up the pros and cons. Also, is it Balin or Balin? Be fair to me, guys, yeah? This is a 25,000-word essay, yeah? So if I make one mistake or mispronounce something, you guys just think back to when you did an essay in high school, yeah? If it was 2,000 words, did you make a mistake? If you did, then please let me off in this 25,000
Yay! I did all of the black.
But this is caught short when they hear wolves on the wind and distinguish that these are actually wargs. Where the wolves howl,
13 or 20 bulls in yarn.
and though they manage to fend them off, they realize Bill the pony's not going to make it through Moria.
No, just another 50 billion.
It's even worse in the book. They know they'll have to send him off where there's walks in the area, and it breaks Sam's heart. Now, in the movie, they weren't actually even going to get him because of the difficulties of transporting a pony up a mountain. So instead, some of the shots use the classic pantomime trick where it's just two people dressed up as a horse. In the movie, he kind of appears out of nowhere with them just showing up after the mountain. They did plot a scene where they found him in the old forest, but eventually scrapped it after realizing it didn't matter. The movie's nearly 4 hours long, mate. You got to put something. How that he does stay with them to the lane. Watch your variety, please, and provides. That takes us to the door scene with it being the perfect recreation of how it looks in the book. This was built by Keller Grimble, and it was located southeast of Texas Gamble, saying he was scratched him in the head against the wall like if he wasn't shut up again. There's just something up about the area. Stupid. Picking up a large stone has to far into the water. The stone vanished with a soft stone. But at the same instant, there was a swishing of great rippling wings formed on the surface, out beyond where the stone had fallen. They moved slowly towards the foot of the cliff. They asked quite through that, with Boromir saying not to disturb the water. Aragorn does this in the film, so it's kind of showing how a bit more Boromir is. And while this is going on, Gandalf sits trying to figure out the password. Frodo is the one who does it in the movie, whereas Gandalf figures it out in the work. The book actually explains why it takes so long. It turns out that he mixed up the translation, so it was say friend and enter, not speak friend and enter. Melon. Thus the door opens and they go inside, which is when the Watcher in the water attacks. Out from the water, a long sinuous tentacle had crawled. It was pale green and luminous and wet. Its fingered end had hold of Frodo's foot and was dragging him into the water. Sam on his knees was now slashing at it with a knife. The arm let Frodo go, and Sam pulled him away, crying out for help. 20 other arms came rippling out. Dark water boiled, and there was a hideous stench, which they definitely recaptured forced it aside the work efforts from the champions play, but there was no leaving blue quickly. In the work that also laughing accessibility too, but they ended up on the commentary. They said they tested it, but they do close to a lightsaber. Now it's in this again says he has no memory of this place, which is a lot to get movie. They play things a little differently with the wells, even though that happens. For 152. Pippin felt curiously attracted by the well, while the others were well in their blankets and making defense against the walls of the chamber, as far as possible from the whole floor. The edge peered over. A chill air seemed to strike his face, rising from invisible depths. Moved by a sudden impulse, he groped for a loose stone and let it drop. He felt his heart beat many times before there was any sound, and far below, as if the stone had fallen into the deep water in some cavernous place, there came a plunk. Very distant, but magnified and repeated in a hollow shaft. The where things differ is that this is where everything kicks off in the film. However, in the work, they say they can hear a slight tapping sound, which sounds like a signal, but they don't know if it is. The path through Moria is actually 40 miles long as well, so it would take a while for enemies to swarm things. Gandalf then sits and thinks for 6 hours, which gives the fellowships time to rest and sleep. And more. 8 hours until they hit the Great Hall, which is where they start to talk about Mithril. The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron as servants. For here alone in the world was found Moria silver, or true silver as some have called it. Mithril is the Elvish name.
Well, sir, Paul, there's nothing gold.
4 jewels and mithril.
Gandalf then goes on to say it's worth more than the Shire, which is a line that we get in the film. Now, the chapter ends with them discovering the tomb, which takes us into the next section. Titled The Bridge of Khazad-dûm, the group read over the logs of the attacks, which includes the line, "We cannot get out. They are coming."
You cannot get out. They are coming.
Now here, a really cool detail they do is that they have Ori's corpse. You might also notice that his body has a scarf, which is something they give the character in The Hobbit. He's the one who wrote the book, which initially started off as Dwarvish runes. However, as he started to panic, he switched to Elvish script, as this is easier and quicker to write. In the scene, you can also catch the axe that Gimli picks up, and he ends up using this for the rest of the trilogy. Now, according to IMDb Trivia, apparently a Tolkien scholar visited the set and took offense to some of the runes here, saying Joe was here. Everyone on the set was horrified, but the guy said he was just pulling their leg and trying to get the crew in trouble. However, fans later found Joe was here, and Made in New Zealand was indeed on the wall. Turns out it was okay, though, as it was stupid, teaching slow. Food was fired. According to the figure, the leader was serving the neighborhood what we will see. Space of the board and the family to get to the make a bias scale color it up. And then decided to come a lot of these moments only showing one side of the space. Hit it well. But then as they're making a stand at 2 doors on opposite sides of the room, and in the work it's just the one. What they do though is just see equity is all flowing, feeling the everything surrounded, and some of the most visceral action we've ever seen in fantasy film. This is where we also control, which over that completely right at the time. This was in a time where only realized CGI characters were just slowly over the forefront, and they completely melted out the bomb. He also says that they have one standing at the door, which is when he's almost hit by arrows. Don't know if that's foreshadowing for his death, but worth pointing out. He's nearly killed by a goblin standing over him, but he's saved by Aragorn, which repeats later on with Lurtz. You might also notice that when Aragorn's pulling the chain to choke the troll, that it initially gets stuck on Legolas's arrow. However, he snaps it, and this is the one he first fired at him when he entered the room, and it struck him in the chest. Just love the detail that this gets caught as the chain pulls it, and it adds so much in such a small way. Now in the work, they only wound the troll and it runs off. Frodo stabs it in the foot and shouts, "The Shire!" While doing it, "The Shire!" It stabs him back, and this is where we get the line in the text that it could have skewered a wild boar. Skewered a wild boar. The creature's taken down by Legolas, who shoots him in the head. Killing him is something that takes him a while to do, and it actually lays the groundwork for another big action scene. That is Legolas versus the Oliphant, which he learns from this and goes directly for the head from the off. Anyway, they end up playing up against, which is another example of them mentioning a chapter title in the film. And after they get a break from the tomb, they end up fleeing, which leads into the Balrog scene. In the book, Gandalf
Hello, Lonnie.
He ends up catching him with a fellowship after realizing that he's
See the O.
no. And so
Couldn't tell if it was an O or an
found
A.
myself faced with something that
Eyeballs aren't working.
I could think of nothing
Tired as
but
fuck.
a shutting spell on the door. I know many things of having by his time. Even the door.
I didn't take a nap today.
In the film, in that completely surrounded, and just the sound of like the power of sense that everyone really wants. That of sense. Cheers. Outside, so that's the power and then to all black guy smudging. As I rush in the area, it's pushing up my walls. It's just this great feeling of like, oh, that's the sound. So, like, there's a single blocks on the track. Flags as they fly through the air. Going to Ivy Trivia, and this is physically accurate and allows the arrows to maintain stable flight. The fact that Legolas don't know, it could show that elf arrows are made of mystical materials. Aragorn and Legolas also fight together at one point, but only Legolas hits the target. The Northern Rangers are known as very skilled archers, and this shows that Legolas is even more skilled than they are. Now you might notice that Aragorn grabs his leg as he's running because the guy's got a cramp from the constant fleeing. Been 40 miles, mate. Now upon hitting the bridge, Gandalf says,
The flame of Arnold.
Balrog is referred to as the flame of Undoom, and both are opposites. Anno is a fire that gives and creates life, whereas Udun is one that burns and destroys. The Balrog reached the bridge. I'll slip in the middle of us, beating step. It's a mini of the game. Basically, the shadow about it, should by 2 schools. Rains the wind. Strokes with the hammer's third. You this is something that we get in the movie, and not in the adventure says. That's what I say. This leads into the entire dead of the being is false. Chapter ends ominously with the drum beats fading, and that to me has always been symbolic of his heartbeat. He does, of course, come back, but at the time, that's the way I took it. Even still, the group get a proper chance to grieve for Gandalf, which is the perfect way to give it impact and make the audience feel like he's truly gone.
No way.
Lorien.
You're all going on that.
The largest mentions had built for the trilogy. Nickname Bigaches. This is because they got so big in detail that Jackson was able to film them up close without people realizing they were fake. That's normally an issue when you get miniatures, which is why they're often shot from a distance. However, they completely nailed it, and yeah, it translates perfectly to the screen. Filled with grief, they look back at Caradhras and feel like it mocks them. Gimli even shakes his fist at it, which always reminded me of the old man yells at Cloud meme. And this is where they check Frodo's wound, and it happens after a full day of collecting leaves from the forest to heal him. Could have told us earlier, mate. How about the woods are peaceful? The book saying there's no sound of orc, just the wind. They do feel like they're still being watched, though, with Frodo swearing he saw a pair of eyes. I always feel like Jackson took that and put it in the Moria Gollum scene, and they constantly tease that he's not far behind them. Reaching the stream Nimrodal, Legolas ends up singing about the river and Gandalf, but he has to stop as it gets too sad. Climbing a tree, it's here when the elves strike. This includes Haldir, who we meet in the movie, and the book then gives us the line, "The dwarf is so loud, we could have shot him in the dark." In the book, they also speak using Elvish, which Legolas has to translate. No, I'm telling you this is because they seldom speak to outsiders, which is why they talk in their native tongue. They struck because they heard Legolas sing of the Nimrodal, so they figured he was an ally. And they were trying to stay distant from the war, but heard of their coming due to the messengers of Elrond. Haldir says they haven't had dealings with the dwarves since the Dark Days, and they initially don't want Gimli to pass. We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the Dark.
You do have.
In response to their hospitality, Gimli says, which translates to, "I spit on your grave." They will escort them though, and in the book they explain the orcs have left Moria and are now searching for them in the woods. Hiding in the trees at night, Frodo lies asleep until he hears something moving below. Grabbing Sting, he looks at it and waits until it fades, which is such an atmospheric part of the book. Still though, he hears a noise shortly after and looks down to see something climbing up the tree. The elves actually say they...
Hello, welcome to my channel, my channel.
Hitting the black rocks and surrounding. Again, it's possible to open to observation aside. Survivors of darkness that they can push back. While that there is still a shattered routine making her a black river. It's akin to what we get in the movie with Elrond introducing himself. He asks why there's only A, which is something what get the movie. Only rare characterize for my much desire to speak. But that's what their minds that. I don't know why, but I genuinely think about it all the time. I don't know if it's the wooden acting or what. Whenever I want to speak to someone, I'm always like, "Please tell me where Ryan is, for I much desire to speak with him." Galadriel's eyes are also filled with bright lights, and they use special rigs to make it seem like she had starlight in them. This was done because Galadriel's the last elf to see the light of the trees of Valinor, and thus it stayed with her forever. Also, like, you're watching this, I think Blanchett might legitimately be an elf, because she looks exactly the same now. Anyway, in terms of the book to movie translation, this chapter is probably the most accurately transferred to screen. There's the bit about the deeds of Gandalf and how they stand at the edge of the night. You also get to see the elves singing versus teaching translate. Some of this it's based about fireworks, and just like the movie, he says it doesn't do justice. The forest book it's ever seen. Earth and stars like blue and green, but I'm not aware. into as well as of them going about the verse. In the end, the fellowship find peace here, and the work it says it's like a holiday, but it's like a quote. It's a job to do, and in the end, it's harasses them up. It's a job that's never started, as it takes longest to finish, as the old guy used to say. Still, they take a bit of the mirror, which is the thing. It's Galadriel breathes on it in a dog, which the kid how please breathe on water before baptism. It's Sam who looks into it first, and he's the one who witnesses the Shire being dug up. This is something Frodo sees in the film, and it actually foreshadows the end of the story. In Return of the King, Hobbits end up returning there and finding that Sauron's taken over. This was adjusted for the film, though, with him dying at the beginning of the extended version. Here, it's played more like a potential future, with the work sort of playing into that as well. I actually found the passage there when I opened up the book. You did not wish to go home without your master before you looked in the mirror, and yet you knew that evil things might well be happening in the Shire. Remember that the mirror shows many things, and not all have yet come to pass. Some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds.
And some things that have not yet come to pass.
Now in the book, Frodo's vision is a lot more different. At once, the mirror cleared and he saw a twilight land. Mountains loomed dark in the distance against a pale sky. A long grey road wound back out of sight. Far away, a figure came slowly down the road, faint and small at first, but growing larger and clearer as it approached. Suddenly, Frodo realized that it reminded him of Gandalf. He almost called aloud the wizard's name, but then he saw that the figure was clothed not in grey, but in a white that shone faintly in the dusk. And in its hands there was a white staff. The head was so bowed that he could see no face, and presently the figure turned aside round a bend in the road and went out of the mirror's view. Doubt came into Frodo's mind. Was this a vision of Gandalf? But I remember spending my own journeys to go. Very, very dramatic there. Now they obviously play into this confusion in the Two Towers and have the characters wondering whether the White Wizard's Gandalf or Saruman. In the end, Frodo offers her the ring after hearing that one of the Fellowship will betray them. This then goes into one of the most iconic scenes in the film. And now it comes at last. You will give me the ring freely in place of a dark queen. And I shall not be dark but beautiful, and terrible as the morning and the night. Fair as the sea and the sun with the snow upon the mountain. Dreadful as the storm and the lightning. Stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall not be and despair. Yeah, I'm not doing just terrible. I'm very much technology there. You have to do it with YouTube copyright strikes. Now, those who pass the test and resist the temptation, it's very much seen as being a lose-lose for the elves. If they lose, it's been a spell doom for them. If they win, they'll go into the West. Ultimately, this will still be there. And it takes another chapter after now with the Warrior. Now, everything with the Fellowship gets an offer to stay, but in the end, all decide to go. They're still not sure where to, and they say there's two shores they can go to. Ultimately, they end up on opposite sides of this, with it setting the fractures of them here. Boromir wants to go to him in his ticket, but as we know, it wouldn't end well.
One day, more paths will lead us there.
Aragorn's divided over this, though, because he wants to unite the realm as the king. Still, though, it's at this point they receive their gifts, with each being given a cloak and hood to fit their size.
May these cloaks help shield you from unfriendly eyes.
Later in Two Towers, we would see how these are used as camouflage. Sam gets a robe, which would play off in the Two Towers as well, and Gimli gets 20 strands of blackbirds. Big same thing. In the book, these were used to create the same elements, and full branch and this like between hills and elves. She also says this to Aragorn, paying close attention to her face.
And then to fall in darkness.
You might notice that a shadow comes out of her face when she talks about him again, and I love how this highlights the darkness. The group
No, I do not travel in the bus.
seeing a great
I used to travel around when I first got it, and then I parked, and I've been living like homesteading, living off grid. I'm now on the grid a little bit more, but I'm currently looking for a little house to rent or buy, or you know, whatever God is gonna put my way.
She said, "It's all the light of a radio star."
But I'm ready for my kid to have his room and all of his collectibles. I'm ready to have my hobbies and let my dog can walk around.
He carried his
Ready for everybody to have their own space and be happy.
And this light is supposed to be a beacon that ties into him. It contains the light of the trees of Valinor, and eventually is used when fighting Shelob. Now this takes us into the chapter titled The Great River. It opens by telling us that while
Yay, this one's totally full.
had not been idle, his forces were committing to
Ermagerd. Actually, you know what though?
some of this we have
But I can fit more on top.
which we also get depicted in the extended edition. Close the eyes and make me sit up, so to speak. I saw what I took to be a log floating along the half-light behind me. But I didn't give much attention, and it seemed that the log was so much. So they say he's too keen a fisherman, which then gets warped into this line in the movie.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. Okay.
And I love how there's this feeling that he's constantly behind them. The chapter is mainly about sailing the river and avoiding the eyes of Saruman. One thing you might notice comes with the paddle techniques which we see in Aragorn, Boromir, and Legolas. They all use proper technique.
Legolas.
The paddle moving in a J-stroke to stop the boat from spinning. However, when the hobbits leave later, they don't do it properly, which shows their inexperience on the river. Now in this, we were going to get a scene from the book in which the fellowships hit the rapids at night. In the work, they're ambushed by orcs who fire arrows at them from the shoreline. Struggling through the dark, they just make it out, but the trap nearly ends up killing them. Now, Jackson originally wanted to film this, however, the set flooded, and thus they had to abandon it. They did somewhat incorporate the scene into The Hobbit, though, and we get the big river rapids scene that happens in the second film. However, that happens.
Nope, I do not have a mouse problem.
Legolas is trying to fire back, but he's
no mice in the house at all.
to the trees. Looks like well in the dark, and this is basically a kill box with them just managing to make it out. Either way, they make it in the
Every now and again, my cat will bring a mouse in, and then like she won't actually kill it. She'll let it go, or it'll like run away while they're playing, and it'll live in my house for a few days. But it doesn't take long for her to find it.
Yeah, well, vibes of the poll, but Amandius and how many goes to bowling.
But that's like every once in a while. Not like not like there's a mouse always. There's no mice right now at all.
The weather warned
There was, I was freaked out. I don't do mice. I also have kittens right now that live under my bed, and so if mice were here, they'd try to eat the kittens. So it's super important that we don't have any rodents in the house. Since they try to eat the babies.
Awake and sensing a shadow, patches of sting beginning to show the orcs close. Frodo ends up going for a walk with knowing this is the day they decide which way to go. Suddenly he woke with his thoughts. A strange feeling came to him that something was behind him, that unfriendly eyes were upon him. He sprang up and turned, but all he saw to his surprise was Boromir, and his face was smiling and kind. It's at this point that Boromir asks him to share the burden and asks whether he suffers needlessly.
You sure you do not suffer needlessly?
We also get the line,
"It is a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt,"
which was adjusted to appear earlier in the film. Now where things take a turn is when Boromir does a Bilbo and asks to see it again. So small a thing, and I've only seen it for an instant in the House of Elrond. Could I not have sight of it again? Frodo looked up. His heart went suddenly cold.
I don't really like to crochet anymore. I only crocheted because I had a need, a want to like work with fiber. And I didn't know what I wanted to do with fiber yet. So I crocheted, I knitted. This is what I wanted to do the whole time. What I'm doing.
About what choices, and he realizes that he can't go to Boromir actually simply slips at the ring, screams, miserable, still. By detailing the levels that we see Boromir, that is just well, it's two towers. Province, and it shows how characteristics in its diction ring is it also shows up in the characters. It's in this about doing that mistake with the breath. And so rushing to the stillness, see about the movie, running against the mission being taken to the tower. The one thing that they don't explain in the film is that the systematic title of Katy is analysed with a secret distancing and an operating almost like a telescope. In the book, he looks around all over the land and sees signs of war everywhere. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. He stands all the way to his turret, and though it gives him hope, he still sees that there's the shadow that's over the land. And suddenly he felt the eye. There was an eye in the dark tower that did not sleep. He knew that it had become aware of its gaze. A fierce, eager will was there. It leaped towards him. Almost like a finger, he felt it searching for him. Very soon it would nail him down. Know just exactly where he was. Now on the shore, this is where the group realize he's gone. I love how they notice Boromir's gone too, which is highlighted in his shield being left behind. Shields are used as defense, but this being left behind shows he's no longer defending Frodo. In the book, Boromir returns to tell them what happened, and they all dash off looking for the character. Now they all did things for the film, as this is when the Uruk-hai strike. As mentioned earlier, this all actually happens in the opening of the Two Towers. The chapter is titled The Departure of Boromir, and it begins with Aragorn tracking the character. He follows the hill up to the high seat and then hears cries before the horns blasted. In the film, he comes across Frodo, whereas in the work, you never saw him again. I like what they do in the movie, though, as it shows him resisting the ring. It's basically a reverse of the scene with Boromir, and it highlights there's still hope in men. Isildur's Bane even calls out to him, and if you put on the subtitles, you can hear it says Aragorn. Telling him he would have gone with him to the end, it's a rush goodbye when he notices things flowing. Darting into the battle, he also shouts Elendil. Using this as a war cry, it shows he's still carrying the ideals of old and the king who stood up against Sauron. Now in the movie, I love that we get this big action scene, and look at the list goes rapid fire on the Uruk-hai. Since then, several archers have attempted this, with it being a challenge.
This is what I'm working on right now. I'm getting all of this yarn balled up. It's so much, and I'm going to try to organize it a little bit. But then I'm going to make those into rugs. I'm going to add another thing here in the middle because I can't waste that much space. I'm going to do something small. But I also need to redraw that in mirror image because I fucked up and forgot to reverse it. But that one I did successfully. That one is fine. Doesn't matter. And that one doesn't matter. This is what I'm making. This is what I like to spot. And I like to do this yarn balling stuff too. I don't know why I like it so much.
In a little blade, not
I like repetitive tasks that I can get like in a flow state
as if he was resting.
and just kind of like zone out while I'm doing it.
Yes, with many black-colored arrows. His sword was still.
I like doing cardio for that reason, like on a treadmill or something or a elliptical. You just go with some of the stuff and space out.
Here, they also realized Morel's traveled by boat, and Sam actually realized back with the boat, spotted the boat, started in the water, trying to catch up with him. Googling he went under. The river closed over his foot, and an exclamation of dismay came from the inner boat. The paddle swirled, the boat out. Morel was just in time to put Sam on the head of something, up and struggling. The air was staring at his roundabout eyes. These underwater sequences were shot at the soundstage without adding water effects digitally. Still, straight over there. When you know, you can kind of see how music plans to mimic the flow of water. The detail I love, though, is that we get focus on the hand as Frodo reaches in and pulls him out. This is a detail that would be flipped in the final film as Sam reaches for Frodo at Mount Doom. Hey, finally found a proper use for that clip. Normally I drop that in a video when I'm reaching, and we're out here to reach again, so it makes sense. Now, as discussed earlier, Frodo's parents both died by drowning, so Frodo saving him is sort of saving his parents in his heart. You're gonna do the reach on you. Yeah! The book in the film, Sam says he's coming with him, and the final paragraph talks about the pair setting off together. In the work, they also have a white S on the chest of the orcs, with them initially thinking that this is for Sauron. However, they soon realize it's for Saruman, but the movie depicts his symbol as the white hand. This is something that we see on the faces, with Lurtz's being an upside-down one. Killing Boromir is all spared by the arrow, which supposedly showed before. Aragorn approaches him, completely get up by the shot. It's awful. As far as I can be, I'm going to way to keep it back steps. The famous Let's ask and skill warrant language vision. Makes for such a cool shot that what says. Even though he's still trying to pull himself down the sword to get to Aragorn. Also, yeah, I've seen people saying it's weird the Fellowship can take down like an entire army of Urukai. But to be fair, most of them were born yesterday, like literally. And after killing him, Aragorn goes to Boromir and they lay him in a boat. This is just like the book, but there they sing 3 songs to remember their fallen friend. Aragorn gets his forehead. This is like one glorious gesture of farewell. In the background, you know, that's quiet singing. The lyrics of this translate to, I do not love the sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for its glory. I love only what they defend. This is also sung by Boromir later in the book, and huge shout outs to Lord of the Rings fans of Dorks for pointing that out. Also, Dorks is spelled like orcs with a D on the front, which very, very clever pun that. I like it. And we then watches his body sailed over the waterfall with them using a dummy for this shot. This was apparently so convincing that a member of the crew asked if it wanted anything for lunch. During this, we also see Aragorn taping up Boromir's braces because it's a shame to let some good gear go to waste. Now, this was actually Vigo's idea, and he wore them to remember his promise. He would not let their people fall to ruin, and he keeps his word in the end. This even extends to the flash-forward dream fantasy in which he's dead, and we can still see the character wearing it. This shows he never forgot his promise, and in the end, didn't let it fall. This promise extends to the dialogue here as well. Two Towers book, we get the line how he would have gone with Frodo until the end. He then promises not to abandon the captives, and they set up.
It's kind of like Needle Punch, but with a machine.
Since the Fellowship has failed, Aragorn says it matters as long as the bond they made holds true. Mounting up to go and hunt some orcs, I still get goosebumps in these closing scenes. Now, out of the 3, this is actually my favorite movie. I just feel like this film has all and it's a great origin story, has intact emotional moments, action, and it pays off every single factor off. It's an incredible film that really captures Tolkien's work, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this going to it. Normally when I'm reading, I tend to take out the phone and type away and make notes. For this though, I actually bought a brand new tablet that lets me just sit down and write away and scribble loads of things. I was just sitting there. Elissa, Isildur's heir, out of the paths of the dead, borne upon a wind from the sea to the kingdom of Gondor. And the mirth of the Rohirrim was a torrent of laughter and a flashing of swords, and the joy and wonder of the city was a music of trumpets and a ringing of bells. But the hosts of Mordor were seized with bewilderment, and a great wizardry it seemed to them that but Pippin wants to take the easy route. This is what leads them through the the ring goes south. And so does the book. That's okay, but it kind of is a lot of back and forth with the first council meeting just deciding both Frodo and Sam will go. The characters in the book actually spend 2 months at Rivendell, and life hold up the sound of orc, just the wind. They do feel like they're to get the scene of the elves singing the lament for Gandalf, which Legolas is too torn up with grief to translate. Something that happens after they fail to scale Caradhras, and it forces them to journey into the mines down from the mountain. Now, this is where Aragorn asks Legolas to use his elf eyes. The book tells it, and his spear passed through him. A portion of a weapon. Something I completely read into it, but it leaves Eowyn on her own, stroking her face while he tells her that I wasn't able to verify this, but firsthand they have to get involved. As he knows they'd be solid warriors. In the movies, he gives them the horses of the they align with the orcs due to Saruman's promises. Thematically, I feel this sort of aligns with Sauron the Deceiver. He too made promises, and I'm no doubt that these men would have been betrayed at the end. As of this video, though, we also know they're going to feature heavily in the upcoming War of the Rohirrim film. Haven't seen that as of putting this together, but that would probably discuss more of their backstory. Also, disclaimer, still haven't watched Rings of Power Season 2. I know, just nobody messing with the planet making me misremember stuff for the like 3 massive novels stuffed in my head and I don't want to mess it up. Now, the damage and devastation these men leave is something we witness as they ravage the landscape, burning villages and forcing people from their homes. These end up fleeing. Amongst these, we see some kids who are split from their mother and they later reunite at Helm's Deep. There's actually also a really subtle shot in the movie where we can see villages burning in the background, which I love Jackson added in. This is the Westfold, which is now burning because of the men. Now, it's during this that we cut across to AMR. My favourite bit of trivia about Carl Urban is that he and Vigo went and bought some Gundam figures when they visited Japan. We also have him discovering Theodred, aka Theoden's son. Though he's alive, he hasn't got long left for the world, and his death really tears up Theoden. Later we get a line that's always stuck with me about how parents shouldn't bury their children. Bernard Hill actually put this in the film himself after he remembered speaking to a woman whose son had died. In her grief, she said this to him. And he got chance to take freedom for the character. Treating Moria as a sister, the only people on the best interests. Now, reading it because Theoden his sister was in it. When we came through, even though a guy like Lawrence next to you, well, sister Dawson is because Abrams is needs and it's a great apple feather for the parents. Sister they have such a familiar bond, they don't deeply into it. What it does though is allow one of the film's themes to be set up. In this movie, we Boromir where the Boromir with Theodred being a standard of Silver. And it will really so Boromir is the favorite wanted to leave him the keys to the kingdom. Regency, Theoden had this as well as his son, but he ended up dying. But he could feel a regret from losing his son, which also kind of explains why Denethor's a dick. Even though he's a dick and Faramir's great, mate, you don't need to be a dick like that. Either way, when we first meet Theoden, he's in his aged and decrepit look. This took 9 hours to apply, with it being extremely convincing. Later on, we see the character de-age in real time, which was done through mostly practical means. Hill was given the full look for take 1, where he'd film the scene and then they'd yell cut. They'd then do another take where he had slightly less makeup and they'd then repeat the action. Doing this 4 times at different stages allowed them to get footage where they could morph the 4 takes together. Now, Bernard Hill was originally wanted for Gandalf, but I feel he's perfect as the king. Throughout this and the next movie, he gets one of the best arcs, and he played the character brilliantly. Sadly, he died in May earlier this year, with the actor being booked in to appear at Liverpool Comic Con. This would be alongside Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Billy Boyd, and Dominic Monaghan, who instead to his memory. Alongside him is Brad Dourif, who plays Grima Wormtongue. Always kills with that name.
Bus, actually. Bus life.
How to be a hobbyer in the bus. No life, only hobby.
Uses his words to whisper feelings here to stop him from stepping up to some evil. Those names came a black spell, which translates to the bringer of news. Shoutouts to IMDb Trivia for noting this is the opposite of Jesus who brought the gospel. The gospel translates to mean good news, so we have this being tied to his nickname. Gandalf was resurrected just like Jesus, and he's returned to lead man out of the darkness. So lots of things going on there, and Tolkien was of course a Christian. Now, Eomer knows that something's off because he discovered a white hand on the orcs. This is the marking of Saruman, and thus he wants to warn the king. This falls on deaf ears, though, and Eomer's banned from the kingdom. I love how Grima holds up the document, which is being signed by the king. The signature scrawls off, almost like he didn't have control when he was writing it. Just subtly hints out over the years, and how he doesn't have the cognizance to make decisions like this. Now, Dourif completely nails it as Wormtongue, and I feel like, whether it's intentional or not, this looks very similar to Gollum. He has the same pale skin and those big blue eyes, and it just reminds me a lot of the character. I did wonder if that was intentional, as both have been tempted by darkness. Dourif got sewn to the role that he even shaved his eyebrows, which over time sounds like a bit of a nightmare. Guy ended up shooting his parts spaced out over 3 years, so he had to cut them down 5 times. Nightmare. IMDb Trivia though states he stayed in character and spoke with a British accent in between takes. This was so convincing that for no help, the American accent he started speaking with was fake. Guy absolutely kills it and is low-key one of the most memorable villains in the movie. We even see him lusting over Eowyn, and yeah, just a creepy dude, but he's in power at the moment, so he's the one who controls Rohan. Now back with Merry and Pippin, you hear the ends off in the distance. This happens and the orcs cut down the tree, and it's what leads into Merry getting the idea to show the Ents Isengard. You also get this line, which is one of my favourite memes as well. Looks like meat. Back on that meat, you boy. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. The hobbits are actually offered meat in the book, but they turn it down because they don't know what it is. I like how Jackson kind of answers that here, and it sort of paints them out as being cannibalistic. Now, the work tells us the Uruk-hai have orders, and that the whole thing carries something that's wanted for the war.
An elvish weapon. The master wants it for the war.
It says in the book, alive and as captured, and no spoiling.
Alive and unspoiled.
Shouldn't have come to the heavy spoilers show then, eh? These are all moments that come from the book directly, and it shows how much Jackson respected the source material. You also learn the commanders called Loglook, and no price for getting Alan's place in the road of the small. It's called Krishna. Having the fights during this in the book, and the latest cast to the side and put the thing useless to finish right. Now we're in the room, there's an escape at this point, he just snaps around his back and pretends to be a captive. And doing this, it allows him to leave the considers the move. In the book, he realizes the old traps will be confusing and Strider struggling below them. So he quickly dashes out and calculates some footprints elsewhere. Get trampled. It's in this moment the old soldiers, of course, and he rides up to raise the alarm. How about two expanding on time with them? We actually learn what the next part of the journey is. As good awaits us, and you'll fly up without Christmas and get all the pay and praise and look goods, and leave us to foot it as best we can through the horse country. It doesn't say look goods, just the teleprompter hasn't read it, but I'm reading from the book, I promise, guys. No. We must stick together. These lands are dangerous, full of foul rebels and brigands. Now, this somewhat foreshadows the arrival at the marshes, and the Nazgul feature a lot more in the book. Described as being like a secret weapon, the Orcs say, you ought to know that they're the apple of the great eye. But the winged Nazgul, not yet, not yet. You won't let them show themselves across the great river yet. Not too soon. They're for the war and other purposes. Constantly throughout Prologue's journey, they talk about how they often spot shadows overhead. What's happened to the earliest that you with them noticing something like this. Including the people now just apparatus attack. They think not differently the way they don't just go straight for the ambush. Because sometimes bypass the group and do drive-bys on the orcs. It realizes they're under the range of aggression and ramps in. Guy even there's a golden impression for a moment it was then suddenly in the darkness made a noise in his throat called it. So what's we can do with that impression? Nothing, my precious. Yeah, it won't do any more golden impressions. Commissioner then says that is upon the rain and how that torture will get it out there. It's at this point that Pippin says that the Starplan begins, which is a name that ranges the York. It all kicks off from this point, which is when the riders attack. Krishnak flung himself on the ground flat, dragging the hobbits under him, and he drew his sword. No doubt he meant to kill his captives, rather than allow them to escape or be rescued. But it was his undoing. His sword rang faintly and glinted a little in the light of the fire away to his left. An arrow came whistling out of the gloom, and it pierced his right hand. He dropped the sword and shrieked. There was a quick beat of hoofs, and even as Grishnak leaped up and ran, he was ridden down and a spear passed through him. He gave a hideous, shivering cry and lay still. Now, they dragged this out a lot longer in the movie with the orc following the hobbits into the forest. I do like it there, though, as they use it as a way to introduce Treebeard, and it skillfully sets up how powerful the Ents are, which I prefer. Now, again, the elven cloaks aid them in the book. It's said that the riders simply don't spot them because their garments are a camouflage. This also explains why in the movie, Eomer doesn't really notice them. The pair escape, though, which we discover through Aragorn's tracking, and they make it to the forest. In the work, they also talk about how they might end up as a chapter in Bilbo's book. This chapter then closes out describing the riders' victory, and it paints them out as being a formidable army. And over the wide fields, the keen-eyed riders hunted down the few orcs that had escaped and still had strength to fly. Then, when they had laid their fallen comrades in a mound and had sung their praises, the riders made a great fire and scattered the ashes of their enemies. So ended the raid, and no news of it ever came back either to Mordor or Isengard, for the smoke of the burning rose high to heaven and was seen by many watchful eyes. Anyway, the next day we see the red sky and rejoin Aragorn and the gang. Just like the book, the group hide and the riders don't notice them. What do you Captain Huddle, the good birds, and see how the process can like small. It also is very great selection, struggling to get great to the something long tails floating with beings were braided but then step around tall and them to their hands, tail and flower, but then light hopes, streamed in my brains, and then to the spears of ash, to sleep. Swords well, that's a burnish shirt, some nails, found Climax. And these are based on Scandinavian writers until wasn't pointed out in that force decades. Although getting men to fill these roles was a little difficult, so instead they put facial hair women and them being writers too. Amen is described as being very inquisitive, and the group even discuss Boromir. Amen warns them of the white wizard, and he says he's an old man that works with a hunting cloak. There's an old man. So this kind of lays the groundwork for the appearance of Gandalf, though there's way more paranoia with Aragorn and the gang actually have something of a campfire, which is when approached by a strange figure from the door.
Well, father, what can we do for you? Said Aragorn, leaping to his feet. Come and be warm if you're cold. He strode forward, but the old man was gone. There was no trace of him to be found near at hand, and they did not dare wander far. The moon had set, and the night was very dark. Now the group then look around for their horses and realize they've all disappeared. It's really chilling when you're reading it, and we still don't ever get it cleared up exactly who it was. It was an evil phantom of Saruman that we saw last night. I am sure of it. However, Legolas said that the horses didn't sound very Randall does mention later on was which service to some views because one honest it being to a related time and space. You retire from the just helps the line around while everyone so tense and we've seen it already had a with Saruman. God then gives us the line again. It's very it's an interrogation. Chainman tries to see if hello to Saruman. Although in the word, Aragorn pulls out a sword and explains exactly who he is. He seemed to have grown in stature, while Aemon had shrunk, and in his living face they caught a brief vision of the power and majesty of the king's bestow. For a moment, it seemed at the eyes of Legolas that a white flame glimmered upon the brows of Aragorn like a shining crown. Now this perfectly reflects the passage with Frodo before, and it shows how these two characters have grown with their burden, describing the halflings as children to their eyes. This is a line we get in the film. Only children should. That's in this, they actually set the groundwork for the kingdom's dislike of Gandalf. They talk about at one point how his name was a password that actually helped to gain the king's favour. However, he ended up taking Shadowfax and says that since his return, he's let no man touch him. In the end, though, both in the movie and book, they do end on good terms. Éomer in the book actually tries to recruit them as he knows they'd be solid warriors. In the movies, he gives them the horses of the slain to make up for them potentially killing the hobbits. These slain members can be spotted at the edge of the forest when Aragorn and co are looking at the bodies. In the background, you can catch helmets marking their graves, showing that the riders buried their friends. One little goof you can also catch happens when Éomer mounts his horse and you'll see his sword fall out its sheath. Happens very quick, but yeah, if you look closely, you'll see it drop out. Embarrassing, mate. You bloody should be embarrassed to yourself. And the gang then ride out to the burnt bodies, and we get a bit of trivia that no one's ever touched them before. Ever. This happens when Aragorn kicks the helmet. Did you know, yeah? Did you know, right? He actually broke his toes, yeah? Did you know that? So when he was screaming like that, it was the actor actually screaming in pain over doing it. Jackson kept make sure you hit the thumbs up there. If you've learned that brand new, never before said trivia. Now, but I didn't go into the behind stuff, and Jackson said he was impressed Mortensen came back into the movie. Mortensen didn't bring it up until much later as well. He said the stunt crew were injured much worse than he was, and so he just pushed through. I didn't want to seem like a fanny. In the work, though, they end up lighting a fire near the forest, and all bad going from hobbits out in the night. The trees don't like it, though. And seeing that fire, they then start reacting and moaning. Legolas then says, I've heard nothing of this in my own land, save only songs that tell how the Ongirim of that menpole ends dwelt there long ago. But Fangorn is old even as the elf. That makes it to Marion Pippin Treebeard. Chapter 4 is titled Treebeard, and really see the forest through their eyes. Described as being unlike Mirkwood, it's dim and said to be frightfully treeish. Say they can't imagine animals living there, and that there's nothing to eat for hundreds of miles. I found that they were looking at the most extraordinary face. It belonged to a large man-like, almost gold, big head, at least 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head. Whether it was clad in stuff like green and grey bark, or whether that was its hide, was difficult to say. At any rate, the earth and the distance of the crop were not wrinkled, but covered with brown. A large beef had 7 each. The face was covered with a sweeping grey beard, bushy, almost twiggy at the roots, thin and mossy at the ends. But at the moment, the hobbits noted little but the eyes. Voiced by John Rhys Davies, he brings a lot to the role.
We have a bowl full of food right there.
It's brilliant they used him for this in Gimli. Recording his vocals through a wooden microphone, it's something Jackson was inspired for by the book. Described as a deep voice like a woodwind instrument. You can definitely feel this when the character talks. It's believed Tolkien actually based this on his friend C.S. Lewis, who was of course the author of the Narnia books. And the movie alters things a lot, as in the work the meaning is pretty straightforward. Treebeard falls the Ents, they have their council, and then decide to go to war. That's it. Boom. Straight to the point. I could learn something about that myself. Treebeard in the dark lives a really sheltered life, and even adds to what's happening in the world. He says that he's never heard of hobbits and that he'd know because the elves made all the words. Men have a
Sometimes I do, sometimes don't.
basically still using MySpace. There's even a passage in which he talks about the elves help the Ents to evolve. And
With the rug tufting, it's easier to let it come from the outside.
To elves and to others. It was the elves that cured us of dumbness long ago, and that was a great gift that cannot be forgotten, though our ways have haunted since. The Ents in general are very confined to their lives and have never branched out beyond that. Pun intended there. This is touched upon in the text and how they've sort of changed to their surroundings. Sheep get like shepherds and shepherds like sheep. As we talked about, Two Towers had to be compiled from a lot of stuff, and Jackson actually looked at some of the characters he'd omitted. There are parts of Treebeard's dialogue that come from Tom Bombadil, reworking some of the lines. Oh, Tom Bombadil, I wonder what the hell, by the reed and will of my fire, sun and moon. Shut up, Antonio, shut the fuck up. Treebeard also drops their fucking white wizard, and we cut before we learn who this is. It's called tension. Anyway, in the work, he takes them to an end house, and the court assembles around a giant stone table. Merry and Pippin do a previously on and basically recap the story so far. Lying on pillows of grass, the forest is then set to glow as the Ents begin to talk. We also get Treebeard going to sleep at one point, which involves him standing outside. Guy goes stiff and upright like a tree and just stands there in the rain. Now, when they're talking, Treebeard asks if there's any Ent vibes near the Shire. He goes into how they lost them and thus haven't made any more Entlings. Those are basically Ent children. Scene sits. It's in this that we learn of the other Ents, including one called Figlass. We also want them Pregalad, who becomes the friend of Merry Pippin, and he ends up taking care of them. The movie gets her against the wall, and they say they're not on anybody's. This is something evil expand unchecked. A lot of men getting involved in Switzerland, for example. Some of the dialogue with the riders of Rohan. In the book, we say, serve the power of the Black Land far away, but neither are we yet at war with him. And if you're fleeing from him, then you'd best leave this land. There is trouble now with this. Pearl Harbor, they decided to go all in, and that's kind of what the Ents are doing. The Ents are overpowered when compared to everyone else, and it could reflect the superpower of the American army. The forest being ripped down is what sends them over, whereas here they rightly know that evil must be stamped out. For these Isengarders are more like wicked men. It is a mark of evil things that came in the great darkness that they cannot abide the sun, but Saruman's orcs can endure it, even if they hate it. I wonder what he has done. Are they men he has ruined, or has he blended the races of orcs and men? That would be a black evil. The Ents are obviously one with nature, so they hate the idea of corruption and have seen mirrors of themselves. In the end, the council goes on for 3 days, whereas in the movie they kind of wrap it up quite quickly. And from here we
so it starts out like this, and I'm turning it into balls like this. These feed a lot easier than these do.
which is reflected well, his head and interest. So gets beats as well. See, no longer have any thought of escaping, and if they fell behind, he would turn and wait for them. The movie perfectly captures him singing in croaks and also a song about catching a fish. The extended mission gives us that oh my god, it's really sick.
Every time I have to stop for like some snag or notch in this thing, that's what would happen if I didn't wind it into this ball when I was trying to use it to work with.
Took place, then witnessed the Battle of Daggerland, which is why there's all these dead elves here. Gollum explains in the book how
All these tangles would fuck with me while I'm trying to work with it. So if I wind it into balls like this, then it doesn't do that.
no green there and describe it as a land disease beyond healing. In the pools, when the candles were lit, they lie in the pools, pale faces deep under the water. I saw them, grim faces and evil, and noble faces and sad. Many faces proud and fair, weeds in their silver hair, but all foul, all rotting, all dead. Now in our fellowship breakdown, we talked about the Barrow-wights and how eerie it was. Ghostly figures were seen in the mist, and it was very much the same vibe. I feel like Jackson just combined the two scenes, as it might have been.
What are you doing, you know?
In the book, Frodo doesn't fall into the water, whereas he gets trapped in a barrow and attacked by the Barrow-wights. Blind Gollum says, that actually comes from the Barrow-wight chapter in the book, so you can see how it's more.
Face looks so good.
The horrors of war. Tolkien was said to have seen bodies like this on the battlefield during World War I. No Man's Land was often a muddy mess where puddles.
Oh my god, you guys can see this snake so much better now.
Like this, and realized it was. Beyond this bombs and explosions.
Oh, it's dark on this side.
Look
at this. The entire side of her fucking face. Oh my god, my poor cat. It's healing so good. It's dry and it's like healing. I'm so fucking happy. When it happened, it was so bad. It was just literally her whole side of her face was just open.
9 hours. Gollum's nowhere to be seen, but he ends up coming back. His mouth covered in dead bugs. Nice. In the film, though, we see
my jaw hit the floor. I didn't know what to do. I immediately covered it in a gauze.
This pathetic creature is what he could become.
What else could I do?
For addiction and what it can lead to. Interestingly, I also noticed that Sam calls Frodo Master as well, which is a term Gollum uses throughout. To me, this kind of paints out the pair as being a devil.
She got stung. She got stung by a bee, or maybe even bit by a spider. And because cat skin heals so fast, this is what the vet said. Cat skin heals so fast, so the wound, like her skin healed up, but the wound was still under there, like it needed to drain out or whatever. It was a sting or a bite or whatever. Her skin healed up too fast on just the skin part, so the wound was still deep. So what happened is she got an abscess, and the abscess grew and grew and grew. It was swollen like a sting for a couple days, and then next thing you knew, it was just like a golf ball sticking, like literally a golf ball sticking off the side of the cat's face. And then I put her on antibiotics, and on day 2, like literally I gave her antibiotics the night that I got it. The next morning I gave her antibiotics. I went to work. I came home that night and I was feeding her over here, and she shook her head, and when she did, I saw like liquid splatter, and I was like, what the fuck? Liquid? And I realized her face was just pouring liquid out, and I was like, what the fuck? And so I immediately grabbed like towels, like hand towels, and I started like cleaning her up, and I realized that it popped. And so what happened is it popped down here. The abscess was up here, but it had actually popped near her chin. Probably she was scratching and popped it. So the hole to drain it was down here. So I went like this, and I like pushed all this liquid out. And I'm telling you, dude, like a quarter cup of liquid came out. It must have been so painful. Well, because it was stretched so much, the skin that was like all right here died. because it was stretched beyond capacity. Okay. So, like, she had this, like, empty, blown out piece of skin that was, like, sitting on top of where the abscess was now, and the abscess is healed and gone. So, and drained out. So, like, now the skin that was covering the giant golf ball, because she wouldn't stop licking it and licking it and licking it and cleaning it and cleaning it because it was draining and stuff. She literally rubbed that whole piece of skin off. The whole bubble that was side of her face that was on the outside of the abscess literally just came off. So, holy shit. It was just so, oh my god. When she did it, and it was like hanging off of her, like a big, huge chunk of her face was literally just hanging there. And I was just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So I was able to tape a piece of tape and gauze to her head for like 6 hours, which was all her skin needed in order to start healing, because she kept fucking with it and like licking it and licking it and licking it, and so it was just wet and gooey and like red and bloody and stuff, and so she just kept making it it was so bad. But because she couldn't touch it for like 6 hours, her skin, cat skin, heals really fast. Her skin dried it out, made it a hard scab, and like really started to make a huge difference. And then since that was yesterday, the day before yesterday, I think, or yesterday was day 2 of her face being open. So there was no gauze on her skin last night. Today it was starting to look better and better, although this whole like, now everything is missing. All the hair is missing, but it's still dry, which means she just got rid of any scabs or any like hair on her face that had scab on it or anything. So now it's just a wound with no hair around it. It's healing up. It looks great. No, I can't put a cone on her head, unfortunately. She has kittens, and they are in this area under my bed. She couldn't get in and out with a cone on. Plus, she goes outside to go poop. She wouldn't be able to get in and out of my door with a cone on. Plus, she would not keep it on. There's no way to keep it on her.
Things like the Shire, rise the others, leading him to a lonely life at the ring. Funny though,
I thought about a cone many times, but ultimately decided that it wouldn't work.
we see something stirring in the picture, and it's on its right, the highlight is coming out. Now, the original plan here was to have its backstory fade in, and we'd see how he got the ring. However, this scene was shifted in the opening of fellowship. So I think it's worked in really well. Either way, the scene highlights its color, and it's so close to back on the job. I think too, it's the way it's done. Yeah.
Thank God I put her on antibiotics like the day before it popped, because if it had popped and she was not on antibiotics, she could have died. When the skin fell off her face like that, she could have died if she wasn't on antibiotics. Those antibiotics kept her from getting an infection. Oh my god, it looks so good. It is. I did not realize cat skin healed that fast. I'm blown away. I'm talking about like last night, or yes, let's say in the morning, okay? I looked at it in the morning and it was like bad. And then I looked at it literally 2 hours later, and I had a visible, like, you know how big big boo-boos, they scab over, and then the scab just starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller as the skin slowly comes together. Like, I could see the scab is there, and then the scab is smaller, like in a matter of hours. Like, it's crazy the way it looks today. Holy shit. Yesterday it was so gross. The day before that it was so gross. The day before that, it was gross too. But that when her face fell off, dude, holy shit, dude, my cat is a fucking trooper. She did not make any crying sounds. She's never acted like she was in pain at any. She acted like she was not like super stoked to be going through this, but at no point did she like cry or like not tend to her. She tended to her babies. Holy shit, dude. I'm blown away by my cat.
What they do is offer protection from the skies. Not just fly them to order because
She's a good kitty.
to take them.
For real. Yeah, the remainder of that journey was a shadow of growing fear in which memory could find nothing to rest upon. At this point, we could have crossed to Aragorn and Co. This takes us into chapter 5, which is titled The White Rider. I wasn't able to verify this, but apparently that was one of the titles they floated about when they were thinking of reworking the Two Towers. There is a line in the book about how he's returned as the White Rider in order to combat the Black Ones. Those are, of course, the alias of the Nazgûl, so he's being brought back to fight against them. The chapter begins with a group waking up at the fire, looking for the signs of the old man's footprints. Finding a Lembas bread leaf in the daylight, it's here they put together the pieces of Pippin's escape. Coming across a knife, they go up to Batman detective mode and follow their tracks into the forest. However, they witness someone stalking them. It is he. Cannot you see him passing from tree to tree? Initially, they didn't spot him because he was wearing dirty grey rags which blended into the trees. Aragorn warns, do not let him speak, which is a line that comes directly from the work. The whole scene is really accurate to the text without playing out the dialogue line for line. This includes Gandalf saying, expect Dude, I need a new ball winder so bad.
Obviously, they changed it in the movie, so they're not just introducing anything they've heard before. It's in this song that he then tells us what's going on with the ring and how the eagles fell them in. Could say
She went out to go poop.
I
I love that she poops outside. She pees in the litter box and poops outside. Even with the babies, she still doesn't poop in the litter box. Thank God.
Gandalf says that Saruman's aware of the Fellowship
And I use the crystal litter, so all I have to do is stir the litter box like every 2 or 3 days, and that litter will last a month. It doesn't stink. It's awesome. I tried going back to regular clumping litter, and it made my house smell like cat litter, and I was like, nope, never again. I'm staying on the crystal stuff. Love it. It's so good. I still have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 small balls to make. Plus the ones I'm working on right now. And then I'm done. I can't believe it. Oh!
He's basically the god of
trying to break on me, dude.
staring up while the
Oh my god, I almost lost my nose ring.
So like age of the earth, late to my ears came
This thing wants to break so bad.
the spring and the dawn.
The teeth, the plastic gear teeth in there are skipping more and more and more every day that goes by me.
She taken to Lothlorien where the elves nursed him back to health. Jackson considered including this scene, but I think it's better they just haven't returned healed. Finally though, the group decided to leave the forest and Gandalf whistles to Camelback. See this respect. Since we keep saying it's translates change things. It says they came looks like we're having romance and shit and right. Exciting way. The horse basically has a built-in sat-nav that takes them the shortest route through the quickest streams and passages. It's where the chapter ends ominously, and I feel like it inspired the Red Sky bit. Looking out over the great plain, far away the riders saw it for a moment like a red fire sinking into the grass. Oh, on the edge of side shoulders of the mountains glinted red upon either side. The smoke seemed to rise.
It's raining. It's cold.
As if it had kindled the grass as it passed down under the rim of the earth. There lies the gap of Rohan, said Gandalf. It is now almost due west of us. That way lies Isengard. I see great smoke, said Legolas. What may that be? Battle and war, said Gandalf. Right on. Now from here we jump to Frodo to play out chapter 14, titled The Black Gate is Closed. Well, spoiler alert there, mate. Yeah, we find them looking out to Sereth Gorgon, which is nicknamed the Teeth of Mordor, based on the work of John Howard and Alan Lee. It's a vast, expansive gate of death. Described as the Haunted Pass, it's the main entrance to the land of the enemy. In days long past, they were built by the men of Gondor in their pride and power. After the overthrow of Sauron and his flight, lest he should seek to return to his old realm, but the strength of Gondor failed. The men slept. For long years, the tower stood empty, and Sauron returned. Seizing them, they've now been filled with countless eyes and a garrison with ceaseless vigilance. We then get the armies marching, though don't get the cloak scene in the book. These are Easterlings who we meet at this point in the movie. Sam asks if they've got an elephant, and in the book, he busts out a poem. Green as a mouse, big as a house, close like a snake, I make the earth shake. Goes on yet, but I'm not too headed. In the book, they end up waiting for hours, but realize there's absolutely no gap. Gollum says that it's pointless, and they ask why he brought them there. He says because the master told him to, and it cements they should really start to listen to him. In the end, Frodo says he'll go alone, as he doesn't want to put the two in danger. But just like the movie, Gollum begs him not to go, and says it will lead to him getting the precious. Gollum actually never calls.
Hello, you're back!
Instead,
You have a nice cozy. You're gonna clean all the water off of you now. I'm just glad you didn't stick up a mouse outside. Glad you're not feeling good enough to hunt. And the babies aren't big enough to get any nice. I'm gonna build her a bigger whelping box with the boxes that I got from my packages of yarn. So she's already had the babies, obviously, but I'm gonna make a box that they cannot like find.
And was created in New Zealand. Took over 6 months to build, but they didn't waste the space. The interior was built as offices and mess halls where the cast and crew could pick up their lunch. As we go through the kingdom, we see how everywhere has symbols of horses, with them even being on the archways on the roof. Cutting across to Eowyn and Grima, we see she tries to seduce her. In the book, the line about the words being seductive here is actually said by Gandalf, but they changed it up to give Jira a bit more character. Of this, I also wonder if Grima had a hand in killing Theodred.
He must have died sometime in the night. The lack of real grief here that definitely made it feel like he may have poisoned him or smothered him in his sleep. That's something I completely to him on the road, stroking her face while he tells her there's no one left. Her saviors given the fall of riders. Pushing out flag side beside Aragorn. I love the visual of this, and this is symbolically like a cry for help. They are extending a message from their kingdom to the king who will come in and save them. How about this was actually a bit of literal movie magic? Jackson said when they filmed the bit with Eowyn, the flag just blew away in the wind. How about they decided to use it as a
right here if you're hungry.
Maybe Eru Ivalata exists. Building off the back of the Scandinavian riders, we have these large Viking-like walls. Not that I've studied the period, but I remember something similar being used in Beowulf and also the Northmen. So you can see where Jackson got his influence, and this chapter helps fill the readers in. Early on, they describe the history of Rohan, and we see just how secretive they are. Arriving at the gates, the gods speak a funny language, and this is done so that only those who know can enter. Luckily they do, but it's a rule that's been brought in which cements Theoden's distrust. They tell the gods they're returning the horses, which builds up the bit with the riders before. They then refuse them, but we get a great quote from Gandalf. We are all friends here, or should be. The laughter of Mordor will be our only reward.
Fresh, dry food.
In the end, the gods let them in because they see Aragorn's sword and realize who he is. He is the king who was promised, not you, Jon Snow. When did we need to see that? Thank you, Gandalf. The gods have actually they realize he's in public sense. Say, hey, see this when they break this attack, and we have to go to Gandalf or something. This thing was in some next going to save like a step break this eventually again this description of the Vegas it's really bad. His brow in the center upon his forehead shone a silver his beard was snow says again. So these things for the guest. And it's just like shit, my lord. Like he's just said something really clever and is basically just his hype man. And this Nick Gandalf Stormcrow has a special meaning to it. To the men of Edoras, he only appears before war and always comes asking for help. So he's the crow that comes before the storm, hence that name, which is a nice touch. In the book and film, I love how he reveals he's Gandalf the White. The work has him singing a song of Lorien and then springing forth. Thus Gandalf softly sang, and suddenly he changed. Casting his tattered cloak aside, he stood up and leaned no longer on his staff, and he spoke in a clear, cold voice. We then get a brilliant moment where we see the possession of Saruman almost like a demon. It reminds me a lot of The Exorcist, and I love how Saruman's voice comes out of him. This is a technique that they often use in horror to make it so the heroes can't really intervene. Alien is a great example where the facehugger can kill its host if they try and set it free. I haven't seen Exorcist for a while, but I'm sure the demon there also says they'll kill Reagan if they try to hint. The eyes change here as well, and they go from misted over and cataracts to nothing. Yeah. Again, it's time for in the book, he's talking about Boromir, whereas here it's about his son. The guy clearly wants vengeance and he orders Wormtongue before him.
Would have had me crawling on all fours like a beast.
Aemon then says, down on your belly. How long is it since Saruman fought you? What was the promised price? When all the men were dead, you would have picked your share of treasures and take the woman you desire. Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps, which was reworked to appear earlier in the movie when Aeon was banished. With this, Theoden plays coyishly and pretends to not be aware of his treachery. He tests Wormtongue and asks him to join the war if he's solo to Rohan. Wormtongue proposes being left as steward while I head to Helm's Deep. And just like the ants, the book doesn't really have a penchant where Theoden doesn't want to ride to war. He says that's the best place to go. Whereas here, he goes back and forth with it. Gandalf also convinces Theoden to spare Wormtongue's life. He too has his part to play as he ends up being the one who betrays Saruman. Now, I always read that as being akin to the speech with Frodo about Gollum. They're on the side of light and believing that good can prevail, and this is even in the hearts of bad guys. In the movie, it's Aragorn who steps in and spits in his hand. It seems that he describes the unfortunately breaking down Saruman. This up at the book. According to it again, that agreement was able to do this because the next step in this matter slowly arose. Look at them, he scanned its face and looked at its opposite to speak. Then suddenly he something up his hands, his eyes, such a less and stepped back and looked at the bands. Then seemed to be manipulated. You see, Rohan was picked so that dark forces could pass through easily. This meant the orcs would have safe passage and the Easterlings wouldn't have to go the long way. This is also why the orcs were passing through at the start. Theoden forbid Aemon from going, and had he listened, they would have taken the hobbits to Isengard. To Isengard! To Isengard! Seeing the Middle-earth play on a medieval funeral, we then get Eowyn singing a lament. I love the headdress that they have here, and you really get the sorrow in the performance. Randa Otto does a fantastic job in the movie, especially since this is pretty much a nothing character in the work. Liv Tyler actually made a joke with her when they were doing the Helm's Deep scenes that it was nice to speak to another woman. Tree, which we scared.
God, you scared the fuck out of me, cat. My security camera just turned on the light. I thought someone turned on the flashlight at my door for a minute. It scared me.
I love how they add this layer to the movie, as it's clear he doesn't want the war. He's also very paranoid about the council around him due to Grima slapping the old man filter on him. We see this demonstrate when Gandalf sits beside him and he tries to advise him on what course to take. You can see Theoden's eyes looking at his hands on the throne and being very suspicious. This is the same thing Grima did, and he's just seen how easily he can be misled.
I know what it is you want, but I will not bring further death to my people.
So instead of going to all-out war, he decides to move his people to Helm's Deep. This is said to be impenetrable. In Ape, the guy played the captain in Titanic, which was said to be unsinkable. Now, as many of you know,
That's why he looks so familiar. Thank you.
It was based on Hadrian's Wall. In case you don't know, that was built by the Romans, and it basically covered the entire breadth of the country. It was built to stop the Scots coming into Britannia. Impenetrable as well. I did wonder if these kind of fortitudes were thought because of Tolkien's love
Oh
of
my god, I can't believe how much sharing this is. It's just so cool.
Upgrades. The wider than the key is what they say. Yeah, it highlights the characters going to the next level. We end the chapter with Eowyn watching them ride out, with Shadowfax having no subtle stirrups. It says horse and rider naturally peg to each other, and that's something they bring into the movie. We then have Gandalf say,
"To my coming, at first light on the 5th day,"
and he arrives right on the I love this little callback to Fellowship with it all paying off Gandalf's first appearance. Then he explains to Frodo that a wizard's never early or late, and that he arrives precisely when he needs to. And yet,
Shows up exactly what he said. And that then takes us to the chapter Helm's Deep. This is where the film massively segues from the work and does its own thing completely. So no book passages. But now, don't make me threaten you with all time. Now I'm thinking what we'll be doing it like time. Guys, thanks.
Oh, it's a bit in here.
Force that excuse our own. Ego was so during the reshoots in 2002, closer to his sleeping in its floor. His brother was to trust him, and they built a bond.
These were genius purchase.
In the
Oh,
book,
goodness.
Steve
Okay.
For the story, not just characters. We can see a lot of sorrow as they stare out of Edoras. Gambling is clearly he's capable with a sword. It allows her and Aragorn to get to know each other and helps flesh out whether humans are at general. They're on the back foot, scattered by evil, and apathetic to the dark forces surrounding them. And from here, we cut across to the Hobbits for chapter 50, titled Herbs and Stewed Rabbit. It's in this chapter they introduce Faramir. To it is this one. So then at the left, they rested, shifting into the shade as the sun moved, until the last shadow of the western rim of the delta in darkness filled the hollow. They ate little and drank sparingly. Gollum ate nothing, but he accepted water gladly. And then talks about when he loves water, that's when he can drink and also get his food from. The rivers are obviously teeming with fishes, which we get brought across brilliantly. We see Gollum chasing after a fish with him moving his belly across the rocks. This was arguably one of the most complex visual shots in the movie, as they had to have him interacting with the water. Circus performed it in the suit, and they then had to completely replace it. It makes for a brilliant scene, though, and it shows how pathetic he is.
There's no continuing with lies and deceit.
Frodo says Sam's got no idea what burden he carries and that he has to help him because
I have to believe you.
And when he's saying this, I actually think he's also talking about himself. It's my task. My own. This could be Frodo's adventure with Katy, of missing the fish, but it comes full circle later on. At the Forbidden Pool, he finally catches one, and it's in this that he turns back to being bad. This turn to the good side, though, is what we see in the next scene. Easily the most memorable moments in the trilogy, we see this little battle between good and bad. That's what I love about this, because it reminds you of the main theme of the film. Will good conquer evil? Can we cast out the shadow? And it's brilliant having this all in one character. The direction is also perfect as well, with it being shot like how you'd shoot dialogue with your characters. We have the expert editing, a groundbreaking performance from a CGI character, and just a really memorable performance by Circus. All in all, it's a highlight in the film that leads to Smeagol winning out. Love the way Gollum says they because of him, and yet I remember Joel saying something similar in The Last of Us. He says that to Tommy, and it always kind of reminded me of this dancing memory at the being created chapter in two small rabbits, which he was beginning to like greedily. This then goes into a section explaining their cooking and what Sandwell with him. All hobbits, of course, could cook, so they begin to learn the art before their letters, which many never reach. But Sam was a good cook, even by hobbit reckoning. He had done a good deal of the camp cooking in their travels. When there was chance, he still hopefully carried some of his gear in his pack. A small tinderbox, 2 small shallow pans, the smaller fitting into the larger. Inside them, a wooden spoon, a short 2-foot fork, and some skewers were stowed. And hidden at the bottom of the pack in a flat wooden box, a dwindling of treasure, some salt. They then have an argument with Gollum about stewing the conies, and Jackson takes some lines directly from the word potatoes. Now in the work, it's at this point that Boromir's company come looking for them. They actually saw the smoke from the fire and decided to investigate. 4 tall men stood there. 2 had spears in their hand with broad right heads. 2 had great bows, almost of their own height, with quivers of long green-feathered arrows. Boromir then stepped forth, and the hobbits see the likeness to Boromir instantly. At once, Frodo thought of Boromir, but these men were like him in stature and bearing, and in their manner of speech. Now, they reordered things in the gone, as from this point on the pair said to talk. Boromir then instructs some guards to watch them, who are named Mablum and Damnod. They're pretty friendly, and chatted out as they wait for their foes to arrive. I think in terms of showing how deadly they are, though, Jackson actually does it better. You kind of have the same emotion as the Hobbits, and I think he presents it a lot better. You have them hearing the whistle and then going to investigate. Coming across the Omni, you have them wonder at the elephants, because it's our first time seeing them as well. You then see as they're taken out by the it shows us how deadly they are. It also explains why the hobbits could just slip away. Whereas in the book, I was a bit like, do a run, mate, get out of there. You guys basically sit around chatting for the chapter, and I think we needed to see how they were in action. In the way Frodo was obviously hiding the ring and doesn't want it falling into the hands of men. They also have the fact that Gollum escaped and they don't know whether he's an orc or a giant frog. Frodo quickly convinces Boromir he knew his brother by talking about his dream. That's something we talked about with fellow Kib, and it's what made Boromir go to Rivendell. And the word Boromir written in the script there, and I was going to delete it, but it actually works for the nickname. In the workflow, the fight that breaks out, Sam sees a soldier dying feet away from him, just like Waves. Rooms were tattered. His corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rendered.
Later.
Black plates of hair braided with oil were drenched with blood. His brown hand still clutched the hilt of a broken sword. It was Sam's first view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what man's name was and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart. What lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really rather have stayed there in peace, all in a flash of thought which was quickly driven from his mind. This is something they give to Boromir, and it adds a lot of depth.
Wonder what his name was. It was really good. The brother stayed with peace.
What it helps to do is give us a complex character who doesn't see Frodo standing over the body of a young soldier in the fence that he had to die here. It's a really complex soldier. You can get it and change it. See that. He said dwarves have a great sense of smell, and this is how he knew it was terrible. In the extended edition, you also get a line about how Aragorn's 87 years old. He rode out with Eowyn's father to war, and Theoden was a child when he met him. He's lived with the elves since then, and descends from the Dunedain, who are said to have much longer lifespans. In our fellowship breakdown, we discussed how the Rangers share these characteristics, and that the people at the Prancing Pony knew about them in the area. And they ended up taking this out of the theatrical because it just adds more questions. I always saw it as being like, you know, Frodo's 50.
Hello, thank you for the hearts. Feel free to thumbs up the stream. Also, if you guys go to my other live streams or my like videos, like not the shorts, but the other videos, you can hype the video by swiping over from the comments. It's free, you don't pay any money, and it helps my video like to get pushed to the algorithm. So like my henna video, if you could go hype that, that would be so awesome. Actually, I don't know if you can. It might be a short. Oh, a buggery belt. Look.
She dies, becoming human. She'll pass too, and that she's giving up her immortality. Watching this in both ways, this is great for Jackson, and it's something that really just develops the characters. However, Aragorn knows that if Orwyn stays, it's gonna be her death. Says to Elrond that she stays because she has hope. He says he stays because of him. Thus, he tries to slip off in the morning, but when she catches him, he tries to break up with her. It was a dream. He tries to give back the Alban star necklace, but she then makes him keep it. This is a nice little addition, as it's later used to show he might be dead after the fall. At this point, the wargs attack. That comes from the fellowship. Happening in a journey in the dark, they swear they can hear the wolf cries on the wind when climbing down the mountain. Without them, storm of howls broke out fierce and wild all about the camp. A great host of wargs had gathered silently, attacking them from every side at once. That's how it feels here too, but the company's in great peril. We know these are armed warriors, and there's easy things for the beasts. Originally, they were going to strike at Edoras, and this is right there in the fleet. I think it works better on the road though, and it feels almost biblical. Having to make their way through this reminded me a lot of Moses and the freed slaves, and how they were at danger on every side. Legolas then leaps to give these force and once they chips. Not easy to do. Orlando Bloom had also just cracked a rib, so he wasn't able to just leap up and do it. So they decided to CGI this version, which they actually exaggerated. Bloom was just going to do a simple jump. This allows it to show how capable the elves are. It's a great action scene, and it helps to break up the downtime as we see the wargs versus horses. That's why I think they were better holding it up until this movie, as it just adds a different dynamic. It's also important for Theoden to see how the dark forces are conquering men. Not only has he lost a son, but an Aragorn going over, he's lost the true king of Gondor. So the future of men is seeming even more hopeless, and it adds more stakes dropping it here. Gimli and Legolas also start their counting game. Arriving at Helm's Deep, this was also designed by Alan Lee and John Howe. The scope and scale of the bigger chair was completely gigantic, with grown men being able to walk down it. It really adds to the realism of the location, and coupled with the full-scale set, it just makes things feel like they're real, which is great analysis there. I do agree, we know the one weakness it has. At the base of the wall is a storm drain that provides a passage all the way up. Using explosives, Saruman's eventually able to bring it down. The book doesn't actually mention dynamite or gunpowder, and instead it's described as devilry from Orthanc. They also wonder if this will be used to seal the women and children in the caves. Anyway, at this point we see Saruman stepping out the tower and looking over his legion. This reminded me a lot of the imagery of Triumph of the Will, with the army being lined up.
I'm gonna switch over to TikTok so that I can listen to something that's copywritten.